Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Fog. The hero looked at the building. Oliver looked at his notebook. The zombies looked ahead, not understanding what it was. A man stood ahead, who continued to look at his notebook. The zombies laughed, saying that this was a huge success. The guy continued to stand silently. The monsters came close to Oliver, asking what he was doing here because this place was very dangerous. One of the zombies began to ask the guy if he was a friend of the one who got caught with him today. The monsters shouted that they would fill their bellies and Mr. Paul would be very pleased. Oliver looked up. The boy began to tense his fingers. The zombie heads quickly fell at the same second. Oliver went up to the floor at the very top. In one of the rooms there were a huge number of skulls. The zombies joyfully shouted that they finally had tasty food. Paul held Mike's head in his hands, saying that they would finally have a normal meal. The hero looked at the skull in fear. All the monsters screamed, raising their hands high in joy. The foot stepped on the floor. One of the zombies looked ahead in confusion. Mike's eyes widened in surprise. Oliver looked at the zombie carefully. The monsters wondered in confusion what kind of person he was and why the guards let him through. The hero quickly ran away. The monsters began to look at the floor with confusion, where the dead head lay. The zombie did not understand what it was. Mike's eyes widened. Paul heard Oliver calling him with displeasure. The guy pointed to the notebook, asking if the main Paul was here now. The monster's eyes narrowed. Oliver calmly replied that he had heard that he should have been here. Mike wondered in confusion what this boy was talking about. Paul pointed to Mike, asking if he was his friend. Oliver calmly replied that he was seeing him for the first time. The zombie asked the guy with confusion who he was and why he had finished off his soldiers. The boy calmly answered that they had been pestering him. The monster's eyes were wide open. Paul looked at Jeff, asking him to figure it out. The monster asked the zombie what their menu was. Paul angrily answered that everything should be more brutal. Jack stood in front of the guy, waving his weapon. The zombie was ready to kill the guy. Mike began to watch all this in fear. The monster's weapon tore Oliver's body into a huge number of pieces. Paul smiled. Jeff calmly answered that he had dealt with everything. Something made the monster afraid. Oliver's body began to come together in pieces. His arms were being created again. His body was being glued back together. Jeff began to watch all this with confusion. The zombie did not know how to react to this. Oliver quickly found himself behind the monster. The boy looked at Jeff and asked him not to anger him. With the help of the hero's kick, the zombie began to fly back a few meters, breaking columns. After a while, the monster fell out of the building. Paul opened his mouth wide in surprise. Mike couldn't understand what had happened and why all the body parts had come together. Paul couldn't understand it either. His teeth were clenched in anger. The zombies started screaming to catch Oliver. Paul started screaming loudly that they would avenge Jeff. The monsters started screaming loudly. Oliver calmly looked at the zombies. Bones were flying in different directions from the guy's fist. Paul couldn't understand what it was. Oliver grabbed the bone with his hand. The guy killed one of the zombies with quick movements, cut off his head. Paul looked at it in surprise, not knowing what to do. Oliver looked at the main commander. With quick movements of his hands, the hero immediately killed another zombie. Oliver was jumping with a bone in his hands. After a while, the boy stopped. His hand was standing to the side. The hero was taking something out of his body. Mike looked at it in surprise. Oliver began to wave his intestine with quick movements. The guy was standing in front of some zombie. The hero quickly smeared him on the floor. The guy calmly looked away. Oliver quickly threw the intestine to the side. The hand was reaching, taking something out of the body. The guy leaned back on the monsters. The hand continued to reach in the body. Oliver quickly took out the second intestine. In one movement, the hero cut 3 monsters. The hero calmly looked away, and there was a hole in the stomach. A few seconds later, the wound healed. The zombies were standing next to the guy, carefully looking at him. Oliver looked away, screaming that he was taken out. Something was starting to form from his hands. There was a brain in the palm. The monsters did not understand what it was. In one movement, they were also broken. The brain was flying in the air. Oliver looked at it, holding the bone in his hands. The boy hit the brain with the bone so that it flew into the zombie's body. The hero continued to fight, hitting the brain again. The zombie's head quickly flew off. The brain was flying again. The monster had no head. Everything continued to fly. Oliver stood calmly, looking at it all. Maul began to watch in fear. Surprise was visible in Mike's eyes. The zombie screamed loudly and asked Oliver what he had just done. The boy began to watch it calmly. Paul could not understand when Oliver appeared in front of him. The hero calmly asked if he was the boss. Paul watched calmly, saying nothing. The hero closed his eyes. The monster asked him why he was looking for the boss. Oliver calmly answered that the zombies would be able to kill him. Paul's eyes were surprised. The monster calmly answered that if he wanted to mock them, they would cut him up right now. Oliver looked at the floor. His hands grabbed the monster. The hero calmly answered that he asked not to be irritated. His muscles began to tremble. Pieces of the monster flew in different directions. The club fell to the ground. Mike began to look at him in confusion. The hero saw that there were so many zombies, but at one moment it all disappeared. Oliver began to look at Mike. The guy looked at him in fear. Mike was afraid that Oliver wanted to kill him too. The hero began to scream. Oliver leaned towards the guy. The boy pointed to the notebook, asking where the main one was now. Mike looked up in surprise. The baton was lying on the floor. Mike calmly answered that he was that zombie. Oliver calmly looked away. The hero realized that this was a bummer. He began to leave, and Mike stopped him. Oliver looked at the hero. Mike opened his mouth in fear. The guy thanked him for saving him. After a while, Oliver began to leave. Mike was alone. The guy looked after him. Fog. Oliver left the building, looking up at the notebook. Paul's drawing was crossed out. The hero looked at him carefully. Several years ago, because of the zombie virus, the world was destroyed. The guy walked slowly. Sometimes the hero could meet survivors, but this was unlikely. A huge number of people evolved and became a mixture of zombies and people. They began to be called zombies. They brought destruction to the whole world. Oliver survived as a human. The hero stood near the grave. The guy looked at it and understood that he could not die from that day. His eyes were filled with sadness. Oliver asked his mother for forgiveness. The guy sat by the grave, answering that today he could not die either. Mike sat quietly on his knees. Someone began to call the guy. Sean and Chloe were looking at the hero. The guy began to ask Mike if everything was okay with him and why he did not answer on the radio. The guy answered in surprise that he thought Paul was not here, so he went to explore, but he was attacked. The commander began to look around the deaths. The heroine began to ask about something happening here. Mike answered in surprise that some guy appeared. Chloe was surprised to realize that some small guy was fighting a crowd of zombies alone. Mike calmly answered that it was hard to believe, but that was exactly it. The commander asked where he was now. The hero answered that he wanted to ask him right away, but he was leaving. Mike immediately remembered Oliver's look. The guy lowered his head and said that he was scared. Chloe was surprised to hear that this boy was a man. His hand touched the floor. The heroine looked forward in surprise. Mike answered Chloe that he was wearing sneakers. The commander immediately looked away. Oliver was still sitting near the grave. The heroine asked if it was this guy. Sean answered in surprise that he looked like an ordinary schoolboy and he could not believe that he killed all these zombies. Chloe could not understand what he was doing all this time. Mike was wondering what it was with confusion. Oliver looked away. The heroine swung her weapon at Oliver. The guy quickly dodged. Oliver looked at Chloe. The girl was surprised and happy and said that she hit with the intent to kill. Mike shouted at the heroine what she was doing. Chloe looked away. There was a weapon wound on Oliver's neck. The boy's head bounced off. His hand suddenly reached for something. Chloe looked away in surprise. The commander shot her weapon in different directions, asking the hero what he would do with it. Oliver sat calmly without a head. The hand reached inside his neck. The heroine did not understand what the guy was doing. A smile appeared on his face. Oliver took out his head and calmly looked at Chloe. The hero calmly answered Chloe not to get it and to leave. The commander did not understand what this meant. The girl quickly hit Oliver with her weapon. The heroine calmly hit him. Oliver flew back a few meters because of her leg. The guy was falling quickly. Chloe continued to shoot from the weapon in different directions. Bullets flew towards the hero. Something began to come out of Oliver's hands. The hero's power quickly rushed forward. Chloe said in surprise that she had never seen such an ability before. Oliver replied that it was very good. The boy calmly replied that he had hit with the intent to kill. The commander thanked the boy for the praise. The heroine saw how the hero's tentacles stood behind the girl. Chloe smiled, realizing that Oliver was always one step ahead. The boy approached the grave and said that he did not like killing people at all. The heroine quickly rushed away. Chloe flew towards Oliver. The commander held a knife to the boy's neck. The heroine asked the hero how long it took him to recover. Oliver looked at her in surprise. The guy saw that the wound on his neck had not yet healed. The hero began to touch his neck. The wound remained. The eyes were full of surprise. Oliver realized that he still had not recovered. The guy asked the commander how this happened. Chloe took off her cap and said that she was the commander of the squad of inevitable death. Oliver looked in surprise at the girl who offered him to join the squad, since he was a very valuable employee. Mike looked away, saying that he was very ashamed. Chloe confidently answered that she was not asking to join for free, and for this the guy would receive a valuable reward. Mike was surprised to hear that the girl answered that Oliver wanted to die. The commander pointed her sword at the guy, answering that she could fulfill this desire. The hero asked in surprise what she was saying. Chloe answered that they had a special scientist who could find a way. Oliver asked with confusion how this would happen. The commander suggested that the hero ask himself. The girl answered that this knife was created by this scientist. Oliver looked down. Chloe calmly answered that apparently this was the guy's first time. The guy continued to remain silent. The hero decided to ask something with a stutter. Oliver asked in a sad voice if it was true that he could be killed. The commander asked the guy with a smile on her face what he could be called. The guy answered with confusion what she was talking about. Chloe put the knife away, calling the guy by name. Mike and Sean looked in surprise at the heroine, who said that Oliver would kill zombies with them and then they would take back the land that was taken from them. Chloe screamed loudly that on the day when human society is restored, she would definitely kill the guy. Oliver continued to remain silent. The commander waited for the guy's answer. Oliver looked up. The guy opened his mouth and asked if he could promise that. Chloe smiled sweetly. The wound was slowly healing. The hero agreed to this, realizing that now he had a clear chance of dying. The radio asked the girl if she was coming to them. The guys were waiting for the heroine, who replied that she would arrive in a minute. The commander, with a smile on her face, answered that she was already on her way and would be there soon. Mike, surprised, began to ask if the heroine had a driver's license. A car began to drive up to the guys. Kate, frightened, drove to her destination. The car quickly stopped. After a while, Kate was already in front of the guys. The door began to open. Kate loudly apologized and asked if she was late. The commander thanked the girl for her efforts and then told Oliver to follow her. The guy calmly looked away, and Kate asked who he was. Chloe calmly replied that this was their new fighter who had just joined and that he would now be their youngest after Kate. The girl screamed in surprise that she would finally have a youngest. Kate extended her hand, saying that she hoped for a boyfriend. Oliver silently passed by and ignored the heroine's hand. The girl smiled, thinking that the guy was shy. The commander was driving in a car, saying that the guy would be taken along on the operation, since this city had also been captured by the Scarlet Squad. Oliver wondered with confusion about what the Scarlet Squad was. Chloe told the guy in surprise that it looked like he had lived in isolation from the rest of the world for quite a long time. The Scarlet Squad was one of the zombie groups that controlled several cities. The commander calmly said that their first goal was to destroy the Scarlet Squad, so to do this they needed to know where the leadership was located. Sean said with a smile on his face that this is why they were studying Paul, who was also in the Scarlet Squad. Oliver calmly looked away. Chloe continued and said that one of the Scarlet Squad officers named Austin was in this city. Everyone understood that he was personally acquainted with the leadership. Kate studied the book, and Chloe said that the guy's task, together with the girl, was to investigate the traces of the leadership and, most importantly, to be careful. Paul led only one group, but Austin led the whole city. The heroine calmly answered that it would be better to come with everyone together, but they had to explore one more place. Jin, a district of the city of Changwon. Kate looked at the city in surprise. The commander answered fearfully that it was better to go here on foot, since this was a very frightening place. Oliver looked at Kate, who promised to tell everything in more detail. Chloe left, wishing the guys good luck. The heroine clenched her fist and said that this was her first mission, where she had to show herself from the best side. The girl began to run away quickly. Oliver and Kate calmly walked through the city. The heroine confidently understood that they had gotten here without any problems and were now at the entrance to the city. Oliver looked at the heroine with incomprehension, who hid under the car. Kate read in a book that this city was a city of zombies. Only zombies were in these places. Moreover, these were not simple zombies, but those who had taken the form of animals. The girl calmly answered that they should be very careful. Chloe carefully watched the guys through binoculars. Mike fearfully asked if maybe they should have gone with them. Chloe calmly answered that there would be no danger because of the fighter Oliver, and it was more important for her to check something. The heroine was interested to know why this guy followed them so happily. The commander did not understand what the hero had in mind. The girl decided to watch them to see if they could trust Oliver. Mike looked at the heroine calmly. Kate began to notice something with confusion. The girl screamed fearfully at the guy to hide. Kate screamed that zombies could suddenly jump out. The girl looked away, not noticing the zombies who were talking to each other. Kate quickly hid behind the car. The heroine could not understand what it was. The zombies were asking each other if Paul was really dead. Oliver calmly looked at the monsters. Kate looked at the guy with fear. The commander continued to watch. The zombies looked at the guy with confusion, thinking about what it was. Chloe smiled, realizing that she had not told the guy to hide. The monsters were asking Oliver who he was and what he was doing here. Kate realized with surprise that she had told him not to hide, but it was very obvious. The heroine began to look at it with surprise. Oliver asked the heroine that they just needed to be killed. The girl didn't know how to react to this. Magic began to appear from her hands. Oliver held a huge brain above himself. With all his strength, he began to quickly throw it at the monsters. The brain fell to the ground with great force. Kate began to scream in confusion and ask what it was. The girl was surprised to realize that the hero also had superpowers. Oliver slowly approached the monsters. The zombies asked in surprise if he was really human and what it was. Strength began to accumulate from the hero's hands again. With quick movements, the hero killed half of the zombies. Kate covered her face and ears in fear. Oliver looked ahead. The huge brain was flying into the wall. The guy looked away. Explosions were appearing all over the street. Mike asked Chloe in surprise what was going on there. The heroine screamed loudly that she didn't think Oliver was that strong. The monsters looked ahead in confusion. The zombies couldn't figure out what the noise was. Other beasts were running towards the monsters, shouting at them to run away. One of the zombies couldn't figure out what it was. One of Oliver's fists made all the monsters jump several meters into the air. Kate listened in surprise as the zombies asked each other what was going on. The girl looked back, realizing that she would have to fight too. One of the monsters was pointing at the heroine, asking how she dared to start this mess. Kate quickly opened the book. The girl gritted her teeth, answering that it was hard for her with several. Magic began to flow from the book. The heroine began to menacingly activate her abilities. Power passed through the zombies. All the roads were broken. The zombies looked at the guy who was jumping high above them. Oliver was breaking their heads with quick movements of his legs. After a while, the guy got back on the ground. The hero was tearing up the asphalt, throwing monsters off it. The guy started looking at something. Something was rushing very fast on the road. Kate looked at the guy with displeasure. The girl screamed and asked the guy about how he wanted to destroy the whole city and call zombies from all over the world. Oliver, not listening to the girl, went to another monster. He looked at him with fear and cried loudly. The hero could not understand what was wrong with him and why he could not speak normally. Kate wiped the dirt off her face, saying that this was a low-ranking zombie and usually low-ranking ones do not speak well. Oliver thought with bewilderment about what a low rank was. The guy's mother appeared next to him, asking for forgiveness. Oliver silently looked at the zombie. The hero calmly told him to leave. Kate thought with bewilderment about why he decided to let him go. A huge number of zombies ran towards the guys. Kate was angry, answering that they were tired of running. The buildings were collapsing one after another. There was nothing left of the city. Kate sighed heavily. The girl asked the guy that the end had come. Oliver looked away with interest, asking which of them was Austin. Kate said with displeasure that Austin was probably dead too. The heroine was also surprised that she did not see the monster. The girl thought with incomprehension that he could not be lying somewhere dead. Kate coughed and told the guy to hide. The guy asked her why he should hide. The hero calmly answered that if zombies appeared, they could be destroyed and Austin could be among them. Kate answered with displeasure that they came here to explore, not fight. Oliver calmly answered that they could explore when they killed everyone. There was anger on the heroine's face. The girl approached Oliver and said that she could not fight all day. Kate yelled at the guy and said that he could fight without any worries, but she could really die. The hero calmly answered what this information gave him. Oliver calmly answered that he did not care whether they survived or not, since he came to carry out a mission. Kate continued to look at him with displeasure. The girl stood next to the guy and asked about the fact that he did not care, even if she died. The commander was surprised to hear Oliver answer that it did not make any difference to him. The girl began to think. Kate asked with incomprehension how he could say such a thing. The heroine shouted with displeasure that everything they did was to save people. The girl calmly answered that the mission was important, but not more important than human life. Kate angrily told the guy not to dare say such words. Oliver came very close to the girl. The hero calmly answered that people were not for him. The heroine did not understand what he was talking about. Someone jumped towards the guys. Austin was loudly asking what happened. Rings all over his body, a spiritual mask on his back. Kate fell to the ground in fear, screaming that it was Austin. The commander watched carefully. The girl could not understand why this happened now, when she could not fight. The heroine looked at Austin and his zombies and doubted that he could be defeated somehow. The monster asked what the hell this was. Jeff looked at Oliver in fear. The monster looked at Oliver, screaming that he was the one who killed Paul. Austin asked in surprise if it was really this guy. The monster screamed loudly that he killed Paul, and then everyone else. The hero looked away. The monster began to slowly touch his weapon. A propeller was being created on his back. Austin did not know what the guy had in mind, but he said that he would not leave alive. Chloe screamed in fear that they did not expect this and Jesus, it was time to move. The heroine quickly ran away. Oliver looked away. Kate touched his arm, asking if he was crazy. The heroine screamed in fear that they needed to run away since he was an officer of the Scarlet Squad. The girl calmly answered that the hero could really die too. Oliver looked away. The hero was leaving, hoping that he would really be killed. Austin quickly ran at the guys, screaming that he would eat them with a juicy appetite. The hero stood calmly. The guy ran away. Austin looked closely at Oliver. The monster ran after the hero. The guy looked around in confusion. With quick movements, the guy kills several at once. Austin opened his mouth in surprise. Jeff screamed loudly, calling his older brother. The monster became even more angry. Austin screamed that he would not dare kill a family member in front of him. Oliver stood calmly. The monster ran in circles around the guy. Austin laughed, asking the guy how he was now. The monster quickly cut off various pieces of the hero's body. The guy looked sadly at the floor. The guy began to disintegrate into small parts of his own body. Kate looked at all this in fear. The head was in the sky. The monster screamed loudly to know his place. The guy immediately quickly resurrected. Austin thought with incomprehension about what it was because he felt that he was pierced. The monster was looking at something. Oliver screamed loudly that he could not die. The monster thought with incomprehension about what it was. Austin began to jump from place to place. His foot stood firmly on the ground. The monster could not understand what had just happened. The guy slowly began to approach. Kate still did not understand what was happening. The monster began to run from its place. Austin was turning circles at the speed of light. The zombie screamed at Oliver that he was just a man who could not compare with him in speed. Kate looked at the hurricane. The guy calmly looked at all this. Oliver looked up. Austin was quickly running away from the hurricane. Oliver realized that the boss was not at his level. The monster realized that he needed to take other officers with him. Something got caught in the hurricane. The guy was quickly flying up to the monster from behind. Austin growled loudly in confusion. The strength of the hero's hands pierced the monster. The guy closed his eyes, remembering his family. The hero understood that he also had a family. The heroine asked the guy with a smile if he liked it. The little boy answered that he liked it very much. The mother continued to look at her son. The zombie began to call the guy. The monster approached the little boy. Oliver immediately killed her with his own hands. The mother screamed loudly, and for the guy, the only family had come. The boy looked at his mother in fear. The hero continued to kill the monster. Austin, with a smile on his face, asked that the management would not leave it like this. The hero watched silently. Oliver understood that he, too, had become like this because of his family. Kate looked at the guy. Sean began to ask the girl if she was okay. Oliver stood further away than everyone else. The commander noticed it right away. The hero heard Chloe telling him to stop since all the missions were completed. The heroine answered that there would be no point in research because of the destruction. Everyone decided to quickly return to the connection. Chloe began to leave. The girl understood that she had such a bad feeling. The heroine understood that they had to kill, but without such cruelty. The commander looked at Oliver, realizing that he had no pity. The girl would never have thought that she would start to feel sorry for the zombies. Chloe looked away. Oliver looked the same way. The man ran away screaming to return to the base and to be careful, because zombies could appear at any moment. Someone shouted affirmatively. Monica touched the ground and said that it was all zombie blood. Then she continued that there was no human blood at all. Frederick asked again if it was true. He exclaimed that there was already so much to irritate them, and now the people had caused them even more problems. The girl said that it seemed like they had only just left. Monica asked if she should contact the other officers. Frederick exclaimed that she hadn't at all. He raised his head and said that they should find them and finish them off, and if he didn't want to listen to more lectures. The girl replied that, well, that was true, of course. They walked side by side and the guy said that before they were lectured, they needed to quickly find and sort things out. The fire was burning and a voice said that they would rest a little and then hit the road. Chloe sat and said that the sun had already set, and that there was no point in moving, exhausting themselves. The people were chewing noodles and someone said yes. The girl thought that the atmosphere was so-so. Then she continued her thought that, well, yes, not to mention the operation. They had raised the city of zombies to the ground, and that it was unknown what the retribution would be. Looking at her partners, she thought, and more importantly, she looked at the hero and thought that they had gained enormous power, and at the same time, an enormous pain in the ass. Chloe opened her eyes and thought. Then she told the main character that she wanted to test her. The guy asked again. The girl said whether they could trust him and that she wanted to check it. Then she continued that she had definitely said to explore Jenna, and he had raised the city to the ground. Chloe said that in the end, a fight broke out, which Monica did not want, and she could have gotten seriously injured. The girl closed her eyes and said that it could be considered luck that she managed to win if he had lost to Austin. She looked at the people and said that everyone here now could have died. Then she said that for this reason she could not trust him. The protagonist thought about it. He turned to the girl and said that she had said that it was enough to kill the zombies, and that he had simply done what he had been ordered. Chloe replied that yes, that was probably true. She held a weapon in her hands and continued that however she had said. Then she continued that it was necessary to destroy the zombies and create a human society. Looking at the guy, Chloe said that even if they got into a fight indiscriminately, like him, then people would also die in huge numbers, and even if they managed to found a new city. She asked if this could be considered a human society. Chloe extended her hand with a knife and told the protagonist that she called him because they needed him, and he followed them because he needed them. Looking at him, the girl said that his dangerous actions would harm both him and them. She asked that he had asked to kill him, and that then he should act exactly as she ordered. People looked at her in shock. The hero answered that he did. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was like that. Chloe thought that this should be enough. Then she continued her thought that although an even bigger problem remained unsolved. Chloe thought that he had razed the city to the ground with zombies. Remembering the monster, she continued her thought that he had disturbed the officers. Chloe brought the food to her mouth and thought that this could be considered a call to war, no other way, so that other officers would start moving too. People walked straight. Frederick thought questioningly, then he shouted that it was over there. The guy turned to Monica and said that it was over there. The girl answered that it was true. The smell ended there. He exclaimed that they had been caught and that the annoying human bastards. The light was burning at the end of the tunnel. The voice shouted that they were. Frederick angrily shouted that they were bastards. They were jinn. Looking at the fire, the voice said that it was like this. They looked at the fire. The man put his hand to his face and said that it was crazy. Monica replied that they had destroyed their tracks with the smell of food, and that it would be difficult to pursue them further. The girl continued that it looked like someone very smart was with them. Frederick replied that there was nothing to be done. The man said that he would like to deal with them in his area of responsibility, but he would have to call a meeting of officers, and that this situation could not be left alone. The car was driving along the road. The voice said that people. Then he continued that they had rebelled. Busan. The cars were driving along the highway. The hero looked out the window. The men were managing the workers. Chloe said that he had once been to Busan, and that this place used to be a good place, although now it was taken over by zombies. She said that now people become slaves of zombies and live like that, or become food and die. There are only two options. And whatever the choice, this is not a human life at all. The protagonist silently looked down. Chloe approached the tunnel and said that this way. They went inside and she continued that it was a little unpleasant here, but let them endure, because this is the only way to their base. They walked along the rails and the voice said that here they came. This is the base of the squad of inevitable death. Chloe turned around and said that she would like to tell him about this and that, but first, the woman angrily called them. Anna called Chloe and asked what she had done. She continued that the zombie security had suddenly become much tighter, and she said that they would go to investigate, but what had they done there? The girl answered with a smile that she could tell the details a little later. Anna asked why she wanted to tell later. Chloe said that there was something that needed to be done first. The girl asked again. Chloe called the protagonist and asked if he would come up for a minute. Oliver approached the commander. Anna asked what was going on and who he was. The guy widened his eyes and said that he was. Chloe started naming the protagonist and said that they would meet all the officers soon. The girl said how many there were and how strong they were. She herself did not know. She clenched her fists and said that the only known officer was Austin, and that they said that he was the weakest of the officers. Chloe said to try to kill him. The guy widened his eyes in shock. The girl looked at the hero and said that this time she was not sparing him, but for real. The guy asked if this was also an order. The girl answered that it was an order. The guy thought that the commander wanted to check something again. Then he continued his thought, which is true, and if you think about it, at least the commander had already fought the protagonist. But then she did not use her ability. The guy thought that the commander wanted to check exactly this. Looking at the girl, he thought that the hero would be able to defeat the commander when she used her ability. Chloe thought that Oliver was strong. Then she continued the thought that for this reason in the future all operations would be sharpened for him. All that was needed now was confidence. She thought that in the fact that the fighter Oliver would be able to defeat the officers, confidence. There was a flash. Chloe thought that it was advancing. Mike thought that the commander was the strongest of them all. After the appearance of zombies, people in rare cases appeared superpowers equal in strength to zombies or even exceeding their strength. In their squad, including him and Monica, there are also such superhumans, but the commander is stronger than them all. And all because the commander, he knows different martial arts, has physical abilities superior to any person. But most importantly, he was looking at the protagonist. Chloe activated the ability of absolute sight. Oliver ran into the girl. He thought, the ability to calculate everything in the field of vision is an absolute ability. She has an absolute view. The girl asked that this is not his maximum. The girl made a blow. She angrily clenched her fist. Chloe made a sharp blow. Oliver flew back. Then he landed on his feet. And the one who can defeat the commander will be nothing less than the strongest of men. The guy was silent. Chloe thought that so, now he will probably attack seriously. The hero swung. Then the bones flew towards the girl. Chloe thought that this time the bones, brain, veins, yes, he has many attack patterns. The eyes glowed green. The girl thought that there were 9 of them, and the speed was about 70 kilometers. Chloe exclaimed that this was nonsense. A moment later, she grabbed the bones. The guy screamed in surprise. Anna screamed that you can't destroy their headquarters. The bone in the girl's hands turned to ashes and she thought the protagonist was flying at her. She dodged the kick. Oliver landed on his knee. Then he rushed forward again. He was approaching the girl in a bright flash. Chloe thought it was amazing and that it did not compare to his first attacks. The bullet flew forward and the girl continued the thought that her absolute view theoretically allowed her to dodge even a bullet. She stretched her hand forward and thought that, however, Oliver's fighter's attacks. A flash thundered past her ear, 1 level higher. The man stretched his hand forward. Chloe was blown away by the wind, and it was better than she expected. Oliver extended his hand with a fist. The girl shouted that it was enough and that she lost. The guy asked what already. The girl grinned and said that this was enough for her. The guy said yes. The people looked at them in bewilderment. Kate thought that the commander had failed to repel the attack. The duel between these two was very short, but to everyone watching it, it showed new hope. Hope that maybe it would really be possible to defeat the officers. The possibility that a new world could open up. And also, the girl smiled. A thought flashed through her mind that confidence. Chloe jumped up and said that so, well, now they quickly begin training. The guy asked what training. Oliver thought. His hand clenched into a fist. The hero thought that he had never been able to hit. The girl told Anna that they needed to chat a little. The girl answered that it meant that she was going to do now. Chloe asked again that she hadn't said anything yet. Anna adjusted her glasses with the words that she was thinking. She needed words to understand, and that at first glance the scale was clear. The hero was sitting on a box and a voice said that security had been tightened because of him. Anna said that it seemed like she had found a capable boy somewhere, dragged him along with her, and on the way he had destroyed some town. Chloe replied with a smile that she was damn smart. The girl asked if she wanted to express herself more pleasantly. Chloe looked at the map and said that meant she could get to the point right away, and that everything had become much more serious than she thought. She pointed to a point and continued that first they would go to Orak Island. Anna repeated that Orak Island, and that it was where the human slave farm was. Chloe said that there would be an unprecedented battle, so they would need weapons. She continued that the scientist Clara, who had gone on an expedition, needed to be picked up right away. The girl asked what to pick up, and right away. Chloe looked at her and answered that yes, in fact, not only the weapons, but Clara herself they needed right away. Then she asked if he remembered the knife she had created. Anna said it was made to resist the officers. The hero sat dejected. The voice said that she had brought Oliver here, promising that she would definitely kill him, and in this the knife had shown a good effect. Anna asked what she was saying. He wanted to die. Chloe answered that yes, and she also did not know for what reason. Anna pointed her finger to the side and said that it meant he was immortal or something like that. She was told that it was true, and that she was also surprised. The girl said that it turned out that way. He also does not age. She was told that who knows. Chloe said that in any case, Oliver could not be killed with this knife. The best that could be counted on was slowing down the recovery effect, and that in order to control their main force, Oliver the fighter, and that Clara should return as soon as possible. Anna replied that it meant they had to go to Orak Island whether they wanted to or not, and that was fine. She pushed Chloe away and told her to move away. Then she looked at the map and told her to look and get to Orak Island. The girl pointed to the board saying that so, everyone concentrate, and that they were starting the briefing on Operation Orak. She shouted that first, they had to bring Clara, and second. The voice continued that as they knew, their squad of inevitable death only included everyone gathered here, and for future battles with zombies, this was insufficient. The girl turned and said that of course there were those who had gone to other places, but even taking them into account, their squad was very small. She shouted that therefore, during this operation, they needed to get weapons and increase the size of their squad. Anna continued that now she would tell them their detailed plan. Chloe thought with a smile that she had thought it all through so well, and that it was true. No one could compare to Anna when it came to brains. Mike shouted to the commander that he had a question, and that in order to get to Orak Island, they needed to steal a ship, but what would they do with the zombies in the port? Anna asked why he was asking. The guy asked again and said that there were a huge number of zombies there. The girl said that the number of zombies was not a problem, and that they should know better than her. The protagonist landed on his feet. The voice asked the fighter if he could hear well. The guy answered that he could. He was told that there would be a lot of zombies in the area, let him deal with them as quietly as possible. He answered that yes, the port of Busan. Chloe said that they would split up and find a suitable ship and let them be careful not to get hurt. The voice answered that yes. Meanwhile, Busan, L City, Crimson Squad officers, meeting of the 7 strongest, convocation concluded. Frederick said angrily that humans destroyed Jin. Then he continued that Austin, who was the 7th star, was also dead. They chased after the humans belatedly, but they were unable to track them down. Sarah asked again about humans and asked if humans were definitely the ones who did this. Monica answered that it was definitely them, and that the air was vibrating with the smell of humans. Chester said that if they could kill Austin, they must be superhumans. Jessica said with a smile that even if they were superhumans 100 times over, the main thing is that they are still humans, and there is nothing to worry about. Jim asked Frederick if there was more precise information. He was told that there was none yet. The man continued that then, to begin with, all the cities should be sealed, and everyone should strengthen security in their area. And that until there is precise information, there is no point in acting rashly. Jim turned to Frederick and told him to catch these people. Then he continued that he would not let them go this time, because he could only close his eyes to his laziness once or twice. The man answered that yes, it was enough to bring them, and he thought how reluctant he was. Monica asked where she would go first. The man asked again. Then he said that first they needed to inspect his area. The voice told the fighter if he could hear well, there would be a lot of zombies in the area, let him deal with them as quietly as possible. He answered that yes, the port of Busan. The voice continued that they should never be attacked, even by mistake. The guy agreed. The hero ran towards the workers. He thought that the zombies deal with them quietly. The zombies laughed. The protagonist chopped off their heads. The guy landed on his haunches. He ran to the side with the thought that he would deal with them quietly. Kate and Sean were hiding behind the containers. The guy called her. The girl answered and asked if there was a ship there. The man answered that no, there wasn't one, and asked if she had one. Kate answered that there wasn't one here either, and that they should go somewhere else. The guy asked where else, and why here. There were zombies here. The protagonist chopped off the zombies' heads. Sean's mouth opened in surprise. The girl and the guy looked out from behind the containers. Kate asked if they were going to go. The guy answered affirmatively. Mike walked carefully along the container. He was wondering how to find the ship here. He had no idea where it was and where the others were looking. Someone shouted and Mike turned around. He asked what the sounds were and that it seemed like a woman's voice. The girl asked why they were doing this to her and that she had finished all the work for today. The zombie asked another monster if he really dragged her away. He answered that yes, that was cool. The voices said that she looked the tastiest of all, and anyway, how can you drag workers to be eaten? The monster asked with a smile if he wasn't a good boy. The zombie continued that okay, there had been less food lately, so his mood was down to hell. Then he said with a grin that of course, human meat was sent down from above every month, but it was the officers who ate it, not them, and that they didn't even let the workers eat it, so how could they not relax? The zombie said to blame the social system, not them. The girl screamed not to come near. A boy appeared in front of the girl and screamed not to touch his mother with a finger. The girl called her son by name. She grabbed him and said that she had told him not to come to her work. The zombie asked, what was that? The monster grabbed the child by the head and asked where he had suddenly jumped out from. The boy screamed to let him in. The monster apologized with a smile and said that of course, but they don't eat babies. He has to survive to grow more meat for them later, so first let him have children and then come for revenge. The girl called for her son. Mike looked surprised. A voice shouted to let go of his mother. The boy asked again in shock. Mike asked in surprise what was going on. Someone asked, what else? The girl covered herself with her hands. The zombie asked why someone was always jumping out. The boy came up to Mike and asked him to save his mother. The boy's eyes widened. He thought about what to do, and that he had just come running to begin with, but he wasn't particularly good at fighting. The zombie said with a smile, which was just right, because one girl would not be enough for them. It flashed through his mind that he had no idea. Mike swung and hit the monster with a scream. A moment later, he was grabbed by the face. Mike moaned. The boy called his uncle. The monster grinned. The guy closed his eyes. The monster's head came off his shoulders. Mike fell to the ground and breathed heavily. The second zombie asked again in shock. Oliver threw his brains aside. The voice screamed who he was. The second zombie's head flew off. The boy ran to his mother screaming. The woman hugged her son. Then she asked if he was okay. The child asked if she was okay. Mike looked at the protagonist and thanked him. The girl was crying with the child in her arms. Oliver watched what was happening. Mike called the guy in bewilderment. The girl bowed, thanked, and asked how she could repay them for their kindness. Mike replied that no, he hadn't done anything, and that they should come home quickly. She thanked them. The guy said that there was nothing to thank for. Mike looked after her in bewilderment. Oliver walked straight. Mike thought about what was going on. Then he continued to think about why he was walking with such a sad face. The radio began to make sounds in a voice that all fighters had been gathered and the ship had been found. Everyone was standing on the ship and Sean asked the commander how she had managed it. Kate said that they had done nothing but wander back and forth. Chloe asked what kind of clothes they were and Sean asked again with a smile. Then he picked up the clothes and said that they were beautiful and that they seemed to be the uniform of a zombie in this port and a fashionista like him would never pass by, and the commander said that they were like that. A voice shouted that there were bodies here, and the girl shouted for them to leave quickly, and someone answered affirmatively. The ship was sailing on the water. Kate looked fearfully at the book on how to operate a small boat, and Chloe was steering the ship. Oliver was sitting on the deck. Mike came up behind him. Then he called him and the guy asked again. Mike asked with a smile if he knew that he also had superpowers and that his ability was drug speech. He continued looking at him and saying that he could change the emotions of his interlocutor with just words. The guy spread the drug speech skill and said that, for example, like this, and let the mood improve. Oliver looked at him in bewilderment. He asked what was wrong. Mike answered that okay, and why doesn't it work? The guy thought in shock that really, his deepest depression reflected his ability. He covered his mouth with his hands and continued thinking that God, he was so sad. The protagonist looked at him. Mike said that in any case. He continued that if he felt sad or down for some reason, he could always tell him. The guy said that he was still playing the role of a doctor. Oliver said that he was. He looked down. Then he thanked him. Mike smiled. He happily replied that no, you're welcome, and that in any case, let him talk, don't be shy. The guy answered affirmatively. Sean called the guy and asked if he was cool. Mike asked again. Someone asked if he was afraid of him. They answered him, and what was there to be afraid of? Sean said that it seemed like he had no emotions at all, as if he could harm anyone at any moment, and it wasn't scary because he wanted to die. Mike replied that it was just a matter of words. Then he continued that it just seemed that way to him. Looking at the protagonist, the guy said that Oliver's face looked very sad. He said that maybe it's not that he wants to die, but that he wants to find a reason to live on. Sean asked what he thought. Kate called the commander. She asked what was going on. In front of them was a huge ship, and a voice said that something was moving in their direction. On the radio, they heard that bodies had been found in the port of Busan and that all ships in the area needed to be searched. The zombie said on the radio that he was the ship feeder. A suspicious ship had been found directly ahead and that a search should be carried out immediately. Frederick approached him and asked what had happened. The monster turned around. Then he said that they had found a suspicious ship directly ahead. The man asked again about the suspicious ship. The man said that it seemed that this ship had not been reported and to try to search it. Frederick told him to do as he wanted, but he was too lazy, so he would not go out. He was answered affirmatively. The voice told the ship ahead to stop, and if it didn't agree to a search, they would attack. Kate asked the commander in shock what they should do. The girl thought about it and said that she just wanted to sneak away quietly. Chloe thought about fighting, but Orak Island was right in front of them, and what if the same thing happened to Jin? Sean called the commander and asked what it was, and that it was a zombie ship, and whether to tell Oliver about it. The commander thought about it. She asked Sean to put on these clothes. The guy asked again. The zombie stood in front of the people and asked what they were saying, that they were taking people to Orak Island. Kate and Sean shouted that they were, and wondered why they were doing this. The guy replied that it was strange, there shouldn't be a delivery today. Kate began to stutter. Sean shouted that these were extra people. The voice asked again about the extra people. The zombie thought about it and said that this, of course, happens often. Sean thought hard. What a relief that this happens often. The zombie asked, but why do they do this? The guy asked again. The monster continued that usually zombies are responsible for such things. But why did they suddenly assign people? He was told that well. Mike called the commander and said that it seems they were exposed. The girl answered that everything is fine and that she did not assign this to Sean for nothing. The guy stuttered in fear. Then he thought that he needed to collect his thoughts. He continued the thought that for such a situation, he rehearsed. The guy thought that before the zombies appeared, his dream was to become an actor, to be recognized by everyone, such a capable actor. Sean said that they were sent by the master. Kate was shocked, thinking who else? The guy thought that among the huge number of zombies in the port, at least one would surely turn out to be the master, because zombies used to be people too. Mike turned to the commander and said that there were masters among the zombies too, and weren't their names usually more sophisticated? The zombie leaned over and asked again that their master had sent them. Sean answered affirmatively. Then he thought fearfully that they didn't have people with such names. The monster asked that he was still working there. The guy answered in agreement. The man smiled and said that he was a bastard, that he always worked carelessly, and why he was too lazy to report to them. He asked that he was still going bald. Sean answered that everything was fine, and thought, thank you, zombie. Oliver thought that they couldn't just kill him and swim on. Someone asked why it was taking so long. Everyone turned around at the voice. The zombie called Frederick, and he asked what was going on. The commander turned around in bewilderment. The zombie answered that nothing special, and that they were saying that their master had sent them. Frederick asked again, and in his thoughts flashed what kind of zombie this was. It seems to be about something different. Frederick said that he was talking about additional people. The zombie asked to say hello. The voice said that this was Officer Frederick. Then he continued that he was a wonderful manager of the island of Orak. Frederick thought about it and said that he would take a look. He looked at them in surprise. Then he approached the protagonist. He asked if they had never met. Chloe looked at them thoughtfully. Frederick turned away and said that or it just seemed that way. Okay, let him finish and go. The zombie answered that yes, and whether to take them with him. Anyway, they were also heading to Orak. They told him to do as he wanted, not to bother him with questions. The commander called the protagonist and he looked at her. She looked at Frederick and said that he should remember this guy well. Chloe continued that she would have to fight him soon. The Orak human slave farm. The voice asked that this was Mr. Frederick. Then he asked who these guys were with them. The man replied that they said they were extra people and to give them rooms. He looked at Kate and Sean and said that the two of them could go and say hello to the master. Sean answered affirmatively. Chloe whispered to Sean and said that when she returned, he should find them a couple of ships. The guy asked what to look for. Kate answered ships. She said that while the commander was looking for Clara, they would try to find more ships. Sean agreed. The voice said that he would look. Someone walked straight and said that the girl in the white cap was going to room 25 and the remaining two to room 7. Human slave farm. In this place, as the name suggests, human slaves are raised. Some for heavy physical labor, some for special skills, and some are used as tools for entertainment. This is how these people are divided, and each of them is sent to be sold in some city. However, most people who do not become slaves are defined as human meat and sent to slaughter. If a person wants to become a slave, he must show that he is significantly superior to others in some way. The guy looked away in fear. The commander walked past him. Competition for survival, a place very similar to the wild. Chloe called the hero. He answered. She said that until she orders otherwise, let him protect Mike. Oliver answered in the affirmative. The girl thought that in this place, perhaps, that people should be feared even more than zombies. The man said yes, this is the 7th room, and let them go in there together. The voice agreed. Chloe looked at them and thought, well, everything will be fine. She continued the thought that, however, where could Clara be? Mike and Oliver entered the room and people looked at them in surprise. The man said who they were and that this is the 7th room, let them leave. Mike answered with a smile that they had come to save them and that he would gradually explain everything to them. He widened his eyes in surprise. The man held the girl by the hair and said that they had come to save her, they said. Mike asked in shock what they were doing. The man looked at him questioningly. A voice called people. The grandfather turned around. Someone continued that he was now. The girl was sitting and crying. Mike thought in bewilderment that there was some strange atmosphere here. The man threw the girl and she screamed. Someone asked that they had been brought here additionally. Then he said that it seemed that since they were here for the first time, they did not understand something and that he would teach them. The man hit Mike, who asked what he was going to teach. The guy fell to the ground. The man held him by the hair and said not to talk nonsense and to listen carefully, and that from now on they obeyed him. Then he said that if they were entrusted with something, let them pass it on to him, and not to tell anyone that they were better at something than others and whether they got it. Mike was shouting, what was he talking about now, and that he had said that they came to help. The man swung and said that he was a bastard and that his mouth was full of holes. Someone's foot hit his hand. The man looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The voice apologized. Mike's eyes widened. Oliver said that he should kill this bald man. The man standing in front of him was furious and could not believe his eyes. He insisted that the boy had completely lost his mind. Mike decided to intervene and said that people should never be killed. The bald man rushed to the attack. He assured that he would never spare the one who insulted and humiliated him so much, even if that person was a child. After swinging and hitting Oliver in the face once, the man didn't notice any reaction. He couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't understand how his face was so hard that his hand actually hurt after the hit. The opponent looked at Oliver in horror, not understanding who he was. The guy decided to respond in kind, but Mike asked him not to hit him with his fists, but just to flick him. The bald man was very surprised to hear this. He asked again, but the guy put his finger to his head. After a strong flick, the man flew back, turning over several times. Blood gushed from his nose, and he screamed in pain and shock. A few meters later, he hit the wall. Laura was horrified when she saw it. Emily looked at the man who hit the wall in surprise and opened her mouth. The opponent himself didn't understand what was happening. He opened his mouth in surprise. Mike stood in shock, realizing that it was just one flick. He was afraid that the others might come running to this sound. A creature in a police uniform entered the cell and asked what was going on. Mike realized that this was impossible to do because they had not even found the person they were looking for yet. They also had not been able to find a way to save the people, and they would have to fight again, unfortunately. The policeman looked at the man and asked what he had done again. He grabbed the prisoner by the clothes and lifted him up, saying that he asked him to stop causing him problems. The man began to deny it, saying that he had been misunderstood and that it was not he who had made the noise. The guard noticed that his interlocutor was a very slow-witted person. He needed special treatment. He dragged the prisoner into the corridor and slammed the door loudly. The man continued to insist that it was not him and asked for mercy. Mike realized that this was the first time he had ever experienced this. They were very lucky that they got rid of these problems so easily. Still, the guy did not understand what kind of special treatment there was for those who created these problems. He thought that he shouldn't be killed for something like that. Mike came to his senses and told Oliver that he shouldn't be upset about this situation because it was all his opponent's fault. The guy looked back and asked what he was talking about, but Mike decided that he didn't need those words. The guy started going through versions of himself in his head, not understanding how he could explain this situation. The girls stood and looked at them with delighted faces. Mike was very worried, but decided to explain his abilities anyway. The old cellmate threw himself at his feet and fell on his knees, asking him to save him. The guy didn't understand what he wanted from him. The old man burst into tears and said that he couldn't work anymore. He explained that at this rate he would soon really be sent to the slaughterhouse, so he asked to be saved first. Mike was very confused and surprised to hear about such a request. Laura sat down next to the old man and asked what he was doing. Mike continued to stand in surprise and bewilderment. The girl did not understand what the old man wanted to achieve, but most likely he just wanted to survive alone. The interlocutor burst into tears and said that he was offered to become meat, but the girl asked him to forget about it because she was not raising this topic. They think that they have some kind of power. Mike continued to watch their conversation and thought about how they had been living like this until now. In his opinion, life, even such an awkward one, is better than becoming human meat. The guy gathered his strength into a fist and asked the old man not to worry because no one will die here. The tearful grandfather looked at him and asked what he meant. Mike said that he had already said this once, they were here to save them. He stated that they would definitely help them escape from this place. The guy asked if Chloe was new here because he was going to teach her the rules here. The girl agreed and said that he could take all her work, and if necessary, he could add on top. She sat down in the corner with the radiator and said that in that case she would rest. The guy was confused because he did not understand how she knew about it. Chloe thought that the atmosphere here was exactly as she expected. The guy in front of her was happy that he would soon not end up in the slaughterhouse, and she thought that she should not rejoice over such trifles because soon they would all be free. Still, the primary task was to find that person and only then move on to the escape plan. A voice came from the loudspeakers repeating that it was time for people to work. It demanded that everyone go to their workplaces and report this to those in charge. Chloe understood that some movement was about to begin. However, she heard some familiar notes in this voice, or perhaps she imagined it. Some voices were heard behind the prison gates. Mike did not understand why he got such a difficult job, because he had to carry heavy things. The guards told them how to work and how to carry logs. The guy couldn't figure out if he would even have time to find that person. Mike wondered what kind of job Oliver had. He could only think that it might be even harder than his, but he still hoped that it wouldn't ruin his mood. At that time, the guy was sewing clothes on a sewing machine. The prisoner showed him how to work and asked him to try it himself. Oliver deftly moved his hand forward, not noticing the needle, and blood was everywhere. The prisoner demanded that he stop and remove his hand first. The guy didn't listen and continued to split his hand until it bled. After some time, he was seated on a bench nearby so that he could watch and not interfere. A girl sitting nearby asked how his hand was. Emily opened the package and said that she had a bandage for such a case. She offered to stick it on him. It took more than one thing to stop all the bleeding. The girl finally finished and said that Oliver was pretty badly hurt. The guy looked at the place where his hand was bandaged and said that he didn't need it. Emily didn't understand what that meant because if she left everything as it was, he would bleed to death. She looked down in confusion and asked his name. Oliver looked at the girl in surprise and after a minute's pause answered his name. Emily was very confused and excited. She recognized something familiar in that name and said that she had something to talk to him about. The girl thanked the guy for giving them their jobs back. She told him that the bald man had taken almost all of their cases, so they were afraid that they would end up in a slaughterhouse. Laura came up to the guys and asked what the girl was doing there. Emily was not ready to meet her there and was very scared. She ran up to the woman and introduced her to Oliver. According to her, Laura was very nice. The girl said that this woman was the only one in their cell who cared about her and quarreled with that bald man. Laura did not understand why Emily was so happy now. The girl ran up to the guy and thanked him again for everything. She showed him the note in her notebook with a compliment written on it, with great embarrassment. Oliver did not get the hint and continued to sit with an indifferent face. Emily could not stand the embarrassment and ran away, saying that they would meet in the cell later. Laura did not understand what had happened to her. The girl sat down on the same bench with the guy and asked if the atmosphere in their cell was unusual for him. Oliver showed obvious indifference to this, but the interlocutor continued to insist on the atmosphere in their cell. According to Laura, the atmosphere in other cells is very difficult because there is a lot of competition for life here. She said that in their cell, of course, there was that bald man, but even he was better than all the others. She thanked the guy for making life in the cell easier. She asked his name because the girl said it quickly and unintelligibly. Oliver looked at his interlocutor without any emotion. The girl was quite good-natured to him. The guy did not like this mood of the people around him, and he decided to leave. Laura asked what Emily wrote in his notebook, but Oliver did not answer, but only continued to leave. The girl did not understand what was happening to him. Perhaps she said something wrong. The guy continued to work and again put his other hand under the needle. The prisoners demanded that he stop and leave here because he did not know how to handle this equipment. Chloe continued to search. She thoughtfully looked around, not understanding where that person could be. Sports and work areas opened up in front of her. She even inspected the punishment cell for the whole day, but she still did not find that person. Chloe thought that a big problem was brewing, and she could have missed something. Perhaps the woman had already left. She realized that if that was the case, things couldn't get any worse. The loudspeakers announced the end of work for the day. The man on the loudspeakers demanded that everyone clean up their workstations, get ready to go back to their cells. Chloe thought the voice was quite familiar. She felt something she had never felt before. All she could think about was that it could be Clara. In fact, it was her. Clara was using the loudspeakers to ask everyone to report to those in charge and leave their workstations for the day. The guy came into the cell and said that he had also done a great job today. Chloe asked him if he knew where these announcements were coming from and where she could go to meet this person. The guy was very surprised by this question and suggested that perhaps it was from the overseer's room. Chloe asked if they had any work, at least for anyone in this room. The guy asked what she meant, since there was only one vacancy there, cleaning. The girl was very surprised by this coincidence. The guy immediately jumped to another topic, asking when she would give him her number. According to him, the girl promised to give him her job. Us said that he could work for her only if he got the number. Chloe realized that she still needed that number. She apologized prematurely and hit the guy in the face with her fist. Her cellmate fell to the floor and she said that she would apologize for it later. Taking the guy's number, she left it lying on the floor. Chloe looked around and put on a cap to cover her face, looking around for the guard's room. In the corridor, the girl met a sleeping guard. She asked him if she could come in, but there was no answer. Chloe was outraged by such serenity because it seemed that they thought that it was not necessary to guard people at all. The girl opened the door and entered the room, thinking that she hoped to meet Clara here. She looked at the chair where the girl she knew was sitting. She was very happy to see her and could not even imagine that she would become a guard. Chloe called out to Clara. The girl, turning around, was very surprised to see her. She burst into tears and remembered. Clara rushed to hug her with tears in her eyes, not understanding whether this was a dream. Chloe asked her what had been going on lately. Clara said that she had been caught during her research and had tried very hard to do this and that to survive. According to her, at some point she had simply become a warden. Chloe was surprised to hear about it. She only calmed her interlocutor down and said that now there was no reason to worry because now they could escape together. Clara was very surprised to hear about the escape. She said that it was impossible to do that. Chloe did not understand what her interlocutor was saying. Clara, with tears in her eyes, said that it was impossible to escape from here. Laura attracted the general attention of the camera. She was holding a notebook in her hand and suggested that everyone else not just sit around doing nothing, but just get to know each other better. The girl suggested that each of those present write down their wish in it. The guys were, to put it mildly, not delighted, except for Emily. Laura said that since nothing was stopping them in this room now, they could start by getting closer. Emily ran forward saying that she liked this idea, and Mike was lost in thought about whether he could afford to relax like this. The guy came to his senses and realized that he hadn't even really been able to talk to Oliver. He realized that this was just the right moment and he wanted to listen to his story. Mike told Laura that he liked the idea and Oliver also agreed. The girl suggested that the old man play with him. She asked him not to sit silently all the time. The guys all sat in a circle and took notebooks in their hands. Oliver asked Mike what he needed to write here. The guy was puzzled by this question. He suggested writing whatever just came to his mind. It could be a simple wish that he wanted to fulfill and a short explanation about it. Oliver asked if this was also an order. Mike smiled and said that he could perceive it as an order. The guy looked at his notebook and thought about it. Mike turned around and saw the guy writing. He was glad that he wanted to tell them something. Laura looked at those present and asked if everyone had finished. She suggested that the old man tell his story first. The grandfather came to his senses and realized that he had just been called. He looked carefully at his notebook and said that he wanted to see his own grandchildren. The old man said that after the world had changed, he had never seen them. Of course, he really wanted to see them at least once before he died. He burst into tears and said that he hoped that they were at least just alive. He insisted that he himself was a great loser and could not come, but only sat around causing everyone problems. Laura listened to his story with interest. Then she said that they all understood everything and everything was fine. The girl looked at her notebook and suggested that the second one speak. Emily prepared herself to hear an interesting story and was happy. Laura said that her wish was to cook food. Mike was surprised to hear about such a wish. The girl said that in the last few years there were no people or zombies around whom she could trust. She said that she just wanted to meet good people together someday and have a very tasty meal. Mike burst into tears. He thought that all his cellmates were very kind and he would definitely help them all escape from here. Laura suggested listening to Emily. The girl with happy eyes said that she had a dream to get closer to one person. She looked very embarrassedly towards Oliver. The guy looked back at her as if he did not understand what she was talking about. The girl, burning with shame, said that she just wanted to get closer and that's all. Mike looked at her in bewilderment. Laura suggested listening to him now. The guy did not expect that it was his turn, so he asked Oliver to tell before him. The girl happily appointed Oliver next. The guy looked indifferently at his notebook. Mike was eager to hear what he had finally written. He noticed that the boy had written a whole sheet of paper. Oliver started talking. He said one phrase, that he wanted to die. Laura was shocked to hear this. The boy said that it was all for his mother. Once upon a time, he was little and stood in the cold. His mother was taking pictures of him and asked him to look straight into the frame. The boy was very happy, but one cold winter day, he killed his mother. Then he shared with her who he had greeted that day. He talked with particular passion about being friends with many guys. His mother was happy for him and praised him for the fact that, apparently, he would be able to become president in the future. Little Oliver was very happy to hear this and asked again if such an option was really possible. His mother dispelled his dreams and said that this was, of course, impossible because greetings alone were not enough for this. The boy was outraged that they had made such a joke about him. The woman continued walking, touched by her son. She was glad that some people were having fun making fun of each other. Suddenly, she started coughing. Oliver asked if she was okay, but the woman replied that she seemed to be choking from laughter. The boy was still indignant that they were making fun of him. His mother said that it was just funny. Oliver looked at a passerby who was also coughing and repeating into the phone to his interlocutor that he seemed to have a slight cold. Then he was very surprised. His mother asked him to go home alone because she would come soon when she finished work. The boy wished her a safe journey and said goodbye. The woman continued to cough heavily, not understanding what was happening to her. That day, Oliver noticed something strange. Then, as always, he simply walked his mother to work. But for some reason, on the way back, it seemed to him that they would not see each other again. A little boy called out to her. The woman turned around, asking what he wanted. Oliver said that he would also go with her. His mother worked in a food truck. After giving her next order to a customer, the woman turned around and saw her son's displeasure. She asked him if she had done something wrong. Oliver denied everything, but she still did not understand why he was staring at her. The boy said that he himself did not know what was happening to him because he had a strange feeling. The mother asked Oliver if he was bored just sitting there. The boy answered that he was fine. The woman laughed and said that her son was quite cheerful. She told her son that when he was with her, he gave her more strength. Oliver was touched to hear this. In fact, he was very bored sitting there. The rare customers all looked alike, and the surrounding sounds made him sleepy. Still, he liked this time. It was boring, but he really liked this quiet time with his mother. Another customer asked him to count. The woman turned to her son. This was the most wonderful time. Oliver really didn't want it to end. It always did. The woman started coughing hard, not understanding what was happening to her. She squinted, not understanding what this strange cough was. Suddenly, she couldn't take it anymore and started falling. Oliver dreamed of always being with her. He remembered that day for a long time. The boy ran up to his mother and started asking her how she was feeling. The woman insisted that she was fine. She said that she just didn't feel well today. Oliver immediately suggested that she call the hospital, but she refused. Mom said that she just had a slight cold, so they would go home a little earlier today. She insisted that after a long rest she would be fine, but Oliver didn't really believe it. Mom tried to calm her son down and said that she was fine. She just felt a little dizzy, that's all. That same evening, the woman was cooking dinner in the kitchen and cutting vegetables. She was happily humming songs. Oliver looked at her from afar and realized that perhaps everything really was fine with her. He was glad that the problems were finally gone and decided to rest. Already during dinner, Mom asked the boy if he liked his food. Oliver beamed with happiness and said that he really liked her food. Mom nodded affirmatively and thought about it. She suddenly remembered something and went into the hallway saying that she had prepared a present for him. Oliver was impatient to find out what it was. The woman emerged from the corner holding a school uniform. The boy was very happy. His mother said that they had always received donations of old clothes before, but for the first year of school she wanted to buy some herself. Oliver was eager to try them on and asked if he could do it right then. His mother handed him the uniform and told him to try it on right there. The boy stood there happily in his new uniform. It turned out to be quite big for him, but his mother probably didn't find that a big problem. Oliver was beside himself with happiness. When he was going to bed, he decided to fall asleep in these clothes. His mother was puzzled by her son's behavior and asked if he was going to sleep in them. The boy said that they were a gift from his mother, so he would definitely sleep in them tonight. The woman was a little puzzled, but suggested that they eat something before going to bed. Oliver agreed with her. It was already past midnight. A voice announced that it wanted to bring something to someone's attention. This was a special message about the real situation. At the moment, a biological threat has arisen in all of Korea, so under no circumstances should you leave your home, and you should also try to avoid contact with people outside. A voice asked all the citizens to immediately take shelter in a safe place. This sound came from the TV. Oliver woke up and called out to his mother. He asked why she turned off the TV, but the woman was no longer on the bed. The woman continued to cough and stood with bowed legs right next to the sink. The boy asked if she was okay. He asked what kind of blood was on her bed, maybe she was not feeling well. The woman turned around, and her face was disfigured, and the color of her skin had changed completely. Oliver was shocked to see this. He asked if this was his mother. A strange creature in his mother's body pounced on him and knocked him to the floor. It bit through the boy's skin. Oliver did not understand what was happening and demanded an explanation. He cried. The boy screamed. After some time, the zombie tore its head from his body. Oliver was crying. He begged her with all his might to stop. It was pitch black night. Having reached another mark, the clock rang. Oliver woke up from this sound and became stuporous. He did not understand what happened. He did not understand where his mother was and what was happening to him right now. His clothes were torn, and there was a whole pool of blood nearby. The boy looked at the clock in surprise and assumed that it was probably a dream. He plunged into thought because he felt better. He decided to convince himself that it was definitely a dream, because in his opinion, his mother could not turn into such a monster. She thought that his mother would always be with him. The same monster had already pounced on him again. Oliver was shocked to realize that this was not a dream. He started screaming again, and the monster pounced on him and knocked him down. The boy began to scream because it really was not a dream. He demanded his mother to stop, but suddenly, with one movement, he threw the monster right into the far end of the room. Oliver was very surprised by what happened to him now. He did not understand what kind of power was born in him. The boy looked at the wall into which the monster crashed. He screamed in fear. Oliver ran out into the corridor asking for salvation. He ran down the street barefoot, not understanding what was happening now. He thought that if this was not a dream, then for some reason he was still alive. The boy did not understand what happened. Looking into the distance, he was plunged into shock. The city was destroyed, some buildings were beveled or burning. Oliver did not understand what it was and what happened to this place. Zombies came out from around the corner. The boy looked in their direction. They looked like his mother. Oliver decided to hide under some debris to hide from their sight. He did not understand what was happening and who these creatures were. Seeing two survivors, he looked at them and started listening to the conversation. They were two guys who were very scared because they had no idea what was going on. One of them demanded to quickly search the internet for information about this. The second one, opening his phone, said that he had not found any data at all. The interlocutor asked if it was possible to become a zombie from a bite. Oliver was shocked to hear this, but the guy replied that he had already been bitten, but he still had not become a monster. A crowd of angry monsters rushed at them. The guys started screaming and asking for help. Oliver, with fear, covered his mouth, watched as the zombies dealt with them. Suddenly, another strange figure appeared in front of his face. This monster scared the boy very much. He ran in fear very quickly in the opposite direction. The zombies rushed after him to bite. One of them knocked the boy to the ground and prepared to bite. After biting his hand, Oliver tried to hide from them. He asked his mother to come and help him. The boy demanded that the zombie go away from him. Moving forward, it tore off his arm, leaving it in its mouth. It ran further and further. Oliver cried, not understanding what was happening to the people around him. Stopping somewhere in the corner, he crouched down, clutching the wound. The boy continued to cry, blood gushed from his shoulder. Suddenly, the tissues began to grow together right before his eyes. A few seconds later, his arm was completely restored. He screamed that it hurt him to feel this. Oliver screamed for his mother to help. A second later, a woman appeared right next to him. The monster in his mother's body looked at him. She moved again to bite the boy. Oliver recognized it as his mother, but asked her not to. He put his hands forward so that she would not bite him. The boy continued to ask her to stop. Oliver cried hard and closed his eyes. He called his mother a monster and demanded that she go away. Straining even harder, he released several bones from his body right in her direction. They pierced the woman through and through, and she fell to her knees. Oliver, with his eyes closed, continued to ask her to stop. The monster could no longer move. He said the boy's name and stretched out his hand. The zombie in his mother's body moved straight towards him. He hugged his son and asked for forgiveness for everything. Oliver did not understand how this was possible. The boy asked his mother if she could hear him. He woke up again, seeing that he was in his house. Next to him on his bed was his bloody mother. However, this was not a dream, and she was a zombie. His hands were covered in blood. He himself was shaking with fear and did not understand what was happening to him. Looking at his mother, he asked if she was alive. Oliver began to retreat from fear and eventually hit the wall. He denied that he killed her. The boy could not believe it and covered his mouth with his hands. Of course, he did not want to believe it, but he could not. He could barely hear the remaining voice of his mother. It turns out that he killed him. His own mother. Oliver fell to his knees and cried loudly. A strange man entered the house, throwing his shoes at the threshold. He looked around, saying that he had definitely heard a sound. Looking into the dark room, he saw a bloody corpse. The man shouted for his boss to look here. The strange creatures outside looked at him. The man said that he had brought them food. According to him, their guesses were true and he really was inside. The creatures began to examine Oliver, saying that the man was really useful. The main one said that he was about to go to another area, but they could regret it if they had not entered this house. He decided to lift the boy's head. According to him, this was necessary in order to know the face of the one they were eating. Having lifted the boy's head, the boss of these zombies was horrified to see that he had some kind of strange fishy look. He laughed and said that it seemed that he was very scared. Oliver began to come to his senses and asked what they wanted from him. His thoughts were intertwined with each other, and all he asked was to kill him. He kept saying that he killed his mother. The zombie boss did not understand what he was mumbling and said that they would kill him anyway, even if he begged for mercy. He lifted him higher and said that today they were kind because he was in a good mood. According to him, before this they were the most ordinary zombies, but suddenly their memory returned to them unexpectedly. The boss said that an unexpected power flowed to them. Some guy on the side said that it was absolutely true, because ordinary zombies can't even talk properly, unlike them. The boss confirmed his words and said that they had become stronger, smarter and taller. Apparently, they had simply evolved. He said that today they were in a good mood, so they would kill him as he wanted. With one blow of his hand, he pierced the boy's chest. A second later, the zombie pulled his heart out. The partners praised their boss and called him very cool. The guy said that he looked a lot like that killer from the movie. The boss thanked them for the compliments and said that it was very cool. The boy apologized to them again. The zombie looked at his victim with apprehension. Oliver asked to kill him, but they did not do it. He asked what they did to him. The boss was shocked to see this. He himself was holding the boy's heart in his hand. The guy jumped back in fear, not understanding what was happening to Oliver. He asked his boss to kill him quickly so as not to cause unnecessary problems. The zombie immediately agreed with him and swung his fist. Having hit him right on the head, the zombie wished him to die. Oliver flew away from them from the blow. The monster claimed that there were still plenty of strange little people in the world. The zombies decided to leave, because after what they saw, they even lost their appetite. The boy remained lying on the ground. The guy asked his boss if he had torn out his heart. The zombie looked back warily and said that it seemed that he had torn out something else. Together they noticed how Oliver began to get up. The zombies did not understand how this was even possible. The boy's eyes were burning, and he asked them only one thing: what were they doing to him? The monsters were very scared and began to back away, saying that they did not understand who this boy even was. Oliver continued walking towards them, asking for a kill. He demanded that they finally kill him already. In an instant, he jumped up and quickly headed towards the boss. Grabbing Togo by the head, he turned it very hard. The boy demanded that it be done this way. He wanted to be killed this way. The boss's head flew to the side. Oliver raised his hand in rage. He began to hit him even harder and harder. The boy insisted that he should be killed this way. There were tears in his eyes, and he himself was in furious shock. The two remaining zombies looked at him in surprise. Their boss was gone, and blood was spilled around. They decided to run away from the strange boy. Oliver continued to come to himself, disfiguring this zombie more and more. When the boy finished, he looked at his hands. He realized that he was in great pain, but he hit him. Suddenly, Oliver remembered his mother and realized that she must have been in even more pain than he was. The boy stood over the corpse of the zombie. Memories of that day penetrated his head. His mother gave him a new school uniform. It seemed that now he lost consciousness. Oliver stood there looking down and thinking about his mother. Finally, he decided to leave. All he said was an apology to his mother. Oliver left, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He told her that this was how he abandoned himself without a purpose. Day after day, for several years. He had wanted to die before that moment, but alas, he had not succeeded. Max looked at the boy in horror. The old man and Emily were also horrified to hear this story. Silence reigned in the room. Mike realized that it was not because they were scared or because of any other emotions. They simply did not even know what they could say to comfort Oliver. Laura was the first to say that she was sorry. The boy looked at her in surprise. The woman continued talking. In her opinion, he looked very pathetic. Mike was horrified to hear such words. Oliver asked again what she meant. Laura said that she did not understand why her interlocutor had to die. According to her, the boy does not understand his mother's feelings at all. Oliver was interested in her words, but he was not going to be moved by them. Mike tried to resolve the situation because everything was approaching a conflict. Oliver interrupted him with his question. He said that his mother died precisely because of him, so he, of course, should die paying for it. The boy did not understand whether he was thinking correctly or not. Laura insisted that his words were absurd. She said that if she were his mother, she would not like his current appearance at all. Mike asked Laura to stop talking like that. He was surprised, but Oliver got up from his seat. The boy approached the girl and asked her not to dare to speak so unceremoniously anymore. Laura indignantly asked the boy if he knew why his mother apologized then. The girl got up from the floor and wanted to know what, in his opinion, the meaning of this was. She began to list the things that his mother could possibly apologize to him for, that she bought too big a uniform or cooked too little food. There was indignation in her voice. Oliver became wary and asked her to stop talking like that. Suddenly the building shook violently and the guys fell into a stupor. The old man did not understand what kind of earthquake was happening. Mike realized that this was a complete disaster because he needed to get Oliver under control as soon as possible. No one knew how this could end. The guy asked the boy to stop. He continued to repeat that this was his order. Laura looked at her interlocutor again. She said that the boy looked as if he had no feelings, but it seemed that this was not true. Laura explained that she said only a few words about her mother and he already had such a reaction and he got very angry. She continued to say that Oliver actually continued to think about his mother like no one else. She did not understand why he wanted to die. Laura told him that his death would not bring joy to his mother. According to him, his mother would not be happy if her son died for her. Oliver threatened that if she said anything like that again, she would pay for it. Laura did not think of shutting up and continued talking to her mother. The girl said that his mother knew that he would live exactly like this, so she asked him for forgiveness. According to Laura, she apologized for the fact that now the guy has to live alone without a family. Oliver looked ahead thoughtfully. Laura addressed him in a calm voice. She asked the guy to finally let go of the mother who remained in his soul. The girl decided to remind him of something else. She said that this is the only apology he can show his mother. Oliver thought about it. They were similar. The guy drew a parallel and realized that the girl standing in front of him looked like his mother. He realized that perhaps she was talking to him now. Mike looked at the ceiling and realized that the vibration had finally stopped. The guy did not notice how Oliver went to the farthest corner and sat on his knees. The old man was surprised by what had happened, and he didn't understand if it was because of that boy. Mike wanted to explain everything to him, but he didn't have the words. Oliver continued to sit in the corner. He was thinking about something and vehemently denied it. Clara continued to say that escape was absolutely impossible. She insisted that in order to get out of this place, they would have to kill the officer. The girl said that she didn't know the reason for this, but a protective field was installed along the entire perimeter. She said that it didn't react at all when entering, but it was impossible to leave here so easily. She thought that it was somehow connected with that officer. Clara said that in any case, they would have to fight her, and it was hard to imagine what losses they would have during this. According to the girl, she didn't even know the exact structure of this place, so even an exact plan of operation was problematic. Clara explained that although she was called a brilliant scientist, even she could not find a decent way to escape from here. Chloe cut her off, explaining that she had assumed it all. Clara was very surprised. Anna was standing at the table, looking at the map, saying that it was impossible to escape from here. The girl did not understand how one could come to such a conclusion and asked again. The interlocutor continued to tell that it was highly likely that one of the officers was jealous of the slave farm. She assumed that zombies could not allow such a place to become a thoroughfare. Anna said that Clara probably did not know the internal structure very well either, because she had never contacted them in all this time because she was simply trying to survive. Anna concluded that it was impossible not only to escape from this place, but also to rescue other people. Chloe explained that this was what the girl had told her. Clara explained that such an answer was quite understandable. Suddenly, some sounds were heard in the room, and Clara began to pronounce strange words. Chloe asked what it was, to which the girl replied that she was apologizing to her alarm clock. Clara showed her the Palelli fish and asked if the girl remembered it. She explained that it was a device for temporarily erasing memory, and now he would also have an alarm clock. Clara put it in her pocket and said that her shift was ending soon, which is why it rang. Chloe was very surprised to hear about a shift and asked again what that could mean. The girls looked around and saw someone entering the room. She didn't know what to do. Chloe asked Anna what if it turned out that Clara didn't know anything, then how would they be able to escape? The girl asked her not to worry. According to her, even after the world turned into chaos, there were people like her in their entire squad. She explained that in any case, there would be people who stood for the truth. She said that they would be there too, the same people as them. A strange guy entered the room. He looked around the room and asked if they had changed the cleaner again. The guy asked the girl to finish her job, to which Clara invited him to the table. The girl's replacement sat down at the table and began to examine the red card. The guy reasoned that he did not know what to do, although the escape itself was not too difficult. Chloe was very happy to learn that this guy was also planning to escape here. She praised Anna in her head, realizing that she had thought everything through to the smallest detail in advance. The girl looked closely at the guy's image and asked if it was a plan of the farm. The shift worker was very surprised by such curiosity. Chloe immediately looked at her interlocutor and offered to run away from here together. The guy was very surprised to hear about this. He was clearly worried. She snatched the map from the table and began to examine it from above. The guy began to reach out, tearing the sheet from her hands, saying that she should not touch him. Chloe continued to look and think about where she could go. The guy became very worried and ordered the girl to finish cleaning, and if she had already finished, then she could quickly leave here. Chloe looked back in Clara's direction and asked what this was. The guy sitting at the table did not understand what was happening and who she was. He took the piece of paper from her and asked what she thought would happen to them if they were caught with this zombie. He said that they would all die. Chloe looked past him and saw some zombie enter the room. The girl grabbed him by the shirt abruptly. In one movement, she threw him on his back. The guy and Clara did not understand what she was doing. The guys did not understand what was happening and what she wanted. The zombie jumped up from the ground and did not understand what was happening, what this girl was doing. Chloe reminded him about the chin, but the zombie did not have time to react. Having struck this place, she told him to be careful with the chin. The zombie fell to the ground. The girl boasted that it was quite easy. The guy was speechless and could not formulate a couple of words. He could not comprehend that it was so easy to deal with a zombie. Chloe brought a fish to his eyes and began to erase his memory. According to her, she can handle even 100 untrained zombies. The girl shared that there is someone stronger than her in her squad. Clara asked who it was, thinking that she was talking about Anna. The memory erasure with the fish was completely finished. Chloe boasted about her successful completion of the task, since now he will not remember anything else. The girl asked Clara if she was right, to which the interlocutor nodded. The guy did not understand what he was seeing right now. Chloe turned around and asked him if he trusted her at least a little now. The interlocutor became worried, and the girl realized that it was not so easy to gain his trust. She began to think, because she had already decided before that her plan was very easy. The guy behind her agreed to cooperate. He said that he did not know anything about her yet, but had already planned an escape before. The guy said that since it turned out this way, it would be good if they had several people with superpowers on their team. He explained that if they avoided or even did not escape, they could still die, so it was at least worth trying. Chloe was glad to hear this. She said that it was easier with him than she thought. The girl laid out a map on the table and said bluntly that they were going to escape with all the people from here. The guy was shocked to hear this, because such a plan had not been brewing in his head at all. He asked Chloe not to talk nonsense, because there were too many people here. He explained that it would probably be better to take a few people with them and just escape. Chloe continued to insist on her own, because, in her opinion, if they did not save everyone, then there was no point in escaping at all. The girl apologized again for her threatening tone, asked to trust her anyway. The guy did not understand what gave her such confidence. He understood that these could not be just empty words, judging by how easily she dealt with that zombie. He seriously doubted whether he could really trust her. Chloe approached him and asked where the escape route was. The guy with an imperturbable face answered that they could go through the main passage. The girl was surprised. According to the zombie interlocutor, they were not even considered cockroaches, so there was no serious security there. In his opinion, the escape route would not be a problem for them. He noted that the biggest problem was fear. The guy said that people here were extremely afraid of zombies, and no one would want to escape in his opinion. The guy thought that everything was obvious here because they would die as soon as they encountered them. He said that even if everyone were offered an escape, no one would agree to it, and the main reason for this fear was the officer. Chloe looked at the map again and asked where this officer was. The guy, surprised, decided to ask again, expecting another question. The girl said that people could still defeat zombies, they just needed to show them. She believed that they would have to defeat this officer in any case to get out of here. Chloe suggested going straight to him. The guy was shocked and very excited. He thought that he had gotten himself into the wrong thing. He thought that this girl was completely crazy, like her friend. The next morning, the control room announced the start of the workday and ordered everyone to get up. Meeting with the officer is not that difficult. Last night, an official order was received to find those people who killed the paladin. It is quite certain that tomorrow, before the start of work, all the zombies will gather together, and the officer should definitely be there. Frederick watched the workers from above, thinking about the fact that he was very bored. The place where people and zombies gathered should become a place where fear will disappear from all people. The guys were very worried. Mike was also beside himself. Only Oliver, as usual, looked ahead with an indifferent face. Chloe asked to start. Some guy rested against her back and asked her to go faster. He was indignant that Chloe was not moving and said that there were people waiting behind who also needed to go. The crowd didn't understand what was happening ahead. The same guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder and demanded to go faster in a commanding tone. Chloe screamed if the man could hear her and if he could send the ship to the main gate. The girl asked to drive it to where they entered and now they would exit from the other side. Kate and the guy looked into the distance, recognizing the commander's voice. The girl quickly ordered her teammate to move the ship and quickly pack their things. The guy agreed and began to act, noting that their commander's voice was thunderous. The surprised crowd did not understand what was happening. People thought she was crazy and realized that she was screaming loudly enough to attract a lot of attention. The zombie approached Chloe and asked what was wrong with her. He did not understand why she suddenly made such a noise. With one movement of her hand, the girl slammed his head against the wall. Frederick noticed this. Chloe realized that it sounded funny, but going out through the main entrance turned out to be the best way to escape from here. The girl said that what was about to happen to everyone could be considered the result of their arrogance. She declared that from today on the zombie era was over. People did not understand how it could happen that an ordinary fragile girl had finished off a zombie. The crowd doubted whether she was really a human at all. Frederick decided to go down to fix the problem. The girl exclaimed when she saw the officer. She asked everyone to move away because they could accidentally fall under his feet and die. Finally, she appeared in front of the officer. Frederick was angry because she had just finished off a paladin and now she had come to deal with him. Chloe noticed that it seemed like her interlocutor had a persecution complex. She said that she had come to help people escape from here and he had just ended up here by accident. The prisoners were surprised to hear about the escape. They thought she was talking nonsense because, in their opinion, it was impossible. A dilemma arose in the crowd because she had just killed a zombie with one blow. She might actually be able to help them though. Officer Frederick asked everyone to be quiet. He called everyone present biotrash. He was irritated by their constant talking and he was angry. Chloe, watching this, realized that it seemed to be true. This zombie in front of her was the very horror that had taken over this place. Frederick angrily asked, was he going to help people? He stated that her impudence made her say this to his face on his territory. In his opinion, if the girl could defeat one paladin, it should not inspire self-confidence. He said that even among officers there are different ranks and, apparently, she will have to learn this. Chloe smiled and said that, of course, she would like to know about it, but it seems that he took the wrong object for instructions. The officer did not understand what she was talking about. The girl said that she did not kill this paladin at all. Oliver appeared behind Frederick, who swung at him. The blow was very strong. The girl, sighing with relief, said that she trusted this guy. Chloe turned to the crowd and addressed everyone. She demanded that they all run together to the main gate now. People were very hesitant about this escape because they could die on the way there. Mike creaked from the crowd and supported her idea because they even knocked out Frederick with one blow. The guy proudly declared that he would run with her. More and more people began to join the runners. The zombie guards did not understand what to do because they could not catch up with them. One of them ordered to stop the people by any means necessary so that they could not get out of here. The grate began to descend to the floor. Chloe was locked in one room with several zombies. The guy said that he did as she told him, but he is still not sure that she can really handle them alone. The girl is sure that one is enough here, and the guy can go to the others to help with the escape. His cellmate called out to him and asked him to leave as soon as possible. The guys ran in the opposite direction, leaving the girl locked in with the zombies. The guy asked if they could be trusted because at this rate they could finish her off. The interlocutor noted that he was not entirely sure from the very beginning either. He said that she had a very confident voice. According to him, it somehow very strangely made him trust her. The guy realized that after her phrase, it was as if a new era had begun. So it seemed to him. He said that even if they had not appeared, he still planned to escape from here one day. Still, the time of escape came a little closer. The zombies looked at the girl, not understanding if she was in her right mind because she was the only one. It seemed that she was going to finish them all off. Chloe answered that, of course, their number was quite large, but behind them were the lives of many people. She took a fighting stance and said that she would fight to the last, and none of them would get through there. Frederick looked at the guy in surprise. He did not understand who Oliver was. The zombie assumed that he was one of the leaders since he was on that additional ship. The guy answered that this was not so. Frederick said that some cretins appeared who were talking nonsense about their era. He asked the guy what he thought. Would everything be as easy as they said? Oliver noted that he did not know this because he was not even interested. Frederick angrily asked why he had climbed forward then, because he could stay with everyone else, not knowing where he was going. Oliver replied that it was impossible. The officer grinned angrily. He pounced on the guy, asking him to stop talking nonsense. Frederick demanded that he get out of the way before he killed him. With one blow, Oliver knocked the zombie out. Having turned over several times, Frederick stopped and turned around. He was shocked by such force. The officer felt severe pain in his stomach. A second later, Oliver decided to attack. Frederick was not ready for this. The boy hit him again. Due to a special blow, the officer's eyes were cut into two parts. The zombie screamed in pain and grabbed his face. Oliver continued to watch his torment. One of the zombie's eyes flowed out completely. He did not understand what it was and why he felt an insane pressure, as if all his insides were ready to obey him. Frederick seemed to have felt this pressure somewhere before. A second later, the boy's face appeared right in front of his eyes. He remembered how he entered his house to eat. It was this zombie who dragged the boy to his boss. He realized that it was the one who was standing in front of him now who asked to kill him, but all attempts were futile. The zombie remembered his furious, crazy look. He remembered how afraid he was when his heart was torn out, and Oliver still continued to live and ask for death. The officer asked if they had met once before. Shock was visible on his face. He laughed hysterically. It seemed like he was crazy, talking about the fact that the boy had finally come. Perhaps he considered him his teacher. Oliver did not even understand what he was talking about. His current personality now can only be called lazy. That would be an accurate expression. The day the zombies appeared, he encountered horror for the first time and realized that he had to be stronger to survive. He did everything to survive. He became stronger and stronger until one day he reached the officer's place. He said that he had become too strong. He was no longer able to feel fear, so his life lost interest. From that day on, he even tried to buy branded things and other luxuries, but his life no longer acquired the same interest. However, right before his eyes he appeared again. The one who once again gave him fear. It was he who made him stop stronger and stronger. The officer asked to give him this feeling again. He asked to make his life scary and interesting again. After another attack, the boy responded in kind. After a couple of blows, the officer could no longer control his actions. He went straight into a pile of stones that flew around. Having finally found a worthy opponent, he decided to fight him again. Frederick knew that he could not be in a better state. The zombie sent a brain towards the boy. Oliver jumped high into the sky and swung a vine. With a special attack, he was able to damage the man standing below. Frederick realized that his opponent was on a whole other level of strength. At this rate, he could actually die. When the attack stopped, Frederick called the guy cool in his head. He jumped high into the air to attack his opponent again. It seemed like he wanted to show him something. He said that among humans, there are those who have superpowers and there are zombies like them. Spreading his wings in mid-air, he said that he calls them special. His ability to fly was activated. Frederick sent a rain of scarlet arrows from his wings straight towards his opponent. Oliver remembered his own and with one snap of his finger sent a lot of bones towards him. The zombie said that such nonsense would not defeat him because he was floating in the sky. The officers noted that it seemed like his teacher was also a big joker. Oliver stood in thought, looking at his flying opponent. He crouched down. A second later, flying up on a stream of blood, he found himself in the sky. Having hit the zombie several times, he was pleased with himself. The guy grabbed his opponent by the hair. He decided to bring him down to the ground and with one swing of his hand sent him there. Oliver quickly headed towards the fallen man. Frederick seemed to try to dodge his blow. The officer noted that his teacher seemed to be able to fly too. He continued to laugh hysterically and insist that he exceeded his expectations by far. A second later, the guy was behind him and with one blow sent him to the ground again. Chloe watched them fight. She was shocked to realize that Oliver could fly. The girl, being excited, activated her scanner. Blood was coming out of the guy's foot under high pressure, and it looked like he was flying. She noted that perhaps he was developing his abilities, as if imitating the officer. Clara met the girl, asking if she had finished sorting out the inside yet. Chloe briefly thanked her interlocutor for her efforts. According to her, there were quite a lot of zombies there, but they had absolutely no abilities, and she dealt with everything. The girl said that in any case, while Oliver was fighting Frederick, they should put all the people on the ship. Clara obeyed. The girl continued to tell the prisoners to run in that direction to the end of the road. Mike stopped, seeing that their path was blocked. The guy shouted to the commander that there were several zombies at the main entrance. The guards were not at all happy that the people decided to run all together. A girl jumped up behind them. Kate knocked them to the ground with one blow. She asked if they were late or not. The guy did not understand why so many prisoners were running in their direction. Kate said that they left the ship at the main entrance. Chloe was glad that the guys arrived to help on time. The guy standing next to her did not understand who they were. The guys continued to rush everyone. Laura asked why Grandpa was not running. The old man asked her to wait because Emily had disappeared somewhere. Laura was very scared when she realized this because Emily was right behind her. It seemed that she had gotten lost somewhere. The girl asked the old man to run with everyone else, and she went to look for her. The battle was in full swing. Frederick was trying to attack the guy. He cut off his hand. Oliver looked at the place of the old hand with cold blood. A second later, he sent a couple of bones in his direction from this hole. The officer clearly did not expect such an attack, so he was not ready. Having knocked his opponent to the floor, Oliver continued to attack him. Suddenly, the officer fell right in front of Laura. She did not understand what was happening here. The girl was very surprised, realizing that Oliver was flying right in front of her. The guy turned around and asked why she was here. The girl could not put a couple of words together, but the guy demanded that she leave. He said that it was quite dangerous here and once again insisted on her leaving. The officer, climbing out from under the ruins, cried out in surprise. He asked his teacher what was happening. The shell flew right past Oliver's head. Frederick began to mock the guy, smirking at his weak expression. Laura did not even have time to react as she realized that a shell was flying in her direction. She realized that it was too late to act. Her last chance was Oliver. At the very last moment, the guy turned around and looked at her. Right in front of her head, he put his hand out and the projectile hit him right. The girl was shocked to see a pile of blood. Blood began to spurt from Oliver's hand. Frederick was sitting on the ground and was surprised by this. The girl asked if he was okay. Lowering his head, the protagonist looked at his hand. Oliver grabbed Frederick by the collar, who asked what it was and what this meant to him. The protagonist jumped into the air with him. The surprised girl looked up. Dumbfounded, Emily ran to her and called her. The girl clarified where Emily was. Surprised, Emily said that he was unable to escape with everyone else. The frightened girl asked what all this was. Dumbfounded, she wondered what they did to him if he was promised special treatment. The protagonist hit Frederick in the chest, causing him to scream. Oliver hit him on the head with a bone. Frederick mentally noted that he felt like the protagonist was hitting harder than he had in the beginning. He was hit in the face and wondered if he had hit a sore spot. Frederick started to fly away from the powerful blow. Oliver jumped into the air after him. He sent a lot of punches at him. The protagonist was right in front of him. He punched Frederick in the gut. Oliver punched him in the face. He continued to punch him, throwing long series of punches. The protagonist held his arms in front of him. Vines began to bind Frederick's body. They wrapped around his neck, causing him to choke. Oliver held him by the throat. Frederick's eyes rolled back in pain, dumbfounded. His legs were cut off, causing blood to spurt out. Oliver's face was calm. Frederick's face was dripping with sweat. The protagonist, in midair, let go of him. Frederick began to fall to the ground and think, in his soul there was hope, maybe he could defeat him. He fell to the ground, after which a huge cloud of dust rose. Lying on the ground, stunned Frederick came to the conclusion that today he would definitely die. Oliver rushed at him. A grin appeared on Frederick's face. He began to scream with a mad look that it was an honor for him to spend his last battle with him, and thanks to him he got to this place. So now it would be nice to die. Frederick cried out with a satisfied look so that Oliver would paint the last seconds of his boring life with bright colors. The main character said that he would not kill him. The wounded Frederick asked again what Oliver said. Frightened Chloe screamed that all the people were able to escape and he should finish and go to them. The ground began to split, and Oliver noted that the woman said to beat him hard, but not to death, but only so that he would knock him out. Frederick started coughing up blood and thinking that usually others die from such blows. Frederick was lying on the ground and trying to move. Stunned, Chloe asked if Oliver was really going to knock him out. Frightened, Kate ran up to the guys and said that the protective barrier had disappeared and that they could now leave. Chloe ordered Mike to go and follow the people. Turning around, Chloe screamed that they would deal with the remaining zombies. Evening had come. The guy stretched out his hands and asked if everyone had taken their things. Sitting on the bench, the guy said that he couldn't even imagine that they would really escape. Oliver was dragging a tied Frederick along with him. He threw him on the ground in front of Chloe. She said that she didn't think he would deal with him so easily. The girl was surprised by what was happening. The protagonist's face was serious. He walked past the girl who turned to him. She watched him go and thanked him. Oliver turned slightly and said nothing. The girl said with a sad look that it was time to let go of his mother, who remained in his soul. The protagonist silently looked away. Looking down, Oliver clarified whether it was true that she told him to let go. Looking at the beautiful sunset, the protagonist asked how he should live now. The girl was surprised by these words. She asked him with a serious look to find a way. Looking at the tall building, she said that after the world was filled with zombies, no one could live like before. Looking at the old man, the girl said that people were just trying to survive somehow, looking for relatives who may already be dead. Kate stood next to the tearful man. The girl emphasized the fact that people pray for tomorrow to be happy and they are just desperately surviving. Looking at the protagonist, she said that they do not live because they have hope, they live to find this hope. She asked him with a serious expression to also find something that could be his hope. Chloe was surprised by these words. Mike started to run and said that this was why he wanted to die so much, although he still did not understand it. Mike, dumbfounded, noted that it seemed to him that Oliver wanted to find a reason. Chloe listened to Mike silently. Mike said that he needed to find a reason why he should live, even without his mother by his side. Chloe approached him and addressed the protagonist. Standing behind, Chloe said that she would be honest, that she thought of him only as a tool. Surprised, Chloe noted that she accepted him to them only for their purpose and thought that there was no point in expecting more. Looking at Oliver, she said that if he wanted, she would think of him as a real member of their squad. She looked at his back and asked if he wanted to die now. Looking down, the protagonist answered that he did. The boys looked at him with a dumbfounded look. Chloe took the peak of her cap and accepted his answer. She started to walk away and said that Oliver had done a great job. Looking at the sky, she ordered everyone to get ready to leave and move faster. Mike watched Oliver while his friend started to leave. The main character reasoned that in a world full of chaos, it is difficult to define what hope is, and his happiness can become someone else's misfortune, and someone else's misfortune can bring him happiness. So everyone holds on to only their own hope. Oliver began to turn around. He began to follow the boys and noticed that people began to move forward. Frederick opened his eyes and Chloe asked if he was awake. She said with a smile on her face that they needed to talk about something. The ship was sailing on the sea under the night sky. Many people were sitting on the chairs. Kate was furious when she saw Sean sleeping. Frederick, tied up, looked at Chloe and asked if he should tell her everything he knew. He looked exhausted and said that he understood why they hadn't killed him and wanted to squeeze any useful information out of him. Frederick looked away and asked what he should do. Looking at Oliver, he asked if they could make a deal, noting that sharing the information with them would do him no good. Chloe seriously suggested that Frederick didn't understand, adding that it wasn't a deal. Mike began to emit a pink aura. He used hypnotic words and commanded Frederick to laugh. Frederick's face turned red and he began to smile. Sitting in front of him, Chloe stated that even if he didn't want to talk, they had many ways to get what they needed from him. And anyway, his life depended on them and they could use him and then dump him without regret. Frederick said with a forced smile that he understood everything and asked him to take this smile off. The girl began to laugh at this. She covered her mouth with her hand. Frederick emphasized the fact that he was going to tell everything anyway. Taken aback, Chloe asked him again what he said. Frederick suddenly frowned. He looked at her and noted that he was silent not because of his comrades and simply wanted something else. He sat opposite Chloe and said that zombies were of no use to him now. On the contrary, they were more useful to him. Chloe asked what use they were. A satisfied smile appeared on Frederick's face. He looked at Oliver and noted that they had someone funny. He noted with an embarrassed look that he would never forget their exciting fight with his teacher. Chloe asked him to stop beating around the bush and clarified what he wanted. Frederick closed his eyes and began to laugh. He smirked and asked to be taken into the crew. While tied up, Frederick said that he would do whatever Chloe ordered if he was taken into the crew. Chloe asked why and what benefit he would get from it. Looking at the protagonist, Frederick emphasized the fact that he could be near the teacher and that would be enough for him. Taken aback, Mike asked what he was thinking, noting that he was just talking nonsense because he wanted to live. Chloe looked at him intently and stated that, as she had already said, they could get the information regardless of his desire and his offer would be of no use to them. Raising his head, Frederick said that she was smart. He asked if they had pulled all the people off the island and what they would do next. The ship continued to sail through the sea. Frederick asked if they would spend their whole lives sailing the seas with all that crowd of people, adding that they would soon run out of fuel and if they got close to land, they would run into zombies. Frederick narrowed his eyes and suggested that they might survive, but they would condemn the people they had saved to death. A dumbfounded Chloe thought he had hit the nail on the head. Sitting in front of her, Frederick told her that there was another island near Orak and that people could be safely hidden there. He asked her how she could handle that and whether she knew that such an island existed. Frederick, looking pleased, said that what she didn't know couldn't be extracted with questions and that he could only tell her that information of his own free will. A frightened Mike cried out that even if it was true, he couldn't agree, because that fool had killed at least several hundred people. Chloe sat opposite Frederick and agreed to his terms. She stood up and noted that in exchange, he could no longer count on human flesh and she would constantly watch him. Frederick noted that a top-ranked zombie did not necessarily need to eat human flesh to survive. Looking down, Chloe asked to take them to that island, adding that they would finish their conversation there. Mike listened to her with a surprised look. Chloe apologized, noting that she understood his feelings, but everything he said was true and it seemed that this was the best way for them now. Mike watched her with a frightened look. Chloe asked not to worry so much, noting that if necessary, the fighter Oliver could kill him at any moment and now in such a state he would not be able to do anything. Looking away, Mike wondered how it was possible with zombies. Looking at Chloe's back, he noted that the commander was never wrong, but still sometimes he was tormented by doubts. Crossing her arms, the girl asked how Frederick created this barrier on Orak. He replied that she would find out everything once they got there. The ship sailed to a small island. When they got to the shore, Chloe asked if this was the island Frederick had talked about. He replied that it was true. Standing on the ship, a surprised Kate asked if it meant that they shouldn't have trusted Frederick since he was a zombie and an officer. Mike watched them silently. Frederick said with a displeased expression that if she looked under the tree, Chloe's eyes began to glow green and she asked if he had deceived her, adding that she had even ignored the opinions of the squad members by accepting him. Frederick, taken aback, wondered if she had been hiding her true power until now. He looked at the stone and noted that if she pressed on that stone, she would understand everything. Chloe approached the stone and pressed on it. The island suddenly began to sink under the water. They fell deeper and deeper. Chloe saw a huge underwater city. Frederick looked at her and asked if it was true that such a scale would be enough for her people. Chloe asked if he had created this place. He replied that it was not so and that he had found it by accident. He looked down and said that judging by the buildings, this place was created a long time ago and he could not imagine how it was created, and it was not clear why. He just came there sometimes to have fun. Holding her face, Chloe said that in any case it would be enough for them. Frederick turned his head and asked why she had made the teacher capture him if she was hiding such great power. Chloe listened to him silently. Frederick emphasized the fact that she alone was enough to defeat not only him, but also other officers. Looking away, Chloe replied that she could say that there was a good reason for this, and also that she was not as strong as he said. Stunned, Frederick thought that she was definitely at the level of the teacher or even higher. Standing on the island, Chloe asked how to get back up. Frederick replied that it was enough to simply press the stone again. Stunned, Kate asked what it was. Chloe came to the guy and ordered him to settle the people in their homes. The guys were shocked. They saw a huge station. Anna crossed her arms and said that she did not know what was there, but it was not bad for a new base. Kate asked how Anna got there. Anna's face was very unhappy. Chloe, smiling, said that Anna appeared there earlier than she thought. Anna bit her head and asked if Chloe could not think of a safer way. Chloe said that she had no choice and this was the best she could. Adjusting her glasses, Anna said that she would endure it since the operation was successful, the officer was caught, and Clara also returned in one piece. Confused, Clara wondered if the commander was worried about her. Anna thought with a serious expression that it was good that the weapons factory had returned. Chloe looked at Oliver, thanked him for his efforts and asked what he had done with the ship they had sailed on. The protagonist answered with a serious expression that he had simply thrown it away and returned. Looking at the base, she suggested that they rest before the next meeting. Clara looked around the room with a happy expression. The guys were delighted. Chloe stood in front of Anna and pointed at the cap. Mike looked at Oliver with a smile on his face. Anna stood in front of the team and said that first of all she wanted to thank everyone for the success of the operation to liberate Orak Island, and thanks to them they had several trophies. She imagined an underwater city and stated that from now on they would use this place as a base and call it the Government of Inevitable Destruction. A picture of the institute appeared in her head and she noted that the research institute would naturally become their headquarters. Holding her wand in her hand, Anna suggested that they wanted to take a look around, adding that they could do that quietly later. She cried out with interest that they would begin a briefing on what they would do next. She pointed at Frederick and asked if he had said that the location of the leader of the Scarlet Squad was unknown. Frederick replied that this was true and that he had never shown himself to them, and most likely the other officers did not know where he was either. Raising her hand above her head, Anna said that they could only follow his information now to destroy the Scarlet Squad's base. She introduced the boys and said that the 5th star was Monica, the 4th star was Sarah, the 3rd star was Chester, the 2nd star was Jessica, and the 1st star was Jim. Holding her wand between her fingers, Anna noted that from now on, they would begin the real hunt for officers. She picked up 2 flasks and announced that their first targets would be the 5th star Monica and the 4th star Sarah. She presented a map and explained that the place they were holed up in was a city called Changwon, which was also called a zombie training camp. Anna explained that it was heavily fortified and that there were many strategic military materials inside. Holding the flasks in her hand, she emphasized the fact that this made it a difficult target, but if they succeeded, they would have a great military base, which is why these 2 were chosen as the first target so that they could take over Changwon. Anna stood in front of her comrades and said that they needed to become a strong unit that did not necessarily rely on Oliver to succeed. The protagonist pulled his knees up and sat silently on the floor. Anna emphasized that even if Oliver died one day, they could continue to preserve human civilization. Holding onto her cap, Chloe wondered if that would happen when he could die. Raising her hand, Clara asked how they would deal with the consequences even if their mission was successful. Clara asked if they would be attacked if the other zombies found out that they had captured Changwon. Anna adjusted her glasses and said that everything was fine and that was why they had chosen Changwon. She presented a cannon and told them that in Changwon, At the approach to the city, there were defensive weapons called superclusters. She imagined how these cannons fired and told them that there was also a high defensive wall there, as well as various strategic military devices, so it was not so easy to break into this city. The tied-up Frederick said that this was true and he himself did not know the reasons, but Changwon. Frederick, dumbfounded, said that by order of Jim's first star, the city had been transformed into a totally protected city where ordinary zombies could not break through. A dumbfounded Kate asked how they could get into this protected city. Holding her hand to her chin, Anna said that she needed to think about it. Looking at Oliver, she thought that she didn't need to worry too much about how they would break through. Holding the flasks in her hands, she said that in any case, this mission might look like an attempt to paint themselves into a corner, but if they succeeded, it would be their best achievement. Clenching her hand into a fist, Anna noted that they would defeat the two officers and take over Changwon and begin to expand the human domain from there. She stood in front of the boys and said that they would form a society where humans could one day live without zombies. Mike, with a serious look, clarified that if this was a lie. Crossing his arms, he noted that they would believe Frederick, go to Changwon, and there would be other zombies there ready for them. Enraged, Mike cried out that this seemed crazy from the very beginning, and how could anyone think that just to be near Oliver, he would give out information that would harm his allies. Frederick looked at him and asked why this was crazy and couldn't he betray the zombies, and wasn't Mike too dismissive of his love for the teacher. Frederick noted that he had given them very useful information. Looking up, he assumed in his mind that Mike was right. Watching the protagonist, Frederick noticed that he didn't just want to be somewhere nearby, but wanted to fight again. That's why he was there. He calmly wondered how he could fight again in such a state. Chloe, with a serious face, asked Mike not to worry, adding that they would go on reconnaissance before the operation began and it would be easy to check whether Frederick was telling the truth or not, and if it turned out to be a lie, they would come up with another plan. Opening her eyes, she said that she was not going to just trust him and was just considering the most reasonable options. Mike was taken aback by this. Holding her chin, Anna said that this was all for today and that they would not begin the mission for at least a couple of months, and she wanted to ask them for something in the meantime. The crowd of rescued people began to disperse throughout the settlement. Anna said that she would like them to select those rescued from Orak Island who could be useful to them, noting that there was still enough time, so she would like to increase their military forces, and this was one of the reasons why they saved them. Raising her hand, she said that in any case, this was all for today. They would see each other at the next meeting to discuss the operation. Chloe went to Oliver and offered to talk for a while. Sean was surprised. Frederick was tied up in the room. Looking at the screen, Clara said that it was amazing that even a computer worked on the seabed. She asked where the electricity came from. Clara thought with a serious expression that it was not only surprising, and even if we assume that there could be a village on the seabed, where did this research institute get such information from? She looked at the white ball and noticed that there were also inventions and a protective wall on the island of Orak. Looking at the pink projection, Clara reasoned that these technologies were hundreds of years ahead of what was created before the zombie era, and technologies were created that were superior to those that existed in the destroyed world. A drop of sweat ran down Clara's face. She wondered who and for what reason created these technologies and inventions. Chloe approached her and asked if she had a minute. Chloe showed a knife and said that it had an effect of slowing down the speed of the protagonist's recovery, so she would like her to create a weapon that could finally kill him. Oliver's face was calm. Frightened, Clara asked if Chloe was asking her to create a weapon to kill a person. Chloe handed over the knife and noted that she understood that it was unpleasant for her to hear, but that was the reason why the protagonist decided to stay with them. Holding the knife in front of her, Clara asked if what she would create would not be a weapon for killing, but a weapon that would give Oliver hope. The protagonist stood next to Chloe, who replied that it was exactly that. Looking at the knife, Clara said that she would then disassemble the knife. Turning around, she asked Chloe to come to her for a minute. Clara began typing on the keyboard and said that she had found the materials the knife was made of by accident, so she had not known what it was before, but this computer had information about the materials. She saw an image of a flower and said that the flaming flower was the material she had accidentally used to create the knife. Clara pointed at the flower and said that the flower was found after the zombie era began, and the flaming material obtained from it could be added to metals, thereby increasing the strength of ordinary metal by several dozen times, as well as creating compounds with special properties. Chloe was surprised and noted what that meant. Clara was dumbfounded and said that if they had a flaming flower, they could create a weapon not only to kill Oliver, but for various other purposes. Chloe asked if it was possible to find out where these flowers were. Clara was taken aback and said that there were marks there. Holding her face, Chloe wondered if the only question was who would follow them. She asked with a serious expression if she could ask the protagonist for something. Oliver jumped into the air. The plot takes us to the morning of the next day. The protagonist was flying in the sky, holding Kate and Sean and talking about the coordinates of the desired location. Looking at the map, Kate said that Clara had marked the location on the map. They were flying over a forest. Looking at the map, Kate said that these were the Chingsong Mountains. Sean was feeling sick from the flight. Frowning, Kate wondered why the commander had sent the three of them together. She supposed that she and Oliver would have been enough. Walking through the forest, Kate said that their current mission was to find the flaming flower. Looking at the sky, she said that they weren't sure where it was yet, so they would have to search for a while and that they would try to find as much as they could today. Sean suddenly felt sick and covered his mouth with his hand. He started to run deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of Sean. Scared, Sean cried out that it was a zombie. Kate was suddenly surprised. She examined the corpse of the zombie and wondered what kind of paint was on it. Standing in front of the corpse, Kate guessed that there was a person with superpowers nearby. She suggested that they investigate the tracks, noting that if this person lived there, maybe he knew about the flaming flower. Pointing his finger to the side, the main character apologized. He saw the second corpse and asked if it was a child. Taken aback, Kate asked what it was. Beads of sweat were running down Kate's face. The plot tells us that at that moment one thought flashed through her head that the bodies of a zombie and a human and the incomprehensible paint on their bodies, if there was some kind of superhuman there, then he could be very dangerous. She examined the corpses. The guys were very puzzled. People were sitting on the ground in fear. Kate's eyes widened and she thought that if there was some kind of superhuman here, then he could be very dangerous. The guy said that if you think about it, there were rumors, to which the girl looked at him and asked what rumors. Two silhouettes of people appeared. The guy replied that there was a crazy scientist who was going to unite zombies with a human. Looking down, the guy said that maybe this experiment was going on somewhere nearby. Looking at him, the girl asked if the story was too absurd and seemed to have nothing to do with all this, to which Sean replied that he thought so, but it was the first time he saw something like that. The guy said that a man and a zombie were lying next to each other dead, and also some strange paint, to which Kate opened her eyes in surprise and said that then maybe it would be better to return to the base. Wide-eyed, she thought that no, it was impossible, let him pull himself together, after all, she was in charge of this operation. The girl asked in surprise that she should take control, to which she was answered that yes, he could definitely trust her. Looking at her, the girl said that yes, and she was no longer the youngest of them, so she could probably carry out the operation with full responsibility. Hearing that he would trust her and wait, Kate thought about it. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that the commander believed in her, so she could not just return like that. Walking straight ahead, Kate said that they would try to move forward first. It was unclear, of course, what had happened, but it was still not connected with their goal. Frowning, she added that everyone was waiting for her, so they needed to quickly find the flaming flower and return to the base, and Sean confirmed, to which the girl thought that it was cool that she was with them. Standing near the fire, the guy said that he had prepared everything for their sleep, and she thought about the fact that they had not found anything. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that they had been looking all day, but not only could not find the flaming flower, but they had not seen any flowers at all. Maybe it had already disappeared from the face of the earth. She started hitting the ground, thinking that the devil and her abilities are only enough for this. Tomorrow she will find him at all costs, even if she has to move mountains, and the guy asked what she was doing. Lying in the bag, Kate said that okay, first they will sleep, then they will think, to which Sean said that the hero should also sleep, and he will stand guard first, to which the hero replied that everything is fine. Surprised, asking again, the girl said that by the way, and she had never seen him sleeping, and Sean asked that he was not tired at all. Looking to the side, Oliver said that how can I say, he does not get particularly tired, and in general cannot fall asleep. Looking at him, Kate said that it was surprising that he answered so kindly, and the guy asked that then he does not have to stand guard, to which the hero responded approvingly. The girl thought, looking at the hero, and the guy thanked him. Kate opened her mouth slightly and thought, wow, that's too much. The hero was looking at the fire, and she added that he was already indecently strong, and he didn't even need to sleep. The girl fell to the floor and thought, but she had fallen even when she met the paladin, and she couldn't do anything from fear. Kate stood by the fire and added that she had done nothing on the island except wait outside, and hadn't taken any action. The girl pointed around and asked what was going on here. While thinking that it was the same thing today, the commander had believed in her and trusted her with control, and she had only just managed to get lost. Looking up, the girl sighed. Looking at the sky, she said, but she had decided that she would definitely become a hero. A burning building appeared. The man in the closet was screaming to be saved. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked to be saved. Suddenly the door opened slightly, and she exclaimed. The man in the suit asked if she was okay, if she was hurt, and called her to come with him. The girl looked at him, and Kate thought that the way she saw him in her childhood. The rescuer carried the girl out, and she added that for her he undoubtedly became the image of a hero. The girl smiled, and she thought that from that day on she dreamed that one day she would become like him, an amazing hero. The man hit the man, and Kate thought that, but now she was not as strong as the commander and could not make decisions quickly. The girl stretched out her hand forward, and Kate added that she was not as smart as the commander of the headquarters. Clara smiled, and the girl thought that, in addition, she did not know how to make anything. Having covered herself, the girl thought that she was pathetic, and what kind of hero would she be? Hearing a scream, the girl asked in surprise what it was. The girl, sitting on the ground, asked for help, and the zombie said that the little one was right in the mountains. If he ate her, no one would even notice. Swinging his hand, the zombie said that he did not believe his luck. Suddenly, Kate hit him sharply. The zombie asked what was going on, and Kate asked if she was okay. Holding his face, the zombie said that it was still clear that such a small girl could not be alone in the mountains. Did she decide to drive them into a trap? And Kate asked again. The woman in the shadows asked what and what was this. Rushing forward, the zombie said that in any case, thanks that now he did not have to look for anyone. Holding the book in her hands, the girl replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. Activating the acquisition of knowledge, Kate said that she, hitting the zombie on the leg, she added that she was not the person he was looking for. Suddenly, the girl jumped up sharply. She struck the zombie with her knee. The woman looked in surprise. Kate swung her leg. The zombie cowered, defending himself. The girl thought he had managed to shield himself, her eyes wide. Kate hit the monster with her elbow. He grabbed her neck and said that she was not an ordinary person, just as he had heard, and she thought that he had not passed out even from that. Rushing forward, Sean shouted that there she was and why she had to run away alone, to which she exclaimed. Looking at the girl, Kate told her to run to the side, to which she responded. The girl started to run, and the zombie asked where they were going. Throwing a stone, he asked what and how they dared to ignore him so brazenly. Kate, frightened, asked him to wait and turned to the hero. The hero was silent, listening to him say that he should save her. He could not hear her. The girl opened her eyes wide and wheezed. The stone scattered around the girl. She fell to the ground. Someone shouted her name. Approaching her, the zombie asked and what she was doing, decided to shield the little one with herself, said that it seemed that the rumors were lying after all, there was nothing special about her. Taking the girl by the head, the monster asked what they were doing with her, said that they should not worry, he would deal with them too, just let them wait. Someone shouted for the hero to save the girl. Looking straight, Oliver said that it was impossible. He was told not to help her, to which the guy asked again. Looking at the girl, the zombie said that he should quickly take him to where there were people, and she asked again. Someone said to open the pallet. The monster's head was cut off. Someone said that it was Yellow Usher. The girl fell to the ground and asked in surprise what. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The woman looked straight, and the girl said that the heroine of their village came to the rescue. The girl hugged her and said that these people saved her, to which the heroine asked, "Wow, so she wasn't hurt." Grinning, the woman said that she was grateful for saving a child from their village. Her name was Bella. She was a heroine. The girl turned around in surprise and thought about whether heroes even called themselves that. Standing in front of them, the woman said that it seemed like they were hurt, asked if they wanted to go to the village, to which Sean asked if they could. Looking at Kate, the guy suggested going to rest. The woman asked again in surprise, hearing that everything was fine. Looking down, the girl said that they had other things to do here, to which Sean asked what she was saying. The woman timidly mumbled. Bella smiled and said that it was a pity, they seemed kind and strong to her, so she wished them to remain unharmed, to which the guy asked to wait. Turning around, the woman said, "Well, they'll go then," and Sean said that they need to heal her wounds, to which Kate replied that everything was fine, thanks to the bag. The wounds were not serious, however. The monster's head was lying on the floor, and the girl said what was there, to which Sean asked again. The guy asked again in surprise, hearing that it did not look like the body they saw in the morning. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that she was somehow suspicious. Looking to the side, the girl asked that he had a radio, for starters with the hero. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard what those words meant, to which he asked what kind. Turning back to him, Kate said that he was ordered not to help. What nonsense. To which the hero replied that the woman in the cap said not to help, and she clarified that the captain said it. Kate said angrily that, and yet, she was almost finished off. How can you do it silently? Looking ahead, the hero thought that he didn't. Turning around, the girl sighed heavily. Taking a step forward, she said that okay, she didn't need his help. Frowning, the girl thought that she could handle it alone. Sean said in amazement that they should go together. It was heard that their heroine, today she also saved a lost child, a real heroine. Walking forward, Bella said that they should quickly go home, it was already late. The woman shouted the girl's name, to which she called her parents. Hugging his daughter, the father thanked the heroine, to which she replied that you are welcome, let them quickly take the child and go home. The man asked that she would come to the Blossom Festival if she came, to which she replied that of course she would come. Frowning, Kate thought how strange it was, they really treated her like a heroine, but it was even stranger that this was a village. They all ran away from the city. The guy exclaimed in surprise when he heard that he could see something sitting on a rock. The guy replied that it was okay. She had taken his binoculars. What could he see from here? To which she asked again. Peeking out from behind a tree, Kate said that at least approximately. Let him wait. The guy asked in surprise about what and what it all meant, hearing that in general, let them do as they please. The night sky appeared. Peeking out from around the corner, Kate wondered why she was walking like that. Was she really guarding the village? Suddenly the woman stopped. Hearing the question about unification, the girl exclaimed. The woman watched the running girl. Smiling, Bella asked what to just take and unify. Suddenly she turned around sharply and Kate covered her mouth. Looking to the side, the girl thought that to unite says and what? Two silhouettes appeared, and she added that really a person and a zombie. Rushing forward, Kate thought that she needed to quickly follow her. Opening her eyes wide, the girl thought that if she was that crazy scientist, she should stop her. A view of the house opened up. Someone said that blue paint. Leaning on the table, Bella said Freddy's name and asked to listen. The woman asked what she should do, to which the bird answered that let it do only good for her. Leaning against the wall, the girl wondered what those sounds were. Wasn't she alone there? It was hard to hear what she was saying. Smiling, the woman said that maybe she would get caught, but she would try to unite. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and wondered what she had said about uniting again. Kate knocked down the door sharply and thought that it was true. Someone had said something about a crazy scientist. Kate stretched out her hand and shouted that she would stop her. Bella laughed evilly. Falling to the floor, she shouted that she had found it. The girl opened her eyes wide and exclaimed. Closing her eyes, the woman shouted that she was strong and kind, and she was going to follow her anyway, to which Kate asked again. The door to the house was knocked down. Someone said what that meant. Looking at the woman, Kate asked why everyone considered her a heroine, to which she replied that she was. The woman cried and said that her ability was not particularly strong, but she had something similar to a super ability, so she accidentally defeated one zombie when she was passing. The woman looked at the children in surprise and then said that suddenly people began to call her a heroine, and it was very burdensome for her. Bella opened her eyes in surprise and said that she did not know how to fight, and she also defeated the zombie by pure chance. Smiling, she said that it was so strange. Throwing her hand behind her head, Bella said that they idolized her, and she herself, without noticing it, became arrogant. She knew how it happens. People threw her up in the air, and the woman said that all her life she did nothing but sit locked up and draw, and this was the first time she was given such attention. Sitting on the floor, the woman said that after that she wanted to stop playing the heroine, but it seemed that she had already missed the right moment, and people still believed in her, to which Kate replied that it was a lie. With wide eyes, Kate asked what did the word unite mean then, to which she replied that she wanted to be a hero with them, and Kate clarified that but who would talk about it like that. Pointing her finger at the woman, the girl asked what and why did they walk around the village, to which she replied that because she was worried that they would refuse her, and she clarified that in that strange smile, to which the woman replied that she had a habit of laughing in unexpected situations, to which Kate asked what and is that an explanation. The girl angrily screamed that in those bodies, they had seen the bodies of a child and zombies lying near the village. Lowering her head, the woman said that this was the child she could not protect. The view of the settlement opened up. The woman said that the village was hidden deep in the mountains, so both people and zombies rarely come here, but sometimes a few zombies still find this place. The woman stood near a tree and said that she was bad at fighting, so she set traps here and there and killed a few zombies. Kate looked at her in surprise, listening to the fact that but this, on the contrary, gave rise to rumors about the hunter-killer, and over time, the zombies became more numerous, and the number of people who could not be saved also increased. Holding her face, Bella said that and when she thought about leading people out of the village, she remembered that now everything around was teeming with zombies. It was all her fault. She succumbed to temptation. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought what this meant. Was she really a superhuman who knew nothing? Approaching the girl, Bella said that she also had a request, to which she asked again. The woman excitedly said that recently one zombie said that soon they would come for her from Changwon. The girl asked again in surprise, to which Bella replied that it would be difficult for her to resist them alone, so could they. Suddenly they both looked to the side. Pieces of stones appeared. Someone asked where she was. The man said that he should come out. The catcher is a killer. Raising her leg, the girl said that she was here. The people looked at her in surprise and said what was this? It was a zombie. Everyone was running away. Kate asked in amazement what the sounds were, and the woman rushed forward. The girl asked where she was going, to which Bella turned around and said that she had heard everything. A zombie had definitely appeared here. Hearing that she should go, Kate asked in surprise what, but she had just been so scared. Running out of the house, the girl said that he should wait. She was with her, and then asked where she had gone. The guy was surprised to hear what he was hearing. Let them quickly go there, to which he asked what was going where. The guy excitedly shouted what was going where. Yes, where? Well, where should they go? People shouted in fear that they were quickly running away. The girl used a star attack, and the woman exclaimed in surprise. Putting her hand to her face, Jane asked, "Okay, well, where is the killer catcher? And what was the point of her going so far?" Running quickly forward, the guy shouted for the heroine to save them. A sphere was flying behind him and Jane asked, "Well, what's the difference?" Putting her hand to her face, she said that if she kills people, the killer will come out. Waving her weapon, she shouted that it was fun. She couldn't believe that Monica sent her, an ordinary zombie, to do such a fun thing. Looking away, she thought. Bella was rapidly approaching her. Lying on the ground, the guy said that she had arrived. Looking down in surprise, the woman wondered what it was. Looking at the wounded people, she thought that some were still alive, of course, but most were dead. Kneeling down, Bella apologized for being late, to which Jane asked that it was her, really her. Raising her hands, the zombie asked why she was so late. She almost killed all the people here. Wide-eyed, the woman asked how dare she do this to the people of their village. Raising her brush, the woman opened the palette and thought about all the traps she had set up so far. A lot of paints flew at the zombie, and she added that they were activated and shouted about the rainbow. Bella angrily shouted that she would not leave it that easy. Kicking her in the head, the zombie asked why she was so rude. Looking at the woman, Jane said that she looked like, she was not mistaken, a hunter-killer. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Bella wondered why she was so fast. Many colors appeared, and the woman thought that all the traps she had set for months were just like that. Bouncing off the woman's head, the zombie said, "Well then." Doing a somersault, the zombie suggested having fun. Bella wondered at what point everything went wrong. Wide-eyed, she thought that the people of their village would forgive her. Suddenly she was covered in black paint. Jane exclaimed in surprise. Stretching her arms forward, she asked what is this, the end, and that's it. The girl was covered in paint, and the zombie asked that it was really possible to end everything so easily, said that she had deliberately attacked lightly. Swinging at her, Jane said that it was boring. Suddenly Kate stabbed her in the back. Looking at the woman, she asked if she was okay, to which Bella mumbled. Sitting on the ground, the heroine answered that she was okay for now, but other people. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought, okay, they were so late, they were all dead. Looking at the wounded people, she thought, no, there were quite a few alive. Running up to her, Sean asked what she meant. She wanted to follow her, what was going on, to which Kate replied that she would explain everything later, let him take her now. Grabbing the woman, the guy asked that a zombie appeared here, but why people from the whole village had gathered here, to which Bella replied that there was a flower festival here, because there are flowers that can only be seen here. Turning her head to the side, the girl shouted that they should leave quickly, explanations would come later. Standing behind her, Jane asked what and who she was. Suddenly, she swung her weapon sharply. Kate swung her fist at the zombie. The zombie smiled, looking at her. Suddenly, she jumped back sharply. The girl sighed heavily, thinking that she had hit her. Opening her eyes in surprise, the girl thought that if she had stretched out her hand now, she would have cut off her hand too. Grinning, Jane said that she was so quick and quick-witted, asked what could happen. She was a real hunter-killer. Looking down, Kate thought that even without a fight she understood everything. She would not be able to defeat her. For her now the best choice was to escape. Looking at the guy, she shouted for them to take the remaining people and leave quickly. She would also immediately follow them, to which Sean replied that he understood. The zombie exclaimed joyfully. Looking at the people, Sean asked who could move, said that they should support those who were unconscious, and leave together. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that a minute. The attack flew past the main character. People screamed in fear when they saw the beam. Kate looked straight ahead in amazement. Grabbing the weapon, the zombie shouted not to move. If anyone moved, she would immediately finish them off. Raising her hand up, Jane said that they were the head of the 3rd Defense Squad of Changwon. The zombie stretched her hand to the side and said that she and her cute sisters moved as if they were a single organism, a single one. Raising her leg, she added that they think together, act together, and for one attack, the damage from them is like from 4. Approaching Kate, she suggested playing an interesting game. People looked straight ahead in surprise, listening to how they would fight like crazy until one of them died. Kate, opening her eyes in surprise, wondered what was what. Smiling widely, Jane said that silence is a sign of consent, right? The protagonist thoughtfully looked away. The thought appeared in his head that he should do nothing. The captain said that it was true, if something happened, let Kate deal with everything herself, to which the hero asked what if she really died. The captain replied that in that case Kate's path would end there. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Someone said that they were starting. Chloe said that she still believed Kate's path should not end there. Kate dodged the attack. Raising her hand to the side, Jane said that it was cool. For the first time one of the people dodged her attack. Having delivered the attacks, the zombie said that it meant that she would probably dodge this too. Flying up, Kate exclaimed. Looking down, the girl thought that it seemed as if their fight was just a game for her, but why did she have the feeling that she was the only one attacking? Looking at the zombie, she wondered if she could defeat this girl. Having received a blow, the girl screamed in pain. Suddenly, another blow flew at her. Kate thought about the fact that fast and accurate attacks, but more importantly, the zombie spread her arms out to the sides, and Kate thought that they were flying from 4 directions during one blow. The girl crossed her arms, thinking that how the hell she was supposed to attack her, she had no idea. The guy exclaimed in fear, and Sean turned around to look at him. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that he would run away. Looking at him, the zombie asked, "Cutting him, she said that she told you that you cannot move." Kate turned around in surprise, and Jane said that she always knew that people are such idiots. With wide eyes, the girl thought that it was not the time to count crows. If she wanted to save people, she had to fight. Green smoke was studied from the books, and the girl thought that she had 3 books on techniques. She needed to use these books. Opening the book, the girl thought that she would find a way to defeat her. Putting her hands to her face, Jane said that they should just look at how her face had changed, and then asked that she would now show her the real her. The girl rushed forward, and the zombie said that she was impatient. The girl punched the zombie. Suddenly, Kate flew back. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that it would be great if she closed the distance. She couldn't throw knives. That would create an opportunity for an attack. Having hit her in the face, the zombie told her to back off. She couldn't throw beautiful knives. Falling down, the girl thought that it would constantly approach her, and when it confused her. Gritting her teeth tightly, she added that she would end this fight with one blow. Putting her hand on the backpack, Kate thought that her ability to receive knowledge with her whole body, of course, if you read, then knowledge is absorbed better, but still. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that even one touch is enough to receive it. Kate hit the zombie from her knee. Then she struck with her fist. Having struck many times, the girl thought that, and immediately, defending herself, the zombie said that she was fighting with all her might, and it was so cool, it was even a little hard for me. Clenching her fist, the girl thought that she was not paying attention. She would soon be open for a blow. Turning around, the zombie asked what was this, and Kate thought that now. Jumping up, the girl thought that she needed only one gap in her defense. Jane looked at her in surprise, and Kate thought that even if she used it, she could win. Having hit the girl in the stomach, Jane asked that she didn't think so, right? Blood came out of the girl's mouth. Throwing her aside, the zombie said how cute she was. Putting her hands on her hips, the zombie said that she decided to play with her a little, and she got so angry, well, it was a good try. Bending over, the girl wheezed. Her hands were covered in blood. She looked at them in surprise. The zombie approached the girl and asked how else they would play. Lying on the ground, Kate screamed for her not to come closer. Looking at Jane, the girl thought what to do, what should she do now? Raising herself, the girl thought that she needed to come to her senses, but she wanted to save people. Let her get up and fight, think how she could win. Gritting her teeth tightly, Kate thought that this was exactly what she had to do, but she was too scared. Suddenly, someone approached her. Looking at the girl, the main character asked what he could help him with. The hero said that he was told that if she asked from the heart, then he should help. Kate lowered her head down. She thought that for the hero it would be easier than easy, and he would not be afraid, like she was now, and he would also save everyone without any problems. The hero looked at her, and Kate thought that that would be the end of it. There was no need for her to become a hero. She remembered how she said that she would become a hero. The rescuer carried the girl away from the fire. The girl grinned and thought that someday she would become a cool hero like this man. Kate squeezed her fingers tightly. Looking down, the girl said thank you. Her head had cooled down a bit. The girl thought that after she grew up, she realized something. The rescuer carried the girl on his back, and she added that the feelings of adults and children are not so different. Kate froze and thought that just as she was scared, the man was scared too. Putting her hand on the book, the girl thought that in his work you can die at any second, and it is unknown whether you will be able to save people, such as the work where you need to save someone. The zombie exclaimed questioningly. The girl thought that the question was not how to do it. Green lightning appeared around her, and she added that it was necessary to do it by any means. There were even more lightning bolts, and Kate screamed loudly. Looking at her, the zombie asked what the new technique was, said that it was great. It seemed that she was regaining hope again. Sean turned to Kate in surprise. The girl's eyes lit up, and she thought that she had once thought of something like this. Flying books appeared, and she added that her ability, the ability to absorb knowledge. Blue lightning bolts appeared, and Kate thought that if she decided to absorb knowledge that did not exist in nature, what would happen then? Suddenly, Kate rushed forward. It was written about gaining knowledge. A huge beam was flying at the zombie. Stretching her arms forward, Jane screamed. Gritting her teeth, she writhed in pain. Suddenly, all the zombies fell to the ground. Jane looked in surprise at the huge explosion. With her mouth wide open, she wondered what this was. Even she couldn't stand it. Looking at Kate, the zombie thought where she suddenly got such strength from. She needed to get out of here before it got too hot. the girl's body began to stretch. Grabbing her shoulder, she thought that it seemed as if her body was about to burst. It seemed that this technique would not be used for more than 1 or 2 minutes. Looking at the zombie, Kate said that she needed to finish everything as soon as possible. Jane laughed and said that it was so much fun, and now she was leaving for home. Turning around, she added that she would leave people alive. Well, they would see each other later. Having cast a beam at her, Kate asked where she was going. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that such a fun game was played until the end. Her beautiful face. Gritting her teeth angrily, Jane asked if she had played too much. She thought she was running away because she was scared. Suddenly, the zombie ran at her and said that she just wanted to feel sorry for her. Kate parried the blow. The zombie's eyes widened, wondering what that sound was. Throwing her aside, Kate asked what and who asked her to feel sorry for. Jane slid along the ground and said that now she was really angry. Suddenly, she reached for her weapon. The zombie crossed her arms and said that she should remember that she would fight with all her might. A white beam appeared. Jane called a meteor shower on the girl. Kate looked straight ahead. Attack Wave is a fantasy novel based on the story of an admiral. In this novel, he uses the power of the wave flowing in his body to fight, perfecting the techniques that he enjoyed using in real life, and there are as many as 3 of these techniques. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl thought that in the first of them. Stretching her hand up, she summoned a pillar of mighty power. Pointing her finger forward, Jane said that they should pick up their dear stars. No, not repeat after her, but pick up the stars. Suddenly, blood started coming out of Kate's mouth. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl thought that she felt her body being destroyed from the inside. She should finish it with the next attack. Jane asked with her eyes wide open what it was. Running up, the girl used the second technique, and the zombie said that she could see everything. She was almost at her limit now. Stretching her hands forward, Kate called for a force wave to split. Jumping over the girl, Jane asked that she was right. Who would believe that she would use such an obvious attack, and who would it hit? Suddenly, all the zombies landed behind Kate. Laughing, the zombie asked how it was possible to use such obvious attacks all the time. Kate was attacking, and she added that her back was completely open at the time. Hearing that no, the zombie asked again. With her eyes wide open, the girl replied that she was just showing her. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Kate thought that the division of the force wave was a technique disguised as a retreat. The real admiral used the division to pretend that his army was retreating, and then lure the enemy into a trap, and then immediately used this technique in response. It was said about the third technique. The beams collided and flew at the zombies. Looking straight ahead, Kate activated the return of the force wave. Jane opened her eyes in surprise. The question arose, what is the hero? How can you describe the meaning of this word? A huge beam hit the zombie. A portrait of the main character appeared. It was said about great power. Bella looked ahead in surprise. It was written about endless glory. Many lightning bolts emitted from the beam. This is only a part of what a hero can have, but they cannot define his essence. The girl looked down. The hero sometimes acts, blindly relying on his faith so much that sometimes it seems stupid. Kate raised her head, but sometimes he has to risk his life for this faith. The zombie screamed loudly in pain. Her eyes began to blur. A huge trace of the beam appeared at that moment. People looked forward in surprise. The girl opened her eyes wide. Kate looked away. For someone she had already become a hero. The guy worriedly asked if she was okay. Sean turned to her in fear. The girl took a step forward. The flower moved slightly. Walking forward, the girl asked what was funny, wasn't it? Said that he wouldn't have to strain himself so much. Kate began to fall to the ground. The guy shouted her name. The flower began to bloom. Looking down, people said that there were flowers on the ground. Kate was lying on the flowers. The hero looked at her and then she asked why she looked pathetic. The hero froze, hearing this. Looking at the girl, he answered no. Kate said that she only wanted to ask him for one thing, to which the hero asked. Dawn appeared. The girl asked him to help her get up. The hero thoughtfully looked down. Reaching his hand down, Oliver answered yes. They took each other by the hand. The girl grinned slightly. A blossoming flower appeared. She thanked the hero. Leaning on the hero, she asked to slow down, said that she really was dying here. Running up to them, Bella asked that they were okay, to which Kate replied that oh well, and she was safe and sound. The woman burst into tears and said that now they should quickly go and rest, to which the girl replied that it didn't look like that, she should go and rest. Spitting out blood, Bella said that if it weren't for her, it was unknown what would have happened, to which the girl replied that she should go and rest already. The guy watched as the woman thanked her, and she answered that she should leave. Lowering his head, Sean wondered that Kate had suffered so much. Well, and what was he doing at that time? He was just bio-garbage. A lot of flashes appeared. Someone asked that these were the flowers they were looking for. Looking at the flowers, Kate said that there were many more than they thought, and Sean asked that she could give them all. The girl, looking at the hero, asked why they were so valuable, said that they didn't seem to taste very good, and that they weren't of any particular use. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl wondered what they had done. Kate's leader coped. Pointing to the side, the girl asked what he was worth, let him quickly pick them, to which Sean said yes, and the girl added that she was glad that they were useful to them. The sky appeared at sunset. A shovel was digging the ground. People were standing in front of the pits. Bella, Kate, and Oliver looked at the people. A pile of dirt appeared. Bella looked straight ahead with regret. In her head, she remembered how she was thrown up and shouted that the heroine, they had a heroine. Suddenly, she pressed her lips together. Kate looked at the woman in surprise. Pointing to the side, the girl said yes, and now they will go and put the village in order, to which Kate objected. Looking at the woman, she asked if they could temporarily hide somewhere else with the villagers, to which she asked again. Breathing heavily, the girl said that there was a safe place not far from here. The people turned around, hearing that they would soon return to save them, but first they should hide somewhere else. Sean, surprised, said why? Because even if it takes some time, they can move them all with Oliver, right? To which Kate replied that it would be a bit inconvenient. A view of the map opened. The girl said that in order to move them all, he would have to fly there and back many times, and if they were noticed during this, there would be immeasurable problems. Looking at the guy, Kate said that first they should return to the base and figure out a way to get the people out of here, to which Sean replied that it was clear. Looking away, the girl wondered what it was, why it seemed to her that they were sad. The man asked if there really was a safe place here, and the woman clarified that she would definitely come back. The girl smiled and said that they should not worry because they would definitely come. Looking away, Kate told Bella to take this, to which she asked again. Handing over the radio, the girl said that she would dial periodically, so let her try to protect people. Stretching her hands forward, the woman answered that she could not, to which Kate asked again. Folding her hands, the woman said that it was unknown how many more people there were, and she was not a heroine at all. Kate looked surprised, hearing that she trembled with fear every day and deceived everyone, and only chose the moment to escape more conveniently. Kate asked what and who then rushed to protect in the front ranks. The woman mumbled, hearing that she had rushed to them as soon as she heard the sounds. Kate said that of course, she had been shaking with fear every day and had lied, but had not run away. Putting the radio in her hands, the girl said that so let her protect them until they returned. Holding the radio in her hand, the woman heard that for the people of this village she would always be a heroine. She turned around sharply, hearing that for sure she had always protected their village and they had only survived thanks to her. Looking down, Bella addressed everyone. Leaving, she told them to wait for her a little, to which Kate asked where she was going. The blue sky appeared. Turning around, the girl said, "Here she is," asked where she had gone. Taking Kate's hands, Bella said that she was a heroine of the village and would definitely protect the people, to which the girl asked again. Running towards the people, the woman suggested thinking about where they would hide, to which Kate wondered what was going on and where she had gone and changed so suddenly. The woman raised her finger, and the girl said that it was better than when she looked lifeless and sad. Well then. Kate took a step forward. The crowd raised their hands joyfully. The girl smiled, looking at them. Bella smiled back at her. Light fell on the boy's hair. The boy was sitting under a tree. Suddenly, black rays appeared in the sky. The captain looked straight ahead in surprise. Kate, walking straight, smiled widely. The captain smiled back at her. Since receiving the flaming flower, great changes had occurred at the base. The village had clothes, food, personal belongings, etc., and along with a huge number of items found there. Among the people rescued from the island were masters from various fields of construction, researchers, etc., which helped the rapid development of technology, and thanks to this, it was possible to create weapons so that the civilian population could also undergo training. Not only that, but the efficient use of the remaining resources, as well as the reasonable distribution of economic wealth and labor, led to the creation of a parliament which had to make a number of important decisions. Time flew by until one day. Looking down, the captain said that yes, everyone tried their best. Looking at the students, she said that in these few months, which may seem both long and short, they have gained skills that will never betray them. The guy looked surprised, hearing that from now on. The hero looked straight, hearing that in a week. Looking straight, the captain said that they were attacking Changwon. The blue sky appeared. A ship was standing on the island. Squatting, Monica said that she came here for slaves, and the island disappeared. Looking straight ahead, she sighed and asked what was going on here. From the cube, it was heard that the island of Orak was razed to the ground. Looking straight ahead, Sarah asked what happened to Frederick then, to which she was told that it was okay to say what. Looking at the mask, Monica said that since something like this happened to Orak, he probably died too, to which she was told that it was bad. Standing near the capsules, the zombie asked that they really would have to gather officers again, said that she would like to experiment some more, to which she was told that no. Looking straight ahead, the zombie said that she would not tell Jim about this, to which she asked what she said. Throwing away the mask, the zombie heard that if Jim found out even later, he would probably get really angry. She would be able to bear his anger. Glow sticks appeared, and she replied that if she brought him the heads of people, then this would certainly appease him. The sticks lay on the ground, and the vampire asked what seemed to be resistance. Having struck the ground with her weapon, she said that 4 years had passed since the beginning of their heavenly life. How long had it been since she felt such excitement? Standing near the explosions, Monica said that she would consider this an excellent chance to practice her sword, which had become rusty over all this time, to which she was told that it did not matter to her what she was planning, but that he should not come running to her later. Monica was surprised to hear that Jane had returned. They say that her people had roughed her up, to which she asked again and said that yes, and she was the head of the 3rd Defense Squad. Having stepped into the boat, she asked what and where, to which she was told that there were such mountains in Yongsan. Sailing near the burning island, Monica asked about Yansan and which side it was on, and said she hoped they wouldn't disappoint her. The village could hear that, well. Holding the microphone in her hand, the girl said that the 3rd joint exercise would begin with a capture the flag competition. 2 people with flags appeared, and she added that the rules, as always, stated that the one who takes the enemy's flag from the flag bearer wins. The hero looked straight ahead, and the girl said that Oliver and Frederick's team. The zombie smiled, hearing that he wondered who would win. The bag of chips was glowing, and the girl said that the winning team would also get a box of crab chips obtained on the island. 2 guys appeared, and the girl said, well, now she will announce the managers of each team, let them say when they finish their preparations. Looking ahead, Dave thought about how he, in his ordinary life, was a respected teacher. The children exclaimed joyfully, and he thought that of course, his dream could not be realized, but in this place he would try to find a new meaning in life. Holding a folder in his hand, the man thought that all this time he had been analyzing, and as a result he was able to determine the main features and strengths of their team. A crowd of people appeared, and the man thought that all that was left for him now was to try to raise their fighting spirit, which had fallen because of Oliver. Clenching his fist tightly, Dave shouted that they could win, because each of them was a shining talent. Standing in front of the crowd, the man said that go ahead, the crab chips will belong to them, to which the crowd replied that yes, a handsome manager. Clenching his fist, Mike shouted that it was their team that would win, because their team shines even brighter than them, when suddenly the man asked what and what is this? Gritting his teeth, the man said that he would continue to repeat it cowardly. They already have Oliver, so they always win. To which Mike asked that where would Oliver get the cowardice from, so he shouldn't even dare look at the crab chips because they are theirs. Raising her hand, Emily shouted that it looked like everyone was ready, then their training was right now. The crowd ran forward, hearing that they were starting. The hero looked at the girl, hearing that they would act. Looking down, Ashley said that she understood. Rushing forward, the girl said that she would deal with them herself then. Looking at her, the protagonist wondered who it was. The girl dealt many blows to people. She looked in surprise, hearing that they were addressing her. Having dealt a blow to her, the zombie asked how she dared, what kind of teacher was he for her. Looking straight at her, he said that this was his teacher, and that he should not dare to interfere in their relationship so unceremoniously. Looking at him, Ashley replied that a teacher was not some kind of object, so she should be careful with her expressions. Raising her hand, he asked again and said that her death would come from his hands. Jumping aside, the girl said that it seemed like he still considered himself Officer Frederick, but in such a pathetic form he was incapable of anything. Striking at her, Frederick asked again what was in such a pathetic form. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that it seemed like she could not understand the beauty of this body created by the teacher. Smiling widely, the zombie said that this meant that a part of the teacher was always with him, but a thick-headed fool like her would not understand this feeling, even if he explained it 100 times. The girl looked away and replied that it was so dirty. The captain folded her arms and asked what was going on, to which the girl replied that she had been so busy lately that she didn't seem to know. A glowing sword appeared, and she added that she knew of the flaming sword that had been developed recently, but they didn't know exactly what effect it had yet. An angry crowd appeared, and the girl said that since the creation of the flaming sword, people's physical abilities had begun to develop at an incredible rate. Smiling, Clara said that everyone had become incomparably stronger than normal people, and the best news was that Ashley swung her sword, and she added that some people had. Henry gritted his teeth, and the girl said that superpowers had begun to appear. Looking straight ahead, Clara said that it looked like they would soon have many more useful people than they could have expected, but of course, they were still far from her. Putting her hand to her face, the captain thought that their abilities had grown significantly since she had trained them a few weeks ago, seeing many more people suitable for the actual operation, and more different plans could be developed. Looking at the battle, Chloe thought that however, using Frederick was much more useful than it seemed at first glance, which was even surprising, but she thought that people would be at least a little afraid of him. Holding the sword in his hands, the boy thought that he would also gain strength. He no longer wanted to remain a useless burden. Suddenly, something flew on his head. Something began to fall on people's heads. Someone raised a flag, and the girl shouted that no. The main character held the flag in his hand, and Emily said that participant Oliver took possession of the enemy's flag in the blink of an eye. Today they are celebrating this easy victory again. Raising his hand, Mike shouted that hooray, their Oliver is the best, to which the man said that you can't use Oliver, this is a real cheat. Looking ahead, Ashley said that he was so beautiful, and Frederick asked what she was looking at. He said that he was his teacher. People threw the hero, and the girl said that today, as always, the competition ends with Oliver's victory, and Frederick's team still has to try for the sake of future victory. Looking at this, the captain asked, by the way, how are the tests going? To which the girl mumbled. Looking straight ahead, she said that she creates different compounds and continues to experiment, but so far it is difficult to find a specific root cause. Looking at the hero, she added that so the way to die forever is still in question. The girl looked at the captain in surprise, hearing that she could go to the tests with her today, to which she asked that, well, it doesn't matter, of course, but why does she need it? And she answered that there is one special assignment for Oliver. The main character was lying in a medical chair. As the medic inserted the needle into his body, she said MF 250, the expected cure rate was 0.00052. Clara smiled and said she hoped he would have a good dream tonight. Looking up, the hero responded approvingly and thought about the dream. In zero gravity, the hero wondered what he felt when he dreamed. The hero's pulse sensors appeared. The captain looked at him and thought that if all their experiments were unsuccessful, Oliver would probably stop trusting them eventually. Chloe's eyes widened as she thought that they would need his help for their future operations, and the only way to get him to join them. The hero lay in the chair, and she added that it was Oliver's humanity that needed to be awakened. Clara looked at the screen. She asked if he felt any changes, to which the hero calmly replied no, and she said okay. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that MF 250, the result of the introduction, vital signs unchanged, reactions to stimuli unchanged. The captain looked straight ahead, listening to the fact that the result of experiment number 250 was a failure. Someone knocked on the door. The man asked who was there. The woman was surprised when she opened the door. The protagonist stood at the threshold. She asked what happened. A shelf with food appeared, and the woman said what did that mean. Looking at the protagonist, she asked that Mrs. Chloe sent him to help her all day, to which he replied that yes. Putting her hands to her face, the girl asked what did that mean. Today he will be with them all day, to which the woman replied that but they do not have any special plans. Raising her hand, the woman said that oh right. The protagonist asked again, hearing the offer to cook curry. The man walked straight. It was heard that he remembered what wish she said on the human farm, that she wanted to cook for someone. Smiling widely, the woman said that she was thinking whether to do it today, so let him get her the ingredients for curry. Walking down the street, the girl said that first, you need to find carrots, where to get them. Looking at the hero, she asked if he had seen carrots in their settlement by any chance, to which he asked again. In the house, they heard that they could hear her, and the answer was that yes, they could hear her perfectly well. Lying on the bed, Kate said that they would probably be able to come for them right after the operation in Changwon was over, to which Bella asked again, and the girl answered that yes, it seemed to be scheduled for next week. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and the girl said that he should wait a minute. She asked who was there, to which the girl smiled and asked if she had any carrots by any chance. Looking at the girl, Kate asked what carrots were, but why were they looking for them here, and the girl asked that she didn't have any, said that Oliver had taken her here right away. The hero was silent, and she turned to him. The girl's hair appeared. A carrot appeared in front of her. Pointing his finger at the hair, the hero said that it was carrots, to which Kate asked again. Throwing them out, the girl shouted that they should leave here, and that she was busy. Holding a notebook in her hand, the girl said that they were thrown out, asked where they could get carrots. Turning to the man, she asked that he by any chance knew where there were carrots, to which he asked that she needed carrots. A blue glow appeared. The girl was surprised. Looking at the beds, Emily shouted that these were carrots. Turning to the man, she asked that this was how he grew carrots, to which he replied that yes, he also had to somehow make ends meet. He was thinking about what to do, and so he decided to grow carrots. Scratching his head, the man said that, well, of course, it's not easy to grow them here, so a carrot is almost the size of a pea, but if that will do for them, then let them take it, to which the girl asked again. Smiling, the man said that of course, they saved his life, to which she thanked him. Looking at the list, Emily asked if he happened to have potatoes, to which he asked again and answered that no, he doesn't have any, and she clarified that here's how. Raising his finger, the man said that he heard that something similar to a potato was floating in the sea, to which she asked again, and he clarified that maybe it was worth going to the sea. Raising her head up, the girl asked what was at sea. At headquarters, Clara asked what a diving suit was, to which the girl answered that she did. Looking down, the medic said that it seemed like there were materials about something like that, and they were going somewhere, to which Emily replied that they heard that potatoes were floating in the sea, so they wanted to catch them, and the girl asked again in surprise. Peeking out from around the corner, the guy asked what it was, said that he felt that it smelled like Oliver, to which the girl said hello and he said hello in return. The girl looked at the documents, and the guy asked what they were doing here, to which Emily replied that they were looking for potatoes floating in the sea. Bubbles of water appeared. Looking to the side, Emily said that the sea was amazing. It was the first time she had ever swum like that, and the guy thought that it was a great chance to share memories with Oliver. Pointing his hand forward, the guy said that they should look there. Looking at the fish, the girl said that there really is a fish here that looks exactly like a potato. And then the guy asked what it is, some kind of mutant that appeared because of the zombie situation. Covering her eyes, the girl said that they should quickly go catch it, to which the hero replied that it was a head, and she asked again. Seeing a huge monster, the girl screamed, and the guy asked what this is. The monster ate the fish, and someone said that it ate their fish potato. Wide-eyed, the guy told them to look there, this fish. Looking at the fish's fin, Mike said that one of its fins was torn, probably just a trace of past battles. This fish is definitely the ruler of these seas. Suddenly the fish rushed forward sharply, and someone shouted that he was coming at them. Suddenly the fish opened its eyes wide. The hero looked at it questioningly. Its face began to blur. The mega fish remembered. One peaceful day, the fish smiled and said that she was the ruler of the seas. Suddenly, she looked away in surprise. The dam began to break. The guy climbed up the dam. The fish looked at the guy, the fear of death that she felt that day, and as a result of this mega fish, the fish spat out many fish. She could not overcome anxiety and lost consciousness. The guy asked what was wrong with her. The hero was perplexed to hear that Oliver defeated this fish, and the girl said that is expected of Oliver. After that, looking at them, someone asked what they came. Many eyes stared at the unusually huge fish, and soon most of the villagers gathered around. The girl asked what kind of people are these? And because of this, she had to cook a huge amount of curry. The girl screamed for help, and her hasty cooking in the end showed the worst that she could. The girl wished bon appetit. Sitting over the plate, Emily said that it was disgusting. Mike coughed. Sean put his fist to his face in disgust. The girl said that it was curry. Someone asked why they came in vain. The voice said that but he heard that the woman was a good cook. The girl asked, so what were they offering her? Mike told the protagonist to try it once, it was not that bad, and that he could not eat it all. Oliver thoughtfully looked down. A thought flashed through his mind for Oliver to remember. Words appeared in his head, no matter what happens, you must eat well, and that mommy will always watch over this. The spoon rose above the plate. The boy was sitting on the ground and crying. The protagonist was chewing a bar. He sadly lowered his head. He let go of his hand and the bar fell. It fell lower and lower. Oliver licked the spoon. The voice exclaimed that oh well. People looked at the hero in shock, and someone said that it was the first time he saw the protagonist eat something and how it tasted. Oliver remained silent. Then he said that it was not tasty. The voice laughed. The man told the girl that even Oliver said that it was not tasty. She bared her teeth. The protagonist sat silently. Chloe thought with a smile. Someone said that today, and hoped, will be of great importance. The girl thought, looking at her plate, what it was. The voice asked if he could hear him and that the people in the village were safe, right? She continued that so, the operation in Changwon that she spoke of, they were going to secretly attack this city. Then she continued that she thought that they would soon put the plan into action, so let them wait a little longer, Monica thought. The girl, looking at the radio, heard a voice asking if it would be too boring. Monica lowered her head and added that they would let all the guards go, so let them come openly. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, the girl heard Monica's voice saying that they shouldn't act rudely since they were already worth each other. Smiling, she added that she would wait, and then she smashed it with her foot. The girl on the other end of the line looked ahead in fear. She remembered saying that there was no need to worry since they would definitely come. Looking ahead, she shouted that no, we are being transported to some time later. She, looking at her comrades, said that it was definitely Monica. The guy with long ears replied that she, too, clings to any opportunity to become stronger. Of course, a little differently from everyone else, but still, in general, no one except her is so interested in martial arts. The girl with black hair, folding her arms, replied that it seemed that their plan was discovered, which means they have problems. The girl with red hair, stepping aside, answered that she would go then, to which her friend replied if she was okay. The guy, looking after her, asked why she was so unexpected. Continuing to watch her, he added that she had said that people had died because of her, so he thought that she would hide somewhere and start crying. The girl standing next to her answered that she was not such a weakling. Frowning, she added that she probably also knew what kind of revenge would be the wisest. We are carried outside. Someone is clutching a walkie-talkie in his hand. The girl hits the board with a pointer, saying that, on the contrary, it is for the best. Looking ahead, she adds that anyway, the plan they had seemed insufficiently reliable. Recalling her base, she added that they had to come up with some kind of plan, because soon the space and resources for life would run out, but the probability of success was low. She added that the reason was the lack of information. Recalling her comrades, she said that with the help of several expeditions they learned one thing about their enemy, imagining in her mind a huge barrier. She added that it was a high wall in the very center of the wasteland, and that was all. Even learning about the forces located inside was not possible, so any plan would be insufficient. Waving a pointer, she asked what? However, what if they opened the doors? What if there was no need to worry about information? To her comrade, she added that there was a chance that the proposals were a lie. The guy replied that it seemed not, because she was crazy. The girl, raising her pointer, said that in a fight of force against force, the probability of their defeat was 0%. She furrowed her brows and continued to say that if they hospitably opened the doors to them, then they had no reason not to break in. Hearing this, the guy smiled widely, thinking about how incredibly excited he was, how much fun it would be this time. After all, he should also be next to the teacher. Then the girl turned around and asked where their friend was, to which her interlocutor replied that she seemed to have not seen him today. She would go look for him now. We are transported to a tree. The girl approaches the protagonist and asks what he is doing here. She runs closer, adding that she came to grow hazelnuts. He remembers what they ate yesterday. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she continued to say that she tried so hard to cook it, but it turned out to be tasteless, and the amount turned out to be large, and there is nowhere to throw it away. Here you are. She walks back and forth. Suddenly, she saw something on Oliver's lap, asked if it was by any chance a squad member's suit. Smiling, she added that why doesn't he wear it? Everyone else only wears ones like that. The protagonist replied that he just doesn't want to wear it. The girl, looking at him, added that then why is he holding it in his hands? Oliver was silent for a few seconds, staring ahead, and she added that something had happened to him. Looking at the food, he replied that he didn't know. Remembering how everyone was looking at him with a smile, he replied that before that he had always felt only emptiness, and yesterday. His eyes turned pale. Looking at the girl, he replied that he didn't know. She replied that he was scared of doing something with others. Putting her hands on her lap, she continued to say that it seemed as if he was trying to find hope, and this gave him a sense of guilt. Looking ahead, she said that she shouldn't think like that. The protagonist continued to sit without moving. She, coming closer to him, added that he was simply creating a story that he would tell his mother one day. Smiling widely, she said that if he only told her a story about how he constantly fought zombies, his mother would not like it. The protagonist remembered how he stood in front of the girl, and she said where he had been all this time and who he had met. He remembered his comrades, and the girl added what thoughts he shared. An image of him walking with the girl and his comrade appeared in his head, and she added what feelings he felt. Let him tell her about his happy days, and not just the difficult ones. Continuing to look ahead with a smile, she added that if she were his mother, this would bring her more happiness. The protagonist continued to sit with his head down. Suddenly, he stood up, walking to the railing. Remembering the curry she had prepared, he thought about it, and then, looking ahead, he said that it was not bad. Hearing this, the girl exhaled with a smile. A green glow appears in front of us. The girl in the cap was eavesdropping on their conversation with a smile. We are transferred to Kate. A strong aura emanates from her. This is a small flame that had already begun to go out. It flared up again. A girl appears in front of us, and humanity, step by step, began to take the great path. We are transferred to a week later. Someone, the gates to the zombie training camp open. The hunters look menacingly ahead. Someone shouts that people have finally appeared. The girl in the cap, looking ahead, says that her power does not affect the teacher, so he is flying here. If he left with them at the same time, then they should wait another 12 seconds. The zombies rushed from their place, and one of them shouted that she thinks they will wait further. After all, they did nothing but wait for a whole week. Smiling, looking ahead, one of them added that they needed to eat them quickly since Monica said that prisoners could be taken. We are transferred to the control room. Someone from a small cube says that people have appeared at the main gate. Monica, leaning on her sword, answers that how long will it take for people to break through. Extending her finger, she added that it would take about an hour. No, she also sent the squad leaders there, so it would take about 3 hours. The leader of the second zombie defense squad appears in front of us, menacingly shouting for his subordinates to get out of the way since they can't even speak properly, so let them observe the hierarchy before eating. Following him, the leader of the first defense squad, a steel ramp, appeared, menacingly looking ahead. He answered that eating too fast can cause indigestion, so the first squad begins with a warm-up. After him, the head of the chemical defense squad appeared. Chemical conversation. In front of him, he said that which of them defeated their comrade, he wants to meet him first. The girl, looking ahead, began the countdown. Something began to fall from the sky at great speed. A second later, it hit with incredible force, destroying a huge number of zombies. Looking into the fog, she added that this was excellent. The protagonist appeared in front of them, and she said that he arrived just in time. Looking at him, she added that he should act as they planned. Oliver, turning around, replied that it was good. We are transferred to Monica. She says that it is 7 and will they be able to break through the main gate at all. She continues to hold on to the sword. A huge crowd of zombies was destroyed in an instant. The heads and members of the defense squads, as well as regular security, a total of 336 zombies. The protagonist continued to fly at great speed through the hordes. The distance from the protective wall to the command post was 3.2 kilometers. 678 zombies died during the movement. Oliver approached Monica, swinging his arm to hit. This whole process took time. Monica looked ahead in fear. The protagonist thought that only 3 seconds. Monica, looking ahead in fear, wondered who this guy was and when he appeared here. A moment later, the protagonist hit her on the head and she flew back. She fell down at great speed, but managed to stay on her feet, shouting that he decided to catch her by surprise. Looking at the protagonist, she added that it was him, the very man who pretended to be someone unknown. He was certainly cool since he got here so quickly. Frowning, she added that still, attacking from behind was too much. And what about the warrior's code of honor? Straight here, ignoring the zombies at the main gate, and she was giving them a warm welcome, but in response she received this. Oliver replied that he killed them all. Hearing this, Monica turned pale, thinking that they were the main forces. She had just received a report a few seconds ago that people had arrived here. Looking at the protagonist, she continued to think that this guy, how strong he was probably just lying. Suddenly, a moment later, he appeared behind her. Turning around, she saw a fist in front of her face, and a second later, she flew back with great speed. Trying to get to her feet, she thought that until he hit, she did not suspect anything at all. Squinting her eyes, she continued to think that she did not see anything at all. Then she stretched out her hand to her sword, saying that now he convinced her. Looking straight ahead menacingly, she added that he was the guy who finished off the officers. Looking at her opponent, she added that he knew why she opened the gate for them. A second later, she threw up 4 fire stones, adding that she thought that if she met someone stronger than her. The stones fell to the floor, and she continued to say that she could focus on martial arts. She swung her sword, a strong flame appeared around her, and she said that then it might turn out that she would forget the past that she wanted to forget. After which she activated the skill fire dice. Swinging her sword at great speed, Monica cut the protagonist into 2 parts. He, looking ahead in surprise, apologized to her. She, looking forward, wondered in surprise what she was looking at now. Half of the protagonist's body, looking at her, asked that she by any chance did not know where Monica was now. The girl asked what he just said. Looking around, she thought that he didn't come because he knew she was here, but just barged in wherever his eyes looked. After which she clenched her teeth. Menacingly looking ahead, she shouted that she didn't know what special abilities he had, but still, even in ignoring, one must know when to stop. Looking at the protagonist, she added that she was Monica. The protagonist, hearing this, swung his leg, and then replied that in that case he asked him to forgive her, it was nothing personal. The girl flew back at great speed, knocking down bamboo on her way. Then blood poured out of her mouth. We are transferred to the soldiers. Someone shouts for everyone to attack. They must move along the path that the protagonist cleared for them and get inside. Menacingly looking ahead, she added that they were saving people according to the operation plan. Looking at the map, she added that they need to go from the entrance along the eastern wall of the posts of people who work for them as slaves. Looking back at Kate, she added that she was handing over the main command to her. Then she took out a machine gun from behind her back, adding that then. A moment later, she rushed forward. We are transferred to the guard post. One of the zombies looks ahead in surprise and says that this is happening. Maybe they need to go there too? His comrade replies that they were not given any special orders, so for now they are waiting. Suddenly, someone rushed past them at great speed. The girl in the cap, looking down, said that good. This is the place where they were supposed to get to. Then she stepped on the tower with her foot, thinking that the radius is currently about 50 kilometers. She thinks that a psychological cordon will begin for about 3 months. Looking menacingly ahead, she continued to think that everything was fine after all, because now she could trust her comrade. A green aura appeared around her. She activated the skill Absolute Sight. She was absorbed by green energy. She thought that everyone knew it by this name, but in fact, it works a little differently. Clenching her fist, she continued to think that her ability is capable of increasing any human senses several times, including hearing, sight, smell, touch, as well as muscle strength, gravity, acceleration, and so on. Looking menacingly ahead, she thought that all this time she was simply focused on sight because it was the least risky. Frowning her brows, she used the sense enhancement to 580%. Enormous energy spread throughout the city. She used absolute territory domination. Looking menacingly ahead, she said that now in this place there is not a single attack that she cannot sense. The zombie swung his sword at the man, shouting how dare they break in. A second later, something reflected his blow. He shouted how it happened that his attack bounced off, and the girl's many clones disconnected. Her eyes turned green, and she thought that today among the people not a single fighter will die. Sarah, looking ahead, said that someone was calling in the middle of the experiment. She looked towards the cube. A voice came from there that 2 errors were detected. The energy of expectation was being transmitted to an additional monitor. The girl, looking ahead, said that the errors she was looking for so much, and even 2, let him quickly transmit. Suddenly a guy in a purple suit appeared behind her. Looking ahead fearfully, he said that now people broke inside, let him order what they should do. Turning around, Sarah thought about what she said, There was no need to expose herself. Apparently, the errors are somehow connected with people. Narrowing her eyes, she continued to think that maybe this was her chance. As a scientist, she couldn't miss it. Then she extended her hand, around which lightning appeared, and said that she needed to activate the defense protocol. Sarah extended her hand to the system screen and activated the skill patient extraction system activation. Looking at her subordinate, she said that first let him mobilize all forces for defense. It takes time until the system is fully activated. Then she called her cube and told it to transmit an alarm signal. It answered that who should be designated as the recipients. A man with a long katana. He looks out the window. A moment later, one of the zombies is dropped to the floor. Kate pins him to the ground with her foot and says that there are too many of them. Narrowing her eyes, she added that it is necessary to save people as soon as possible, and when will this be possible at this rate? Suddenly, she turned around in fear and saw one of the zombies swing at her. A moment later, one of the soldiers managed to push him into the back. Then he smiled and said that she didn't have to thank him, she should buy carrots from him later. The girl, looking at his back, thanked him. And then, looking at him in surprise, she laughed and thought that a few days ago, ordinary people were afraid of this operation. Remembering her comrades, she continued to think that even though they had been training all this time, one thought about what they had been subjected to before. Remembering how one of the zombies grabbed the guy by the collar, she thought about how she had destroyed all their faith in defeating the zombies. Turning around, she thought that, honestly, she also thought that there would be no special help from them. Looking at the guy who managed to dodge the attack, she thought that this was a deep thought. Someone in the crowd of zombies shouted that why people became so strong. Looking at this, the girl thought that now each of them is a full member of their squad. Hit herself on the cheek, she said that she should not be so hasty. You need to gain strength and save everyone. One of the zombies, angrily looking at the people, said that the 88th group should change with the 102nd. Look at the back, that the border work zone. One of the zombies, angrily looking at the man, shouted that they should not hesitate, but move quickly. After which the man wiped the sweat from his face and said that his comrades should work hard on the shift. The grandfather replied that he had already done a great job, the guys had already arrived. The man, looking ahead, called two guys. He came closer to them. One of the boys said that he had done a great job, to which the guy replied that he was not answering. What interesting things do they have? The guy with glasses, lowering his head, replied that it was not about that, because they were always called by numbers, so he did not understand that he was calling him. It seemed that he had already forgotten even what his name was. Hearing this, the guy looked ahead silently for a few seconds, and then, lowering himself to the boys, he said that he had always told them, even if they themselves forgot them, he would always call them by name. The boy with glasses, lowering his head, said that he would change if he started calling them that, because zombies would always only address them by numbers. It seemed as if they had become some kind of robots. Looking at his friend, he added that if there was meaning in such a life, maybe it would be better to die. The guy, looking at his younger friend, said that he knew why they called them by numbers. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that zombies do not age or get sick and always look the same. Looking at the grandfather and the woman, he added that people gain new experiences and change over time. Creatures are always ready for new achievements. Looking at the children, he added that he himself had just said that he felt like a robot. This is exactly what the zombies want. Looking at the sky, he continued to say that they take away their names and all their humanity and try to turn them into simple cattle. Stretching out his fist, he added that they are afraid of their capabilities. Menacingly looking ahead, he said that they need to survive this at all costs. Looking at the sky, he continued to say that they will endure until their capabilities bloom in full color. Then he hugged his friends and said that one day they will definitely return to their world. The children, bursting into tears, hugged him. Suddenly Kate appeared. Looking at the people, she shouted for everyone to come out. People fearfully asked who she was. The girl, clutching the zombie's head, shouted that they could escape with them. People were puzzled and began to whisper that she could really kill the zombie. Kate, looking ahead, shouted that it seemed incredible now, but they needed to follow her because she had come to save them. The guy jumped forward at great speed. Looking at him, Kate said that it was dangerous there, so it was better not to go alone. He watched as people fought with zombies. Then, turning around, he shouted loudly that there was a battle going on now, similar to a real one. They had come to save them. The crowd of people immediately rushed from the spot shouting that they needed to get out. The guy looked at his little comrades and told them to quickly go forward too. Looking at Kate, he shouted that he was asking to take care of all the children and adults, after which he rushed forward, shouting that he would bring some things. Hearing this, the girl shouted that she would go ahead and let him not linger, then thought that she did not know who he was, but he was very brave. Thanks to him, they managed to quickly rescue everyone. The guy went to the table and grabbed the papers, thinking that the day had finally come to read this. Suddenly, he raised his head in fear. An eye appeared in the sky. Someone said, "The protective protocol is activated. The target is people." Kate Kate turned around in fear, saw green shells appearing from under the ground. Looking at them, she shouted, "What the hell is this?" The guy watched the ceiling collapse. His whole face turned pale. The girl in the cap, lowering her head, exuded strong energy. Suddenly, she turned around in fear, seeing a strong explosion. In the distance, she saw several green shells. They rose at great speed, and a strong explosion occurred from below. The boy looked up in fear, seeing the approaching danger. At the last moment, the commander grabbed him and was able to throw him to a safe place. Her eyes turned green, and she began to analyze the area. She watched the green projectiles flying forward at great speed, and then asked what kind of flying clothespins were these. They only attack people. Then she caught the source of energy that came from a high-rise building, adding that it was located towards the investigation area. Frowning, she added that it looked like Sarah had started moving. Stretching her finger to the side, she added that first they needed to dodge, let him try to hide in the buildings. Narrowing her eyes, she thought that, of course, she would like to go check in with Sarah, but she had to protect people, in which case she had nothing to do. Then she went to Kate, said that it looked like Sarah had a hand in it, could she take on this case? The girl opened her mouth in fear and replied that she would attack the officer. The commander replied that she would support her, so she shouldn't worry. Then Kate, looking menacingly ahead, rushed forward, shouting that she had no choice, she had no time to deny it, she would try one way or another. Imagining a map in her head, she thought that Sarah was in the research area. Suddenly, something flew past her at great speed, and someone asked where she was going. A zombie appeared in front of her, whose body was covered in liquid. She said menacingly that they had to talk to her. Kate looked ahead in surprise, and the zombie, menacingly sewn into the eyes, said that she remembered her. Of course she should remember. Frowning, she shouted that because of her she had lost so much, her beautiful face, and everything too. Throwing the blade forward, she added that she would do the same to her. Then she started attacking the girl non-stop, swinging her weapon and screaming about where she was running all the time. Kate, honestly, thought to herself that she needed to get to the research center as soon as possible. Then, turning around in fear, she shouted from above, "Are you her commander?" They bring us to the girl. She looks ahead in fear, hearing her subordinate scream that an unforeseen situation has occurred and urgent help is needed. The zombie, looking at her menacingly, shouted that who is she talking to? She should focus on her. A second later, the commander appeared behind Kate. She said that she does not know what the situation is, but it seems that she needs support. The zombie, looking menacingly ahead, asked who else is she, let her get out of here. A moment later, the commander kicked her with all her might, and the zombie flew into the wall at great speed. The commander, turning around, told her not to worry and she would send support. Kate asked that she would not fight with her. The commander, looking ahead, replied that she had to protect the people, there was no way to stay put. Then, dashing forward, she added that support would arrive soon, so she had to go towards the research area. Kate looked ahead in surprise, wondering who else could come. It seemed like all the combat forces were already here. A loud scream was heard in the smoke, and a second later, a zombie, looking menacingly ahead, rushed forward, shouting what kind of woman was here, let them drag her back, she would chop them both into cabbage. Kate looked up in surprise. A purple flash appeared in front of her, after which she said to hurry, she needed support. A bone appeared from the portal, and then a smiling guy appeared from it. The girl looked at him in surprise for a few seconds. The zombie guy, surrounded by a cocoon, smiled widely. His cheeks turned red, and he said that he was here. He started jumping and laughing, and the zombie, looking at him, asked in surprise that it was him. Coming closer to him, the guy answered what kind of shabby look she had. To something she answered that he had a very shabby look. The guy ran up to Kate and asked if everything was okay with her, to which she replied that everything was fine, but he was sent as support. Looking at the collar on the zombie's neck, the guy replied that they put on a special device. Smiling, he added that with its help they can exercise control, so he promised that he would act under his direction, and he was allowed to arrive as support. Kit looked ahead in surprise, wondering if he would be useful in this form. Frowning, she added that in general, she hoped for him, and she needed to go somewhere else. The doctor replied that she should trust him. Hearing this, the zombie swung her weapon, asking where she was going. She promised that she would do the same to her as she did to her sisters. A second later, a bone flew at her at great speed. The zombie, looking menacingly ahead, told her to go alone. He could handle this himself. Looking at him, Kate replied that he should not try to seem cool in such a form. Then the zombie girl, looking ahead, asked what was wrong. Frowning her eyebrows, she added that he was helping people now. The guy, smiling, answered that it happened that way, but that she should not be so upset. The zombie swung her weapon, saying that she thought that he died, but he became a human cap. Making a dash forward, she added that he should not distract her and get out of here. Suddenly, the guy was able to dodge her blow. Looking down, he asked that how was the higher zombie different from the average one. The girl answered that, of course, because the higher zombies are much stronger. The guy added who she was. The girl answered that she was average. He asked who he was. She said that he was higher. Frowning, he added that even knowing this, she decided to fight him. Suddenly, she pushed him back, and he said that even in such a body, the zombie answered that he talks too much. The guy flew into the wall. The doctor, looking at this, wondered in surprise that he would be okay after all. The guy, looking ahead in fear, wondered why he was so weak. All this time he had only fought with people, so he did not know that he had become so weak. Suddenly, the scientist looked away in fear, seeing the zombie running after his subordinate. Pulling out the remote control, he clicked the button, telling him to stop it quickly. The zombie was electrocuted, and he shouted for him to turn off the remote control. The scientist looked ahead with a smile and apologized, saying that he didn't think it worked like that. Then the guy rushed forward at great speed, saying that she had no choice either. Turning around, the zombie swung her weapon and told him to back off. The guy, swaying, thought that he was not capable of anything in such a body, then he added that the man should give him the medicine. The scientist clenched his fist and said that it was impossible. He was told to use it only in an emergency. The zombie flew to the side, menacingly looking ahead. He said that now was exactly such a situation. If he did not give it to him right now, then they would both die. Leaning over, the scientist extended his finger and said that he had to handle it himself. How could he trust him and give the medicine? The guy, menacingly looking ahead, answered that he wanted to see the teacher as soon as possible. Squinting his eyes, he added that if he ate the medicine and dealt with this girl, he would be able to see the teacher at least a second earlier. Looking at the battle of people with zombies, he added that now they also need help. What will he do while they fight with her? All the other people will die. The scientist looked ahead for a few seconds, and then, pulling out a small fish, he said that okay, let him save people with it. He will give it to him because he wants to see a world without this disease. He opened his mouth and said that he should have given it right away. Suddenly his body turned red. The cocoon quickly began to tear, and in a moment the zombie was able to free himself, looking ahead with a smile. The scientist, clenching his fist, said that he returned him to a normal body and now let him follow this zombie girl. The guy turned around menacingly. Opening his mouth and swinging his hand, he said that first he needed to do something. Mike was scared and wondered if Frederick had decided to betray them. However, Frederick suddenly smiled and stroked him and thanked him, saying that he seemed to be a reasonable person. He began to ruffle his hair, saying that he knew that all the suck-ups around the teacher were good for something. Then he turned around and said that he would try to do what he had to do. Frederick immediately rushed into battle, and Mike was still watching in surprise. Mike was surprised that Frederick was kinder than he thought. Louise ran forward. Suddenly, Frederick was above her and said that a top-ranked zombie was coming onto the stage. Louise turned around in shock. Frederick's eyes lit up yellow and he activated the runway skill. He began to spin incredibly fast and throw something in all directions. Frederick laughed and said that the scientist's words were true. He remembered how Clara said that she would allow him to return to his normal form because the commander asked. She showed them the flask and said that with its help it is possible to return to the normal form, however, for no more than an hour. Mike asked about what it is that allows such a thing. The girl pointed to the flask and said that it is Oliver's blood and they found a healing component in it. She explained that if you use it, part of the form can be restored, and since it is Oliver's blood, then it restores not only the body, but even clothes. Mike looked at her in surprise. Clara also said that this does not mean that Oliver's blood restores everything at all, because it did not work on plants, animals, and people. Frederick looked very exhausted. Clara said that the area of the blood that they discovered is only living zombies. The action is again transferred to the present, where Frederick easily fights the enemy. He launched numerous attacks at the girl. Mike watched all of this and thought that Frederick looked quite powerful right now. He looked at the terrifying girl and wondered if Frederick would be strong enough to defeat this girl. He frowned and thought that of course he had to believe in him first, but in reality, he was worried about Frederick's ability to win. The girl touched her chin with her hand and told Frederick not to bother her and to leave. She immediately pounced on Frederick, who stood calmly with his arms crossed. Frederick was thinking at that moment that there was some truth in Mike's words. Until now, the Frederick that Mike had seen was just a laughing stock. Frederick made a gloomy face and thought that Mike's thoughts were completely wrong. The girl attacked Frederick, but he deftly dodged. Then she attacked again, but this time Frederick dodged too. Suddenly, he hit her on the back of the head with his head and said that he was very bored. The girl hit her face on the floor. He put his foot on her head and said that she was in the way. Frederick frowned and said that he should go meet the teacher as soon as possible. The girl was lying on the floor. Suddenly, the action is transferred to several years ago, when the zombie society was just beginning to emerge. Frederick was a legend. He had enormous physical strength, a wonderful bright mind, and even an enormous superpower. The one who got to the officer's place faster than anyone else, a legendary rookie, and it was Frederick. Of course, this legend did not last long. Suddenly, his will and ability to act were broken and Frederick turned into a loser. That's how he became a forgotten legend. However, here and now the legend unexpectedly returned, and on the side of people, the girl tried to get out from under Frederick's foot. She stood up and, waving her weapon, asked him why he was doing this. She continued to attack him, hysterically asking why he was on the side of the humans. She asked if he could see her hair, and then said that her hair was woven with her sister's hair. She then pointed to her skirt and said that this skirt was also made from the remains of her sister's skirts. The girl waved both hands and said that because of the humans, she had lost everything. Frederick stood calmly and the weapon she had thrown was very close. Louise continued to scream about how she had lost her sisters and her beauty. Louise began to cry and asked him why he did not calm her down and stood on the side of the humans. However, Frederick was unfazed, even when she said that he was a zombie like her. Mike was shocked and wondered why Frederick had suddenly stopped attacking. He wondered if her words had made him so hesitant. Frederick scratched his forehead and suddenly Mike started yelling about how he knew zombies couldn't be trusted. Mike pointed the remote at him and yelled at Frederick to attack quickly. Frederick turned around and glared at him. Suddenly, he hit Louise in the neck and asked her what the big deal was. He threw her into the air with the blow and asked her why he cared what she had lost. Then he crossed his arms. He jumped into the air and unleashed a flurry of attacks on her. Louise fell to the floor quickly. Frederick looked up at her and said that every dead person has their own story. He held a feather sword behind his back and asked if she had ever listened to the story of someone she had killed herself. He swung the sword and said that she definitely hadn't. There was no point in listening to the stories of weaklings. He chopped off her head and said that it made no difference to me either. Then he caught her head. Frederick squeezed her head and blood gushed out. He opened his eyes and said that there was no point in listening to her. Mike was shocked. Standing with his back to him, Frederick said that they should quickly move on. Frederick happily turned around and said that they needed to quickly go to the teacher. The zombie happily ran forward, waving his arms. Mike looked at him and thought about the fact that for a moment he decided that Frederick was a kind person, but still zombies are scary creatures. While Frederick happily walked, jumping from foot to foot, Mike was horrified, thinking that Frederick killed even such a zombie with great cruelty. Mike suddenly wondered how strong he was. Mike looked somewhere to the side and fell silent. He thought about it, because Oliver defeated this Frederick like a child's toy. An image of Oliver popped into Mike's head and he wondered how strong he was. The action shifts to Oliver and Monica. The girl is lying on the ground, breathing heavily, while Oliver is twirling the sword in his hands and saying that it is heavy. Monica, breathing heavily, thought that she respected Austin and Frederick for going up against a monster like Oliver. She looked at him and thought that it was like a rock standing in front of her. Monica, looking at him, thought that she was looking straight at a mountain that she could not climb. Suddenly, Oliver threw the sword to the ground. Monica grabbed the sword and said that all this time he was either showing her mercy or laughing at her. He immediately jumped at him and swung the sword. She struck with the sword, but Oliver jumped back. For some reason, the guy grabbed his back. Suddenly, he tore out his spine, intending to use it as a weapon. Then he swung it. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his spine. Oliver immediately swung his spine and attacked Monica with his blood. Monica was shocked. She looked at the blood and realized that he had raised the temperature and heated the blood to use it like a flame. She came to a shocking realization that he was copying her. Oliver immediately ran towards her. She cut him into pieces, shouting that she was pissed off by this type of fighting. However, Oliver's limbs immediately grew back together. Then he attacked her with his hands, stretching them out a decent distance. Monica was stunned, not understanding what had happened. Oliver stretched out his legs and hit her as if he was launched from a slingshot. Immediately, something made of blood appeared in his hands, similar to a weapon. His eyes were empty. Monica, lying on the ground, wondered what had happened. She sat up and began to say that she had been feeling this for a while. Monica asked why he always let her live. She also asked if he had some special orders. However, the only thing Oliver was ordered to do was kill the officer and he received no other instructions. Oliver looked at her, feeling some kind of incomprehensible compassion. Monica was surprised because Oliver asked her about the past she would like to forget. Standing right in front of her, Oliver asked if this past was forgotten. The action was still taking place in the bamboo forest. Monica asked him why she was asking her about such things. Monica frowned and asked if he really wanted to feel sorry for her. However, Oliver replied that he simply had a past that he would like to forget. Suddenly, Monica looked at him silently. It was as if they were children arguing with a friend, and then they beat each other up, after which they made peace as if there had been no quarrel. And this happens because there was an exchange of emotions that helped to understand each other. Oliver and Monica looked at each other in silence. They had the same incident. Exchanging blows, the two understood each other. Monica closed her eyes and began to talk about how a warrior needs to hone his body's senses. And lately, training her sense of smell, she felt that there were many more smells in the world than she thought. The girl looked at the sky and began to talk about smells and how there are things that can be known without even seeing them. According to her, since aromas not only mean something specific, but also allow you to feel a lot. Monica stood up and said that he had the same smell as hers. She put her sword on her shoulder and, lowering her head, began to tell some story that began several years ago. She cut it with her sword and said that the story began before the beginning of the heavenly time in Seoul. Monica remembered the Scarlet Squad, an organization born of defeat. According to her, due to the brutal battles between the zombies in Seoul, there were those who had lost something or received some kind of injury, so they gathered together to escape to the south of the country together. Monica said that she lost her father there. He was killed right before her eyes. The girl said that he was the last of her real family. The girl, lowering her head, said that, of course, after meeting the Scarlet Squad, they can consider each other a family. But this only exists on paper. She put her finger on her head and said that this is because the picture of the world in the zombies' heads is broken. She attacked Oliver with fireballs and said that they only call each other cause and effect relationships, but they cannot truly become attached to each other. Oliver's head returned to its place. Monica continued to talk about how a fake family, created to forget the real one, on the contrary, only reminds her more of it. Looking at him darkly, the girl said that although it no longer hurt, it created an unhealing wound and emptiness in which there was no emptiness but which could not be filled. Simply put, Monica could not forget. That is why she clings to martial arts, because she wants to block these thoughts with something. Oliver looked at her silently. Suddenly, she picked up the mask on her shoulder and said that she had been chatting for a long time, thanks to which she was able to complete the technique. A yellow aura appeared around Monica and she said that, of course, it was funny to say such a thing to her, who survived thanks to his mercy, but she was glad that she could show him her true ability. Monica put on the mask and thanked him for listening to her story, because for the first time she told the interlocutor about her past. She activated the skill of fire play in the south. Suddenly, Monica's head and her legs caught fire. She jumped on him and shouted that she would express her respect as much as she could. Oliver watched Monica and saw himself from the past in her, so he also wanted to show his respect as a reward. Something began to materialize in Oliver's hand. A mask appeared in his hand. Oliver put the mask on, forgetting about the past. Monica exclaimed something, looking at him. She attacked him with fire. However, Oliver immediately blocked the attack. He dashed towards her. Their swords clashed together. Monica asked him in surprise about how accurately he could repeat her. She attacked him and thought that this level could not be called a simple repetition. Monica looked at him and realized that he was perfectly absorbing her technique. The girl raised her sword and said that it seemed like she would have to overcome this mountain too. She attacked him with an incredible stream of fire and wondered how accurately he could repeat this technique. She swung again and said that her technique was not yet complete to the very end. She ran towards Oliver, who was cut by her attack. After completing the fire game in the south, there is a possibility of evolution. In order to satisfy the evolution condition, you need to get 4 horses. And if you manage to catch up with your opponent's horse, you can get 1 horse. And vice versa, if your opponent's horse catches up, you can lose 1 horse. And if you can collect 4 horses as a result of repeating this process, you can achieve the first evolution. A concentrated fireball appeared next to Monica and it seemed that she had achieved the first evolution. Her sword turned into a fire dragon. Oliver was surprised by what he saw. However, suddenly his sword also turned into a dragon, but his dragon seemed to be made of some kind of dark energy. Monica was shocked. Suddenly, Oliver's dragon grabbed her. She immediately turned her gaze. She and Oliver clashed swords again. Another concentrated fireball appeared next to her. She had achieved the second evolution. Her sword turned into a fire tiger. However, Oliver suddenly cut it into 2. Oliver stood on top of his terrifying tiger made of dark energy. Monica was shocked and said that it was okay because she still had a lot of horses left. Then her sword turned into a fire phoenix. She immediately attacked him with it from above. Then she summoned a fire turtle, which she was going to attack him from below. Oliver was engulfed in flames and she exclaimed that this would be hard for him to endure. However, suddenly her fire dissipated. Monica was shocked by what she saw. Oliver used her techniques and himself remained unharmed. Standing in front of him, she exclaimed that it was so easy for him. Looking at him, she wondered how she could defeat this guy. Suddenly, she grinned. She held the sword in front of her and thought that she was completely concentrated. For the first time in so many years, Monica felt so light in her head. She immediately made a dash, thinking that this battle was somehow special. Monica continued to attack him. From the outside, this battle could be taken for a furious exchange of blows. But inside, Monica felt a strange comfort. And Oliver felt the same. They remembered what they were like in the past, as if it were not a battle, but something close to a dialogue. In any discipline, at the moment when victory or defeat is at stake, the look of the opponent, the actions, the habits, even the shortest breaths, all this is felt very deeply. In order to win over each other, you need to understand each other. You need to focus on each other, which is what Oliver and Monica did. The two of them were having a dialogue, a quiet but deep dialogue. as if they were children playing with each other. Suddenly, someone's blood gushed. Monica said at that moment that she thought her past did not matter. Monica's arms and one leg were cut off. She said that maybe she had endured all her hard past just for this one moment. The girl immediately confirmed this and said that she thought this was enough. Oliver was running towards her at that moment, about to attack. He cut her down, but at that moment she said that she thought that now she would get rid of the will to live. Suddenly, fiery hands grabbed Oliver. A ring with 4 fireballs appeared in the sky. Monica used the form of the highest evolution and some kind of being appeared above her. Looking at Oliver through the fire, Monica said that this being went beyond life. This being held Oliver and seemed to suck something out of him. Monica said that although his physical shell is immortal, his soul cannot be immortal either. Monica said that it was an honor for her to fight him. Oliver's eyes were open, his mask began to disappear. Monica called Oliver a friend and said that they would leave this world together. Monica looked at him and thought that since she had summoned Takibai, now death was definitely unavoidable. Takibai held Oliver. The girl thought that she didn't mind because she had been waiting for this meeting so much. Her eyes lit up and she said that it was an honor to fight him. Oliver's eyes became empty. Monica said that they would leave this world together. Oliver's soul began to leave him. His soul went to Takibai. The mask on him began to crack. But suddenly something surprised Monica. Blood gushed out of Oliver. The blood that gushed out of him tried to hold the soul. Looking at this sight, Monica was stunned and wondered what it was. The girl, enveloped in flames, could not understand what was happening now. Everything around her began to tremble. Even the dimensions shook at that moment. Kate shook her head from side to side in surprise. The other team members were also shocked. Chloe looked up and realized that it was related to Oliver. Sarah saw a huge number of error messages in front of her. She nervously said that it was the first time she had seen something like this, and so Sarah wondered who Monica was fighting. Once again, we see something trying to hold Oliver's soul. There was a huge explosion and Monica's Takibai was destroyed. Oliver was still standing in a cloud of smoke. Looking at this, Monica was stunned and wondered if even an attack that crossed the line of life did not affect him. Oliver put his hand on his neck and wondered what happened. Monica's eyes widened and she chuckled, exclaiming that this was too much. She also wondered if she couldn't even leave this world with her friend. Monica still had a fiery aura around her and decided to make one last attack. She flew up in the air and while attacking Oliver with fireballs, she said that since this was the case, she would fight until the very end. While attacking him, she asked him what he was doing and why he wasn't counterattacking. She asked if he thought that she wasn't even worth attacking in this state. However, Oliver just stood there and didn't even dodge the attacks. He looked at Monica and said that this zombie was already dying. The bamboo forest began to burn. Monica continued to attack him with fireballs with all her might. As the ball flew, she wondered what she was waiting for. Monica remembered a recent conversation with Sarah in which she said that she wanted to plant bamboo since her father loved it too. Then Sarah went somewhere and said that she would get it soon. Monica immediately asked if Sarah had time on the weekend. Sarah turned around and asked if there was some kind of general meeting. But Monica replied that she thought that she, Sarah, and the squad leaders should go on a picnic. However, Sarah said that this was nonsense. Monica shamefully lowered her head and apologized, because Sarah said that Monica should not come to her unless it was for work. Monica went somewhere and stuck the bamboo in the ground, saying that she would still probably find an interlocutor one day. Monica sat in front of the bamboo stalk and said that she could not miss her father forever, and therefore it was worth trying to create a new family. She began to remember moments with Frederick, then moments with other zombies. The girl also remembered her childhood, and also remembered how she taught others. Monica sat in front of the bamboo and, looking at it, said that she would wait a little longer. The girl sat down and said that one day she would have a new family. The action is transferred to the present. Monica is burning and thinking about the fact that there is no new family for zombies. Suddenly, she turned to Oliver and asked if this could happen. Burning out, Monica asked if she were a human, could they become friends? Oliver's eyes were empty. He confirmed this. Monica looked at him with wide open eyes. Before finally burning out, the girl said that one day he would have those who could quench his sorrow and they would become his new family. She burned out and said that she could only envy him. Oliver silently watched her burn out, standing in the epicenter of the fire. Oliver looked sad. It was as if he saw Monica finally meeting her father. This made him even more upset. Oliver said that he was jealous too. Meanwhile, Sarah was wondering who was making these mistakes. She immediately shouted for the location to be reported. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Something exploded behind Sarah. She turned around in surprise. It was Kate, who was just looking for Sarah. Kate thought that during this time she had been carefully reading the attack wave and was almost close to complete absorption. so she was able to increase the usage time to 2 minutes. Kate grinned, thinking that in this time she should defeat Sarah or Oliver should come, defeating Monica. Either way, if Kate doesn't hold out, she will die. Meanwhile, Chloe ran and thought that they were managing to save people exactly according to plan, and so far everything was going quite smoothly. However, Chloe was nervous and thought that she was missing something. Something that should never happen seems like it will. Sarah stared at Kate in silence. Suddenly, she asked Kate who Oliver was, which surprised Kate. Suddenly, Sarah shot her right in the head, saying that she could be used. Sarah looked at the unconscious Kate and said that she should become a zombie. Kate fell to her knees. Her vision went blurry. One of her eyes changed color. Meanwhile, Ashley was fighting the opponents. She leaned on her sword and said that it was hard for her because she must have used the ability too many times. Her face was sweating. The zombie immediately swung his spear, shouting that he couldn't get distracted. Suddenly, someone killed the zombie. It was the guy behind him. He threw a speedball at the zombie and pierced his head. Ashley turned around and looked at him because Henry started telling her to get away from the battlefield since she was all out of breath. Henry smiled and said that he was afraid that she would die here from overwork because they needed someone like him. However, Ashley ordered him to bend over. She immediately grabbed his head and told him to duck if he didn't want to die. It turned out that she had killed the zombie that was behind Henry. After that, Henry grabbed his head and indignantly asked how she dared to paw at his head with her big hands. She replied that she had saved him, and he was so impudent. Henry pointed his finger at her and angrily asked why she was even repeating him. Ashley calmly replied that she was his twin sister. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and, turning to Ashley, said that she could rest if she was having a hard time because she had them. Henry turned around and angrily ordered him to get lost, calling him a bald head. The man began to cry and said that he was just worried. However, Henry continued to yell angrily, asking who he was to order his sister around. Ashley sighed and said that he was truly ignorant. Ashley looked around and wondered where the black-haired boy who had been with them just recently had gone. She looked at the sky and said that he must have gone somewhere. Meanwhile, Chloe was also fighting the enemies. She shot at some green objects. A powerful explosion was heard. Chloe, looking at this, said that the frequency was gradually increasing and it was becoming more and more difficult to defend herself. Then she turned around, thinking about what was bothering her the most. In the distance, some kind of structure was visible, which was someone's skill. Suddenly, green projectiles flew out of it. Chloe said that she was annoyed by the fact that these shots happened with a certain periodicity. The shots flew in all directions. However, Chloe cut some of them. They exploded immediately. Chloe ran to the side, thinking that, of course, it didn't stop her from protecting people, but at this rate she wouldn't be able to get to Kate's aid in time. The girl bared her teeth and wondered if it was better to wait for Oliver now. At this time, Kate felt terrible. She grabbed her head and screamed. Her eyes widened in horror. Her book fell to the floor. Suddenly, Kate used her cleansing skill. Sarah watched in surprise, holding out her hand. Kate's eye was still black, but suddenly she came to normal. Kate fell to her knees and the aura around her dissipated. The girl tried to catch her breath, thinking about what terrible things would have happened if she had used the skill a moment later. Sarah put her hand to her chin and asked in frustration how this happened. Then she crossed her arms and said that she didn't know how Kate did it, but she was clearly clinging to life. According to Sarah, if Kate became a zombie, her life would be much more comfortable. Kate was shocked because she realized that Sarah had just tried to turn her into a zombie. She realized that she must be the mad scientist who tried to combine a human and a zombie. Kate picked up the book and said that they really don't even consider people as cockroaches. An aura appeared around Kate. She used the skill of complete assimilation. At the same time, she said that it was even good, because now she can fight without feeling guilty. An impressive energy ball appeared in her hands. She understood that she had about 2 minutes in which she had to finish off Sarah. Sarah put her hand to her chin and asked if others really saw her as a mad scientist. Kate fired a beam at her, but suddenly Sarah activated the skill. Kate was immediately shocked. Her beam dissipated. Chains appeared around Kate. Sarah activated the skill of the spinal cord. Kate stood there, thinking about how her body wasn't moving, like something was broken in it, like something was broken in her head. Some system window opened in front of Kate. It said that her phrase about the breakdown perfectly matched this skill. Sarah looked at her smiling, and then, without opening her mouth, said that now control over Kate's body was in her hands. Kate opened her mouth in shock and asked if this was some kind of illusion. However, Sarah answered that they were communicating by merging their brains. Then Sarah materialized some green object and said that it would be better if Kate stopped resisting. Sarah shot at Kate and said that she thought that her body would be useful to study, so she didn't want to hurt Kate. The girl looked at the projectile in shock, realizing that she couldn't do anything. She thought about how she understood that although she had become stronger, she was no match for the officer. An image of a person appeared in her head. The girl thought that she wanted to put up some resistance. She opened her eyes in surprise and realized that she was not given even a small chance. Chloe raised her head in excitement. She was shocked by what she saw and began to scream. There were splashes of blood everywhere. It seemed that Kate was dead. However, she suddenly raised her head in horror. Sean was standing in front of her. He covered her with his body from the projectile flying at her. Kate's mouth opened in shock, wondering why he was here. Sarah, putting her hand to her chin, wondered who it was and how long he had been here. Sean fell to the ground and told Kate to run. Lying on the ground in front of her and bleeding, he said that she should not die here. Meanwhile, Henry angrily shouted that there were too many opponents, as if they had gathered here from all over the world. He threw projectiles at them, shouting for them to leave. Meanwhile, Frederick was still laughing happily and wondering where the teacher was. He was in the air and suddenly he was sealed again. Frederick started screaming, indignant that the effect of the medicine had completely worn off. Frederick started spinning to fight back against the enemy, and Mike watched all this. Chloe, meanwhile, was also fighting. Suddenly, a green projectile hit her. There was an explosion and Chloe was thrown back by the shock wave. She slid back and stopped. She looked at Ashley, then at the bald man. Chloe understood that the longer the battle went on, the weaker the fighting spirit of the people became. The green projectiles continued to fly out. Many projectiles flew out of the structure at once. Suddenly, clothes dryers appeared in the air, which attacked people with projectiles. Many projectiles were flying at Chloe. She thought about how her fighting spirit was unwavering. The girl frowned, deciding that the turning point would come soon. Meanwhile, Sean was bleeding. He looked at his reflection in the blood and thought about how he had quietly appeared and was quietly dying. Lying on the ground, pierced by Sarah's gun, Sean thought about how he deserved to die. Kate was still looking at him in horror. Looking at her, Sean thought about how it would be better to die like this. Sean remembered how some girl asked him to do his homework, but called him by a different name. The boy began to shake the piece of paper and shout that his name was Sean and he had already turned it in. Sean had always been an inconspicuous guy. Then we see Sean raise his hand, saying that he didn't turn in the assignment, but the teacher didn't notice. When he was in the army, he raised his hand, saying that he didn't get a cookie, but the commander didn't notice. A life that no one remembered. A life that no one noticed. That was the worst thing. But then cheerful Kate appeared. Sean looked at her in surprise. The guy pointed and told her to put the box somewhere over there. Sean watched her go. He was surprised. His life was terrible until he met Kate. After some time, Sean brought her books. Sean pointed to the books and said that she wanted to get new books so much, so he got them with great difficulty while exploring Jin. They were sitting together on the subway. Kate was surprised and said that there was really a lot of detail written here. Suddenly, Sean looked up and asked her why she always read in his place. The guy looked away and said that it was so spacious, but he was curious why she read here, to which Kate replied that she was just comfortable. Sean asked her again in surprise. Looking at the books, Kate said that when she was here, she felt like they were alone, but at the same time, like she was alone, and that made her feel strangely comfortable. Then they continued their pleasant conversation. At that moment, Sean realized that she was just comfortable. The guy remembered how they drove somewhere. Sean thought that being unnoticed turned out to be more convenient than it seemed. Sitting in the car, Sean shouted at them to be careful. However, Kate confidently walked forward. Then Sean just smiled, watching her go. Sean thinks that she did not notice his pleasantries, and therefore it did not burden her. The guy thought that his whole being was one-sided and disappeared before it touched others. Sean remembered all the moments associated with Kate. Once upon a time, he decided that he would support her from afar. He wanted her, as always, to simply confidently walk forward. The action is transferred to the moment when Chloe approached Kate and said that Sarah did it. Chloe asked if Kate could take it on herself. Kate exclaimed in surprise that she would really get an officer as an opponent. Sean turned around in surprise as she moved forward, saying that there was nothing to be done. Kate immediately ran to fight, but suddenly she tripped. Sean looked at her in horror. He turned towards her, and then he started to follow her. Sean ran after her, thinking that if one day she remembered the past, and somewhere among the forgotten memories there was even a little bit of him, that would be enough for him. And then Sean died. Kate burst into tears, watching him bleed to death. The chains still held her, but she began to move. The chains could not withstand her pressure. Kate was furious. Her arms were shaking. Her legs were shaking too, but she walked forward. She came very close to Sarah. Sarah leaned towards her and asked what Kate was doing, because there was no need to waste her strength in vain. Suddenly, a man behind her began to run at Kate. She turned around in shock. The attacker was Sean, who had already turned into a zombie. He immediately hit the girl with his hands. Then Sarah grabbed her by the neck and said that she asked her not to twitch. Kate was still crying. Oliver meanwhile looked at the fire. He turned around, remembering that he should go kill Sarah. Oliver looks at the flames and remembers something. He looks away emotionlessly and thinks that he should go kill Sarah. The targets are glowing. The girl aims to shoot there. She notices something and looks surprised. There is an explosion from which a dark-haired guy safely gets out. She is glad that he came and notes that he learned a very unusual technique. She ran and continues that he himself has already seen everything and understands what kind of situation they have there, and asks again if she is right and adds that there is no time, so it is worth dealing with her as quickly as possible, to which the guy agrees. The girl chose a defense strategy as the best way to make up for Oliver's absence there. The man attacks while he continues, which, however, despite some short-term results. The girl lands while the voice says that eventually, until the source is destroyed in the long term, the situation should become unfavorable, but from the moment Oliver joined her, glowing projectiles fall to meet the heroes, while the voice says that the forces of people have increased many times since then and it is time to change this choice. Many explosions are heard around them, while the decision is announced to change tactics from defense to offense. They attack back to back, and he continues that as soon as the strategy changed from maximum defense. The girl frowns, and the voiceover adds that this is the very turning point she has been waiting for. Something brightly glows behind Oliver. The girl destroys one after another. People run to the explosions, while he says that the destruction of the original source occurred and this successfully increased the fighting spirit of the people. The girl thanks the dark-haired guy for his help and then asks him to take care of Sarah. She takes aim and continues that she has already destroyed the source of her energy. She fires and commands him to follow the bullet because Sarah will be there. The girl looks ahead in confusion and wonders if she imagined it. She looks at the back of Oliver's head and says that it hasn't been like usual for some time. She rushes to another target and thinks that it probably doesn't matter anymore because first they need to focus. The red-haired guy is horrified, while she continues that it is exactly what they need to do. Someone calls their commander. Chloe apologizes for being late and asks what the status of the operation is. Henry puts his hand to his head and says that he doesn't know for sure, but they pulled out a lot of people and believes that about 45% of the population for sure, to which she is perplexed by how abruptly his behavior has changed. The guy flares up and asks if she thinks that this is natural, because the commander is so strong, and adds that she is not as frail as she is, to which the girl orders him to take his hand off her. Ashley and Henry fight, while Chloe estimates that if it really is 45%, then there is still a little left. She spins the knife in her hands and calls for them to follow her. She catches it and points at herself, because from this moment she takes control into her own hands. She visualizes the situation and continues that the seesaw on the battlefield swung first one way and then the other due to the intervention of human forces. The team goes on the attack, and the voice continues, which began to confidently lean to one side. Jim shouts that he already said that he was going to see the teacher and asks to allow him to do so. The guy, against the background of the explosion, asks that the effect of the medicine has already ended. What is he going to do there, and asks him to just sit quietly. A bullet flies. The man in the mask is perplexed by what is happening. He looks forward and asks again if it is a bullet. He stretches out his hand to catch the bullet. Oliver runs up in the background. Half of the man's arm is torn off. Someone falls to the ground. The girl with lime hair is perplexed by what she sees and asks what suddenly happened. Jim attacks Oliver from behind with a scream. The guy with dark hair calmly turns around and gives a counterpunch with his fist. He hears something. His opponent is sobbing. Jim's center of gravity has shifted, while Oliver stretches out his hand forward. The guy is thrown to the floor. The girl trembles and continues that she understood everything. He is that very man. He is Oliver. She opens her eyes wider and says that he came to her and thanks him for this. He will have to become her guinea pig. She used the ability to rupture the spinal cord, but stops because the guy has disappeared somewhere. While she is wondering where he went, he is already attacking her with the elbow. She screams in pain. The guy hits her with his fist. She takes multiple blows from him. She reaches out and tries to hit Oliver several times, but all in vain. She thinks that she can't keep up with him. And what does this mean? She uses the ability to the side. Someone is lying there. The guy covers him with himself. She uses the ability to rupture the spinal cord while castles are flying around him. The girl looks at him carefully and understands that he is caught, and she didn't even think that such a simple method would work on him. He doesn't move, while she continues that since he can't move now, maybe he should sit quietly. He walks towards her while she wonders how he can move. She remembers Chloe's premonition, because it turned out to be accurate. She looks at the guy with something written on him and continues that now he was not the same as always. He continues to walk towards her, and she says that seeing death, he came into an incomprehensible confusion and that Sarah held on without dying. The guy looks very depressed. The voice says that it infuriated him. The voiceover says that pressure, threat, remorse, despair, horror in this situation, it seems strange to me. None of these feelings, but Sarah did not feel anything at all. She looks ahead in horror, and he continues that all her life she was a scientist and knew perfectly well where her limit was, so she constantly thought only about how to overcome what was happening. approaching her mask, and she asks what is this, how he destroys the spinal cord captured by her and immediately creates a new one. Does this mean that the technique that captures the spinal cord does not work on him? She looks at the locks and the voice continues that although the technique did not work on him, but with the help of a split brain, she was able to study his ability. She goes on the attack because in that case, she slaps him in the face. Her bone splits into sand. She screams that she is not strong. She does not know how to fight at all, and how can the human body be so strong? And the voice says that even knowing that she is not succeeding, she tried because in science you always need proof. She looks at the guy because he was also confused. He goes on the attack. The girl looks ahead, dumbfounded, and defends herself with her ability. She thinks that usually such guys always have some kind of mental trauma and she will find his weak spot in the very depths of his subconscious. She reaches out to him. The guy counterattacks. Multiple Sarah shells fly at him. Her forehead glows. The guy dodges the shells. Against the backdrop of the explosion, he breaks forward. She opens her eyes because she found his injury. The girl calls his name. The man smiles. Sarah visualizes his mother behind him, calling him. Oliver stops. Someone asks for help while Chloe is confused. She turns around because she doesn't understand where the familiar voice is coming from. She recognizes two people and asks why they are here because she only brought the fighters there, and they don't understand what their commander is doing there. She angrily asks why they are asking to run away because it is dangerous there, and she was just about to ask them how they ended up here. They ask where they are, to which the girl answers them. They are confused from the place that Chloe named. She asks where a military operation is taking place, to which the second exclaims about a bloody battle, and the first asks how she ended up there, and Chloe says that she is trying to ask them that. The girl panics and thinks that she will die, to which the second screams Oliver's name and says that she loved him very much and will miss him, and Chloe commands them to calm down because they should talk slowly right now. She thinks that it was an ordinary morning, like always. She stretches, and the second one points to a certain ant in front. She asks if it is her because she heard that she was supposed to participate in the operation, but for some reason she did not go. The girl with long hair says that it is good that she just tried to make curry again, and she can try, to which she says that they need to choose a precise location otherwise they will be torn to pieces, and the girl is perplexed. Everything around glows purple. The girls do not recognize the place where they ended up. She asks in horror where she is going. They look around in horror while the voiceover says that the two felt something was wrong. The girl cries and says that after that they diligently ran away, and the second one that it seemed to them that they. Chloe thinks how they managed to run away and stay completely fine. Maybe these people also have some amazing abilities, and asks what they were doing there, to which she remembers. She turns around and says that there is a man with arrows and they just heard cries for help, and Chloe asks again about the man. The long-haired girl picks up a piece of the building and states the fact that there is a man there, and judging by the clothes, one of the people who were there. Someone shouts what to do because he is not dead yet. The girl measures his pulse and says that it is still palpable. She looks away and says that they are not too late, so they need to perform resuscitation as soon as possible, and someone says that they are too late. The guy with red hair says that it looks like their people are fighting zombies now and they are already too late for him. So he asks to save those who can still be saved and hands over sheets of paper and says that in return after the battle they must read this. She is perplexed by what it is. He holds them and replies that these are the names of the people he wrote down, because most of them lie forgetting their names. He continues that they must not forget their names and must not live like nameless cattle, and they must not be like zombies. She looks ahead in shock while he adds that they must gain independence by staying with people. Someone says that he has a bleeding stomach, a dislocated shoulder, and a compression of the oblique muscles of the back. He shouts with a question of doing something and is perplexed, and she just read it herself. Chloe extends her hand to him and says that just as he needs them, they need people like him. The girl asks him to get up and go with her to call people by name. Chloe remembers and says that in any place there are people who follow the truth. She understands that she was right because heroes can appear at any moment and in different guises. The guy notes that she has a very hot heart and he agrees and promises to try. He gets up and asks again how she could help him because she is not a doctor, to which she answers that these were simple first aid measures, and the girl notes that this is a dialogue between an amazing woman and a man, to which the second agrees. Oliver stands constrained by the ability. The voiceover says that after death, he endlessly remembered the number of hairs on her head, the number of breaths before starting to speak, the face with which she looked at him and the face with which she lied to him. Behind him is the silhouette of his mother, and he continues that that is why he knew it was not her. He frowns and continues that he did nothing and just stood and silently listened. Oliver thinks that if he turns around there will be a fake standing there. He already knows for sure, but for some reason he still does not want to turn around. Sarah thinks that it looks like the psyche is the right answer. Great, that's what she will do. She commands to find a deep feeling and penetrate into the very depths and destroy his consciousness from the inside. His mother's voice is heard. The guy takes a step. The half-dead mother hugs her son. Oliver sits sadly and looks forward. He calls the guy by name with his ability. Oliver angrily replies that she should know when to stop. He attacks Sarah. The girl is perplexed because this didn't work either, and in this case she herself should break into his consciousness. She thinks that if this doesn't work, her own subconscious might suffer, but she has no other choice. She uses her ability. Green shot. Sarah is perplexed. Oliver is sitting on a chair. She looks ahead and does not understand what it is because she sees such a subconscious for the first time. A red silhouette is in front of her. She realizes that it is she and asks what she is doing in his subconscious. Her silhouette flows from one color to another. The girl is horrified. The silhouette of the guy is smeared before her eyes. He raises his head and there is a hole in his face. Many hands reach for the girl. They twist her head off. Oliver chopped it off with a weapon. She looks into his face and is perplexed. She asks if he is pretending to be a man. The hero looked ahead in fear. Sarah opened her eyes wide. The heroine's head began to fly away. Oliver stood next to the girl and understood that in scientific disciplines it is rare to feel fear, but there is one exceptional case when this fear appears. It occurs when you meet something without a limit. The hero did not know what Sarah saw, but she lost all intention to fight. The leg jumped on the heroine. The guy answered that Otto were her last words. Oliver continued to calmly look away. The leg was killing the girl. The building. Kate looked away with incomprehension. There was a guy behind the fog. One hero was angrily shouting and asking about how much longer they could run because they needed to join forces. The hero shouted loudly. Laura calmly looked at the guys, realizing that with the intervention of one guy, the atmosphere among the residents had changed. The plan, which followed a simple route thanks to the help of ordinary people, was improved with the active use of geographical features, and thanks to this, the destruction of the guy went even faster. Due to the defeat of the commanding officers, as well as the broken spirit of the sweetheart, the groups of zombies began to disintegrate, and it seemed that the operation was going like clockwork. But dealing with the zombies one by one brought only more anxiety. Oliver walked, and everyone understood that this problem was quickly solved. The heroes ran confidently. The guy looked ahead carefully. Mike was killing a zombie in fear. Kate cried, looking ahead. Oliver calmly stood aside. The guy stood in front of the guys and said that everyone had worked hard. The hero raised his hand, shouting that they had won. The plan had been completed 100% and the total execution time was 13 hours 23 minutes. The zombies had been defeated and there were 0 casualties. Chloe's desire not to sacrifice a single person had fully come true, and the operation had ended with the victory of the people. The heroine looked at the man, asking what his name was. Kate walked sadly towards Chloe and said that she needed to talk about something. The girl looked ahead in surprise at the man, who was asking her last name. Chloe looked in surprise at Kate, who began to call her dad. Logan asked his daughter in surprise what she was doing here. In fact, the heroes had already met. But due to the critical situation and after too much time had passed, they did not have the opportunity to immediately recognize each other. The heroine asked her father with tears in her eyes if it was really him. Kate ran with great force to hug her father. Chloe watched all this with bewilderment. Her father was a fireman who carried the heroine in his arms. Logan asked little Kate if everything was okay with her. Her father laughed and said that thanks to her dad, her life was calmer. Chloe looked at the guys, realizing that this was the very hero she had heard about. The commander smiled, telling herself that fate really does exist, and in such moments you understand how many amazing things happen. Chloe looked at sad Kate, thinking about what she wanted to talk about. The son, Sean, was lying unconscious on the ground. The guy calmly answered that due to the rapid transformation, the hero had injuries, but they were not that serious and there was nothing to worry about. Chloe answered with bewilderment that the guy needed to be moved so that he could be cured, and they would discuss the actions later. Mike said in fear that they were trying to find out the number of wounded, and as soon as they confirmed everything, they would begin treatment at the medical center at the main gate. The commander reproached herself for the fact that this happened because she was incapable. Noga walked along the road. The guys laughed loudly. The heroes stood to the side. Oliver looked at them carefully. The guy could not understand what kind of family he had. Someone pushed Oliver in the back, asking if he was okay. The girl fearfully asked the guy if he was hurt anywhere, since he had huge circles under his eyes. The girls screamed that they missed him very much. The heroines cried loudly. Oliver asked in confusion why they missed him. The girl asked in surprise that there should be a reason to miss someone. The hero looked away. Mom smiled sweetly at her son and said that he should always take care of the people around him. The heroine angrily screamed that she needed a huge mountain of money. Oliver was quietly silent. Mom held her son's face and said that one day he would have people who would be there for no reason and who should be highly valued since they were important people. Mom calmly replied that this could definitely happen. Oliver covered his ears. The girls were surprised to hear the hero thank them. The girls screamed that it was very amazing and that they loved him too. The signal rocket of the great journey rises, the lit fuse becomes a huge tongue of flame and spreads. On the smoking pages, the writing of a new story began. This was supposed to be the end, but the heroine quickly fell to the ground. The girl began to look at her with incomprehension. Oliver looked away in fear. The villain watched the heroes from the sky, and his assistant replied that they had arrived at the goal and the direction was finished. Oliver stood calmly to the side. His eyes were scared. Jim looked down and asked that Monica and Sarah had done everything possible. The hero was calmly descending. Jim calmly looked at Oliver and said that on the way here he heard a lot of things. The guys were surprised and incomprehensible, saying that he didn't look like a zombie, but he didn't look like a human either. The hero answered with displeasure that there were many noisy onlookers left in this world. The villain looked at everyone with displeasure. The guy shot people with quick movements. Oliver calmly looked away, and the villain said that when he heard about the human uprising, he initially decided that it was just a small riot and he couldn't imagine that they had so many opportunities. The hero was glad that they finally had a worthy opponent. The guy began to bend over. Oliver grabbed the unconscious Laura and quickly ran away. Jim answered in surprise that he didn't think the hero would just run away. The villain quickly broke the guy's torso into 2 parts. The commander didn't understand what it was. Oliver fell to the ground with the heroine. The body flew to the side. The other part began to grow again. Oliver grabbed Laura again. Jim calmly answered Oliver that he had a very mesmerizing ability. The villain decided to follow him to the end to see how far he could escape. The hero has black hair tied in a ponytail, a long sword, and a strange formal suit out of season. The officers definitely do not know about each other's abilities because they do not communicate and they have nothing to fight about, so he has nothing to say. Frederick thoughtfully said that now the main ones are hiding and the guy is the trunk of the squad. This meant that if they managed to catch him first, without wasting time on other officers, then the Scarlet Squad will be finished. The villain began to shout and call all the forces capable of fighting. Chloe confidently understood that in a good scenario, today could be the end. Jim looked away. The heroes stood in a stance. The villain began to ask with confusion who these little guys were and whether they were Oliver's subordinates. Chloe confidently asked the guy how he knew that they had captured the city and whether he had talked to Frederick. Jim calmly answered that they had very strange hobbies and no matter how the guy got there, he was not going to report. Chloe calmly said that he had no expectations on this account. The heroine confidently answered that the guy would die here today and the curtain of the zombie era would fall here. Jim disappeared, telling the guys that they were too confident. The villain answered that he had arrived only to look at Oliver and if he could achieve his goal, he did not care who stood in his way. Chloe worriedly answered that she did not see him at all and that he had simply disappeared somewhere. Kate loudly screamed at Chloe about what was happening. The heroine answered in fear that her leg had started to go numb and that it was most likely a side effect of her skill. Jim quickly ran from side to side. The villain killed first those who looked weaker. Jim calmly answered the guys that they were even weaker. Chloe tiredly said that she had no signs before his appearance and now she had some kind of ability that did not obey the laws of physics. The heroine understood through force that she had to get up and protect her fighters. Kate shouted loudly to the commander. The guy was shouting with displeasure and saying that he needed to come in order. Henry started shouting loudly at Jim not to be afraid and to come out and fight face to face. The villain quickly came out of the shadows, waving his sword. There was a wound on the guy's shoulder. Henry's hand was holding Jim's weapon. The guy was shouting with displeasure that he would die at his hands. Jim wounded the guy from all sides and said that only his psyche was strong. The villain was slowly leaving and saying that it was impossible to kill an opponent with only one pride and that abilities should follow. The man was shouting with displeasure at Jim to take his hands off the kids. The villain quickly cut the guy's hands. Jim calmly shouted that they were terribly weak and he thought that it was not worth leaving bio-garbage alive, in which he did not see a drop of potential. Kate called Chloe in fear. There was strength in the girl's eyes. The heroine ran at Jim with great speed, shouting that they needed to move. Chloe was shouting at the girl that she was a great right hand, so they had to take everyone and leave. The commander was quickly fighting Jim. Kate didn't know what to do. Jim was falling from the sky. Chloe stood confidently on the road. The villain was holding a gun and saying that the girl had excellent speed, that he didn't even expect it. The heroine looked tiredly at the floor. Chloe was gritting her teeth and saying that Oliver needed to show up, since she wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Mike looked back in surprise. Oliver was holding Laura and asking the guy if she could be saved. Someone turns to Mike, to which he turns around. Oliver is carrying the girl in his arms and asking him if she can be saved. People are treating each other's wounds. Mike is wheeling the girl on a gurney and wondering what happened to her and if there were any more zombies there. He gets nervous and continues that the guy left right away and that's why he didn't even have time to ask him and denies that it would probably be pointless to ask. He holds her in his arms and wonders about what's going on outside, to which he asks again if she can be saved. He asks her dejectedly to promise him that he will save her. Mike looks at him in surprise and says that he will try his best to do it. The blonde guy continues to push the gurney and remembers his terribly angry face. In such a state he would not answer any of his questions. The guy with the bob calls out to him because he needs to come back as soon as possible, because there are wounded at the door, and he asks again which wounded are they talking about. Several bloody people are sitting in the hallway, while someone asks Kate what all this means. She throws herself into Mike's arms and asks him to save them, and he calls out to her in response and asks her to come to her senses. Someone asks him what they should do with the wounded who have arrived, which makes him think. He shouts that they need to move them all to the operating room, which he agrees to. He watches as the gurneys drive away towards the operating room. Mike scratches his head in displeasure and thinks about how so many critical patients suddenly appeared, and he is the only doctor there, and who should he treat first in such a situation? He frowns and continues that he can't just take responsibility for them all and asks himself if this is right at all, because depending on his decision, someone will die and someone will survive. The guy holds his head in an attempt to choose a way to solve the problem, while the creature with elven ears asks to listen to him because he can do something interesting. Frederick drinks blood from a bottle and says that this is his teacher's blood, which was previously rolled on the plu, and what if he drinks it like this? While he is doing this, the voiceover says that he has lost his will to resist due to his helplessness and has started looking for something to entertain himself with. He twirls the blood on his tongue and says that he needs to do this. The doctor yells at him that he should be quiet and asks him if he understands how serious the situation is now, to which he sticks out his tongue. Mike holds a red balloon, and he asks how he likes it. It is a bloody work of art and asks if he is right that his teacher will like it, to which he asks if it is Oliver's blood. The blonde man realizes that it is Oliver's blood. He yells that this is what the other man is perplexed by. The man asks what kind of building just collapsed, to which the other man replies that he does not know and that it would be better to look for their commander first. The wind raised dust, to which someone asks what just flew by. A dark silhouette runs. Oliver thinks about that zombie and asks where he is. Someone shoots at him, but the guy safely dodges. The man with the ponytail swings. The man in the cap broke his weapon when he blocked the blow and notices that his weapon broke. He then makes a block with his hand, because in such a situation he decided not to use a sword. He falls to the floor. She throws something at Jim, and he dodges. She goes to attack him. An aimed blow in the form of her leg flies at him. She frowns. Jim continues to just stand there and asks what she is doing. He makes a simple kick and she flies away screaming. The girl rolls on the floor and thinks that in such important moments her strength goes away and now she cannot move, even with all her efforts. Jim massages his neck and says that he thought she was useful, but it seems that this is enough for her because he is sorry for his time. He leaves saying that it seems that the only normal person here is one, and that is the one named Oliver, and adds that she should not cause him trouble and asks him to just lie there, to which she screams for Jim to stop. She gets up with difficulty and asks herself to get up. Because it is unknown what damage it will cause, she still has to stop it. Chloe falls with a crash and confirms the fact that she cannot move, because her body does not obey her at all. She thinks that she must get up. The girl looks after Jim and thinks about her fighters, that she must protect them. Sarah asks if she needs help, which puzzles the girl. Neria introduces herself and says that she is an independent artificial intelligence fused from the Sarah system. Chloe looks at her incredulously and asks, what is this, an independent artificial intelligence? Is this the last weapon left behind by Sarah? The voiceover says that this is not so. Sarah did not know about the existence of Neria either, and all because she is an artificial intelligence left after the death of the girl with lime hair. It single-handedly acquired its form and evolved. Neria thanks the voice for the explanation, to which the girl asks again about the help and clarifies what she has planned. Neria replies that she has nothing in mind at all, she just wants to help people, and now they are the most curious specimens for her research, because she inherited a huge thirst for knowledge from Sarah and cannot think of anything else. The girl grins in pain and thinks that she does not understand what she is talking about, but it seems that she wants to help her. But now she would sell her soul for it, and as a result, it is not the time to figure out who is her friend and who is her enemy. She asks Neria what she should do, to which she replies that nothing needs to be done and she is perplexed. Neria shows the button and continues that she pressed it. Against the background of a beam of light, the artificial intelligence continues that earlier Jim himself asked for this, to make a defensive weapon that no one could defeat, one that even he would not be able to, so she made every effort. Something shoots a green beam. Jim stands and does not move. He notices the attack. Neria uses a super cluster. A stream of energy flies at the guy. Oliver looks at the green beam in the sky. Neria asks her opinion on this because it is her model airgun and she thinks that it should have killed Jim. In his place there is only a crack in the ground. While Chloe says that he is gone, he disappeared without a trace. She thinks in horror that she does not see him even with her absolute vision and does not hear any sounds and wonders if he is really dead. She smiles. The girl happily falls to the ground. Because everything ended so simply and does not understand what to say, is she grateful or disappointed? To which Neria again clarifies if it is cool, because if so, then Chloe should praise her in the comments, and the girl asks who she is talking to. Chloe looks at the sky and thinks that just such a blow probably everything around him turned to ashes, and of course, Jim could not survive after that. She asks the AI if her name is Neria and clarifies what she should do for her now, to which she receives in response that she does not need to do anything if she just wanted to look at it. And the girl notes that she is very strange. She smiles with all her teeth and says that she will think about it later, because thanks to her, Chloe managed to save her fighters, and this is an incredible relief. Jin says that he has already said everything. He points his sword at her and again asks her not to cause him trouble. Chloe screams in horror. Jim says that the reason he didn't kill her isn't because she's valuable to him, he just wasn't too lazy. He leaves her with the blade in her torso and tells her to curl up and die quietly on her own, because that's what suits her perfectly. Neria looks at him in surprise and says that this is completely unexpected, because there are many cases when artificial intelligence is wrong. Because even the weather forecast can't be completely trusted, she doesn't want to accidentally get hit by a hot hand and is going to leave. Chloe holds onto the blade and asks how he is and how this attack didn't do any damage. What is he even like? She forces herself to get up because she needs to fight again. The girl takes out the blade and thinks that if she just lets it go, everyone will be in danger. Many blades fly at her after that. He asks if she doesn't understand what she's doing at all. The girl staggers. She falls to the ground with a scream. She gasps and remembers the question about what her dream is, and the second one asks what all of a sudden. The girl with short hair asks her if she is distracted by conversations again, and they should be planning the operation and holding a briefing as soon as possible. To which she replies that such conversations can provide motivation, and as a result, it will be possible to finish the plan even faster, and asks her to answer quickly. She thinks about it and says that she does not know, she just wants to drink coffee and not worry about anything, and that's all, and clarifies what her dream is, because most likely she will say something that will give her goosebumps and asks her to say it faster so that they can finish there. The girl in the cap says that she was right, she will say it in a way that will give her goosebumps of enormous size. Only such words are usually remembered, and at least out of shame she will do everything to make such a dream come true, and clarifies if this is true. She asks what her dream is in the end. Jim asks if she is still alive. He jumps. The girl gets ready to strike from the jump. She kicks him with all her might. Jim jumps back and replies that it's as if there's another person in front of him. Not only can't he catch her, he even has trouble reacting to her movements. How could a dying girl change so much in an instant? Jim extends 2 fingers in her direction. The girl is pierced by dozens of swords again, while he asks if he's wrong after all. He looks at the enraged Chloe and continues that she now looks more like a moving corpse. Jim swings and says that it's simply phenomenal, because she was able to show such an amazing transformation only when she was dying, and praises her, because she will be able to give her a worthy rebuff again. The girl prepares to attack. She pushes off the ground with all her might. The girl looks at the swordsman and thinks about her dream. She continues that she knows that she has many shortcomings and that she can't plan an operation normally and make decisions that would satisfy everyone on her own. Before reaching the target, the long-haired one falls, but thinks that there are still fighters who do not pay attention to her shortcomings and continue to follow her, and she for their sake. Someone spills the contents of a glass and asks the commander if everything is okay. The girl asks if he had a bad dream and notes that there are napkins down there, to which the second one agrees she does not need them because they need to go faster. Against the background of spilled tea, she says that the fact that there is still no news from them means that something has definitely happened and they need to go there as soon as possible. The girl with glasses thinks if she is ready to stand up for her defense and agrees that she will definitely protect them. She turns and adds that this means that she will have to stay alive all the time, and asks if she thinks that it will be as easy as it is in words, and clarifies is it possible in their time to be with absolute certainty that you will not die. Chloe smiles and asks herself why she is so worried about her and if she is afraid that she might die, to which she snaps that she should not be told such things. And the former continues that she cannot be sure of this for sure, so when she finds herself in danger, she will have to come to her aid. She asks again in bewilderment what she can do because she has no abilities, to which she says that she cannot show weakness in front of the fighters and she can only ask her about this, so she must do everything in her power, and takes her word, to which she asks her to stop. She nervously bites the glass and asks her to wait for her because she will arrive soon. Jim looks at Chloe, who is lying on the ground, and asks how to say this, but he considers her a girl who does not know the measure in several senses. He continues that he still cannot call this time useless because her last jerk amazed him, and he expresses his respect to her with a bow. Jim says that he will definitely finish off all the remaining people and then there will be no one left to scold her, even though she fought to the end. Someone stood up behind him. Oliver looks at the guy who is preparing to impale him on the blades. He thinks that he was just behind him, but he turned around and sees him behind him again. That guy is a curious man. He asks Oliver if he came to him and says that he is glad to meet him again because his subordinates were completely hopeless, but with him everything will be different, and clarifies if he is right. The guy looks depressed. He sees the bleeding body of the girl. Oliver says that in this case nothing changes, and Jim is perplexed. The guy with dark hair continues that his very promise to kill him becomes meaningless because there is no point in creating a story to tell his mother. He thinks that now it is as if he has returned to the very beginning. Jim asks what he is muttering to himself. Oliver reaches out to him and asks why he is destroying everything. The eyes emit black liquid. The jets attack Jim. Some entity appears from under the ground. There are several of them around him. The guy thinks about what is happening. The man with the ponytail cuts the entities into pieces without thinking and declares that he has never seen anything like this before, as if he were the devil, but he does not agree with himself because it is better to say that he is more likely a real angel. Jim prepares the blades and notes that this is wonderful because his new opponent is definitely different from these bugs, and he does not know what he is muttering to himself, but it does not matter much to him. Oliver frowns, and he continues that now he will be able to fight for real, putting his life on the line. Neria watches with inspiration, because he is going to fight for real and it is terrible. She smiles and says that she is joking, because she is only an artificial intelligence and therefore cannot have emotions. Those should wave their fists on their own, and the fairy of people goes about her business. Neria drags Chloe's body away, saying that she will use this body to the maximum benefit. Oliver uses the ability with his hand. Jim is perplexed by what is happening. Shreds of flesh rise up. The guy is covered in pink clots. Jim sees the transformation and notes that he does not even know which of them is exactly a zombie. The piece of meat continues to grow in different directions. It makes a hole in the ground under itself. Jim jumps. The fingers of the creature reach towards the guy. The creature with eyes throws the guy in the mask to the side. He says that at first he thought that he only had the ability to regenerate, but it looks more like his full-fledged rebirth, and this is amazing. Here even the question is not how to somehow defeat him. Jim imagines a knot and says that it is similar to a similar one, only tangled together, and he does not even understand where to start untangling it. Jim notices something. A meaty hand crushed him. The entity makes demonic sounds. Someone notes that it is quite noisy. Jim asks if he thought that he was the only one suffering while remaining alive. It is raining. The monster screams and attacks. Jim uses the Dharma Chakra of wisdom. He spreads his hands and says that it is a hexagram. He goes on the attack, saying that if the knot cannot be untied, then it is enough to just cut it. The guy uses division and Oliver is freed from the meaty form. Jim looks at him and continues that he was only going to cut him into pieces, but the guy who immediately restored his real body and notes that he knew that he would like the guy and sees great opportunities in it. Oliver is furious. Jim asks why he is angry because somehow this battle seemed very interesting to him. Oliver swings at him. Jim disappears. The guy is confused until the voiceover says that he has never seen anything disappear before his eyes. Jim materializes behind him while the voice continues that this is because no one has ever been faster than him, and Jim notes that he is slower than him. The guy throws dice. The swordsman cuts through everything in 2 counts, saying that his attack was useless. The guy is getting ready to punch. The blow comes out like a wave. Jim stays on his feet, and the wave destroys the ground behind him. The entity with the tail notes that this is a disappointment. He is not using his abilities as well as he thought. The guy is furious and gets ready to attack again. The brunette gets it in the face with the words that the most important thing is that he has no desire to win. Jim squeezes his head and continues that he is just trying to take out his anger on him. He hits him on the floor and continues that he does not think at all about how he could defeat him. He puts his foot on him and says that in his current state, even having died a bunch of times, he is not able to defeat him, and it would only be possible if he had an energy potion. Oliver groans and eats dirt. Jim thinks that if he thinks about it, he did not understand what girl he ran away with, because apparently she was very dear to him. He asks if he should finish him off, and Oliver looks at the ground in horror. The guy forbids the masked man to do so. He shouts it as if it were an order. The guy gets up and knocks him down with his fist. Jim flies in with a kick. The guy prepares to strike again. A huge spinal column rises from the ground. The hand smoothly descends. He hits the entity in the mask with all his weight. Oliver experiences heavy shortness of breath. He estimates that this was better than the super cluster. Jim extends his hand to Oliver and says that but still he does not know where to put himself out of pity for him because he will not die from something like this. The guy squeezes the blade in horror and hears that he showed him his abilities, and he again fights in a similar way, and yet, well, it seems to him that it will do because he learned that he can become stronger if he presses on his sore spot and evokes strong emotions. Jim smirks and continues that what is happening, it seems that the guy does not understand, no matter how much he tells him this, and he will have to make him feel the meaning with his entire body. He goes on the attack, saying that there are several ways to significantly enhance your physical characteristics, but the most important of them is a full-fledged desire to kill your opponent. Oliver remembers the pierce Chloe, and he continues that depending on the emotions you experience, you can sometimes go beyond your own capabilities. Jim kicks the guy and says that their physical difference is not great and it is quite possible that he will even be more powerful than him. He gets another punch and listens to what his emotions that he is experiencing now should be remembered. He adds that especially the feeling of defeat, loss of powerlessness, or horror, whatever it was. Jim creates a ball and says that everything he lost because of his weakness will become his guide leading forward. The ball inflates. Jim creates a huge ball. People are perplexed by what is flying towards them. The doctor is also shocked. Oliver looks up in horror. The dark-haired man catches a clot of energy. Jim says that they will meet again soon and he hopes that then they will look at each other with different eyes. The guy writhes from the strain. The clot presses Oliver into the ground. The man screams about the pain in his arm. The doctor looks on in horror. Mike sees Chloe spread out. The voiceover explains what happened to Oliver at the moment of the battle. He states that for the first time he felt something human. The guy in the subconscious sits with his mother and tells her that it is all over and asks if she missed him because he missed her very much. He cuddles and asks what they will do and offers to chat over food because he really wants to eat the curry that he cooked for him. Oliver smiles and continues that they can eat together, and the mother replies that and also there is no need to lie so diligently while the son is perplexed. Against the backdrop of corpses in the pond, she replies that parents are always preparing to part with their children, and of course, despite this, parting is not an easy task, but at least she will be able to make this choice not for herself, but for her son. The boy asks what she is saying. The mother clarifies that he needs to leave as soon as possible because nothing is over yet. Oliver looks ahead in horror. He is sitting in the ward. The girl asks if he is okay and has come to his senses. She cries and adds that for her it is a relief because he lay unconscious for 3 days and she was very worried about him. Oliver asks again about the term. He jumps up, to which she asks where he is going. Oliver runs as fast as he can. The guy sees a ward ahead. People turn around and state the fact that Oliver has finally woken up. Chloe is lying there having had an operation. The guy looks at her in shock. Someone asks if he ate. The girl with turquoise hair gives a positive answer because Oliver ate the black sphere released by Jim, so that's why everyone was able to safely survive that day. The redhead asks what they are talking about and asks to tell her in more detail, and she says that if she wants to know everything. The girl remembers that they have already arrived and Jim's ball fell to the ground. It was so huge that it could hide the entire city under itself. Oliver is preparing to absorb the ball, while she continues that she does not know what kind of ability it is exactly, but it seemed to her that everything it touches is immediately destroyed. Oliver holds the ball, and in the background she says that in general, Oliver devoured it for some time, and they wanted to help him, but how to do this was completely unclear. How to help at all and where to start. The guy screams, and she says that it was then. The redhead asks if he ate the ball, to which he receives a positive answer and wonders how he did it. She remembers Oliver and continues that it seemed to her that it looked as if he had absorbed her, because inside his body there was an endless repetition of destructions and new births. Against the background of the flash, the voice says that this repetition went on like this for several hours, almost a whole day, and as a result, the ball disappeared. Against the background of the head, Oliver says that he also disappeared and lost consciousness, and she asks if he is unconscious now. Against the background of the window, she continues that they say that his wounds have healed. Emily continues that it is unknown when he will come to his senses. She asks the guy if he knows why his aunt took such care of him. Emily turns away and continues that she said that in Orak and before him there was such a face, as if his world had been destroyed long ago, and the aunt used to be a teacher, so she said that she knows what parents mean to children. Chloe is sleeping in the ward. Oliver looks at her devastatedly. The man is puzzled how they managed to survive and honestly says that he thought that they would all die and asks if that man saved them. Clara gives a positive answer because she heard that he used Oliver's blood, but she is going to ask for details later. Someone hits the table with chopsticks, asking if it is important now. The man with red hair asks why she did not help their commander, to which she is puzzled. He continues that they should have helped the commander until the last, and she, according to him, ran away like a coward. Kate looks down in surprise and answers that the commander asked her to take and run away, to which he asks again if she really decided to take and run away. He shouts that even if they were dying, they should have fought to the very end, then the commander would have survived with them and asks again if he is right. He continues that because of her the commander, but the red-haired girl interrupts him and clarifies where he himself was at that moment. Kate grabs him by the collar and says that he was out from the very beginning, which he succeeded in doing to bully her, to which he asks if she said everything she wanted. He pushes Kate and replies that he did everything he could from the very beginning and fought so hard that he was almost finished off until someone asks them to stop. Kate hits him in the face and asks if he thinks that she wanted to run away and asks what she had to do if the commander said so and why he bothered her in general. The others try to separate the two since the commander is not among the victims. Kate cries with tears that she definitely just went somewhere for a short time and will be back soon. The guy notes that she is an idiot since the commander can even die since she is very strong. Clara raises her hand and adds that since they still haven't found the body, it can't be said that she's already dead, but her absence is still felt very keenly because everything is clear with the fighters, but even the commander has changed. Anna asks again what they want to say. The man says that, as he mentioned earlier, it all seems too much to him because only 3 days have passed since Jim left. The people are cleaning up the aftermath of the battle, while he continues that they are still demanding that the city be rebuilt and the surrounding area searched. And he clarifies whether they are asking too much of their people, because at this rate all those who manage to survive will die. Anna asks what of it, and he is perplexed because they need to rest a little because they have not fully recovered physically and it is mentally difficult. He continues that of course you need to avoid zombies, but you also need to rest, to which Anna interrupts him with an order to leave the room if he wants to continue talking such nonsense. She screams that everyone is important now and something needs to be done as soon as possible to finish off the zombies. She looks straight at him and asks if he feels any pity for the victim of the dead, because how can those who survived thanks to them whine at all, and he is perplexed by what a disgusting person she is. He angrily agrees to negotiate, because his people from the city from now on stop working and leaves her to do everything they want on their own. Mike asks him to wait because they did not come for this at all. He turns to Anna because he understands that she is on edge, but in such situations the most important thing is to remain calm, but she asks him to leave. She hugs herself and continues that he should leave and come back when Oliver wakes up. They destroy the zombies leaning on him, since they decided that it would be better to do so. Mike thinks that he would like to calm the commander with the help of his ability, but this may seem to him an even more rude attitude towards her. He agrees to leave, and if she needs something, she can call him. There is a cap on the table. Anna is shaking. Someone asks if she is offending the fighters again. Chloe says that she does not understand at all why she has different things on her tongue and in her head and asks again what happened, because she can listen to her. Anna looks down. She is crying and apologizing to her friend and asks her to come back. Someone opens the door and she clarifies what is happening and who it is because she is busy now. Neria notices that she is crying very bitterly. Anna flies away in horror. Neria spreads her arms and apologizes for accidentally spying on her like that, because of course it is also useful information for her, to which she asks who sent her and how she managed to get through. She states that Chloe is alive and Chloe is perplexed. She asks again if she is really alive and where she is now, to which she receives in response that if she listens to Neria's unexpected offer, she will send her friend there right now. Anna asks what the offer is, to which Neria asks to give her Oliver. She smiles and continues that for her he is a very valuable object, allowing her to study her mistakes, and they will simply exchange what each of them wants so that no one will be dissatisfied, and clarifies whether she is right. Anna looks dumbfounded, while Neria asks what her answer is, because will she be able to answer in 3 seconds. She starts counting, looks straight at her. Anna looks silently. She screams, 1 second left. Neria asked if this girl could answer in 3 seconds. Anna was very nervous and started to sweat. Meanwhile, someone was heading towards them. Anna opened her mouth and was about to answer, but suddenly the door opened. Oliver appeared in front of them. Anna looked at him in surprise. She asked him if he had already woken up. Neria was very happy to see him. She approached him and said that they could finally say hello properly. She also asked him what brought him here. The guy looked at her gloomily and said that he wanted to ask how he could defeat Jim. She happily flew up to him and, turning to Anna, said that from now on she could use Oliver as she wanted. Anna sighed languidly. The girl sat down and said that it was so and Neria could do with him as she wanted. Passing Oliver, she told Neria to be sure to fulfill her promise. Meanwhile, Mike was putting together a puzzle. He asked Anna what it was. She asked him in return if he didn't know about puzzles. However, Mike immediately said that he knew about puzzles, but he didn't understand why he suddenly felt the need to solve them. Anna lowered her head and said that puzzles gave a sense of psychological safety. According to her, by releasing enough dopamine, they also help make serious choices. However, in front of them at the table sat Kate, Clara, and Frederick, who were loudly arguing about how exactly to solve the puzzle. Mike put his hand to his chin and wondered why she had just seemed so detached, why she had suddenly calmed down and was leading the meeting so calmly. Kate was yelling at Frederick and arguing that the puzzle should be done differently, and Frederick was angrily yelling back. Clara picked up the remote control and angrily told them to listen to her until she hurt them. Mike picked up the puzzle and, looking at it nervously, said that he would not participate in this chaos. He started shaking his head from side to side, looking for Oliver, thinking that Oliver couldn't just skip the meeting. He looked at Anna in surprise, who took the puzzle and said that Oliver would be leaving them soon. Anna put the puzzle in the right place and said that they needed to discuss the reconstruction of the city, Sean's healing, food and internal structure, and many other things, but they would start with the most pressing problems. Someone was standing behind the door and Anna ordered them to enter. Neria, Oliver and Emily entered the room. Anna said that the three of them were heading to the third star, Chester. Mike immediately said worriedly that Oliver had woken up only recently. Anna put another puzzle in and said that they had decided this together with Chloe. Kate and Clara asked in shock that Commander Chloe was really alive. However, Anna did not answer and her gaze darkened. She looked at Neria, who was waving her hand. The girl was lost in her memories. Anna shouted at Neria not to say such nonsense. Anna fell to her knees and said that Neria seemed to think that Oliver was nothing more than some kind of tool, but he was one of their fighters, whom Chloe cared about. She also said that for Chloe, the lives of the fighters were everything. Neria looked at Anna in surprise because she said that even though she was now in an almost unconscious state, she would never tarnish Chloe's principles. Anna began to cry, screaming at Neria to get out of here right now. Anna was silent and tried to catch her breath, but suddenly Neria began to say that it was a joke. She also said that the human fairy Neria could not make such a cruel offer. Anna looked at her in surprise. Suddenly, Neria unexpectedly extended her hand, frightening Anna. In Neria's hand was some kind of small cube, from which Chloe's voice was heard. Anna started to cry and asked if it was Chloe. The action shifts to the present again. Holding the puzzle in her hands, Anna said that Chloe was alive, and after discussing the current situation with her, they decided that Oliver needed to improve. After all, despite all their victories and defeats, Oliver was the only one of them who could get to Jim now. Clara asked in surprise where Chloe was now and why she didn't come in person. Neria put her hand to her mustache and said that she was healing the commander, and the thing was that Chloe had a lot of wounds. Neria also said that Chloe would be back soon, so there was no need to worry too much. Kate looked at her and asked her comrades what this green bug was. Anna pointed her finger at Neria and said that it was the self-aware AI Neria left by Sarah's system. According to Anna, Neria feels an interest in people, so she is ready to help without any special conditions. And Neria promised to be a teacher who would help Oliver progress. Frederick squinted at her and thought about the many trinkets Sarah had made. He also wondered if a teacher needed another teacher, since Oliver would surely catch up with Jim without it. Mike whispered in Anna's ear that they were certainly grateful for the help, but Neria had been created by Sarah, and so they could not trust her so easily. Anna squinted and thought that there were indeed many suspicious things, but there were also some things that could definitely be trusted. She remembered a recent conversation with Neria. Chloe's voice was heard from the cube. Chloe told Anna not to worry, because although Neria seemed strange on the outside, she was not bad at all. Anna sat on the floor and listened to Chloe talking about how she and Taram had not yet met, and therefore she was not going to die until then. Anna crossed her arms and thought about how no one but Chloe could have mentioned this person, so at least Anna was sure that Neria was not lying. Suddenly Neria put the puzzle back and said that she would help Oliver and they would be able to defeat the officers, and during this she would help him make great progress. Oliver immediately opened the window when Anna said that the three of them could go right now. Anna looked at him seriously and said that she hoped for him because the fate of all mankind depended on his progress. Oliver, standing by the window, turned around and said that he did not care, but he would definitely be able to defeat Jim. Then the three of them set off. Mike immediately asked Anna why she sent Emily with them. Anna replied that she did not send her. According to Anna, Neria said that they absolutely had to take her along. Anna explained that Neria said that Emily was so sweet that they couldn't do without her. They returned to the table and Anna shouted that they would take a little rest and then continue the meeting. Mike looked at Frederick and asked why he didn't ask to go with Oliver. Frederick looked away and asked if they would let him go if he whined. He also said that he was no longer a teenager going through puberty and wanted to focus on the meeting. Frederick went somewhere and said that he would first stop by the toilet. Mike smiled and said that they were waiting for him. Frederick went into the toilet and closed the door. Frederick blushed because he was thinking about them going to Chester's. Frederick ran, thinking that he would soon come to him too, but suddenly he was electrocuted. Mike looked out of the door and sighed in displeasure. The three heroes were still on their way. They reached Jeju Island. Oliver was standing nearby. Neria said that this was the place where Chester was. Chester turned around when he heard them. He asked them why they came to him. Oliver looked at him darkly and said that they came to kill him. Chester let out a surprised cry. Meanwhile, Anna was walking down the hallway, thinking that the meeting was over. She began to bite her nails, thinking that she had a lot of things to do and would have to start with the thing that she would not want to do even under pain of death, but there was nothing she could do. A recent memory popped into her mind. When she was sitting with Mike in the room, Mike said that he had something to tell her. He looked at her and said that he wanted to, as they discussed during the meeting, begin rebuilding the facilities and increase the army. So Mike asked if she would have to go to someone first. Anna folded the papers and closed her eyes and then said that she was going to go to him anyway, But not only were they short-handed, but she also had no right to look Chloe in the eye in her current state. Anna headed for the exit and said that she would figure it out herself anyway, so Mike shouldn't worry. She also said that she was the commander of the headquarters, so she knew how to separate personal and work. She covered her face with her hand and thought that even though she had said that, her pride still resisted. She thought nervously that it was her fault that she had said those nasty things, so there was no one else to blame. Then she came to Logan, who was working at that moment. Logan immediately said that she had told him to fuck off, and now she really decided to add something else. Anna covered her face with her hand, thinking that he himself had said that he would not work, and now he was working so hard. That made Anna feel even more ashamed. Anna bowed before him and apologized. With her head down, she asked him not to forget to rest and all that. However, Logan dryly told her to go about her business since he had to work. He put the rope on his shoulder and said that he would work as she ordered so she could go. He also said that he thought she was busy herself so she could go and take care of her business. Anna turned around and began to nervously scream that she did not know what kind of wind blew through him, but she wanted him to continue working conscientiously. She also said that she would call him regularly. Suddenly she stopped because Logan told her to cry more quietly when she cried, since everything could be heard perfectly well behind the door. Anna turned around in shock. She continued to run, saying that she had never cried before, and therefore did not understand what he was talking about. Logan smiled, understanding everything perfectly, and thought that she was not at all what she seemed at first. Meanwhile, Oliver ran to Chester because Neria ordered him to do so. Neria and Emily watched this. Neria said that they would finish off the third star and quickly go to gym. Emily lowered her head, thinking that it was also her fault that Chloe was injured, and therefore she could not run away all the time. Emily also decided that judging by the fact that Neria took her with her, she must have some kind of ability too. Emily decided that if Oliver was in danger, she would gather her courage and help. Neria pointed somewhere with her finger and said that they must not let their guard down, because starting with the third star, they were fighting the leader's own children. So they are completely different from the officers they fought before. However, according to Neria, for Oliver they will still be one hit away. However, suddenly Oliver's head flew into a tree. Oliver was silent, although his head remained on the tree. Emily was very worried and began to ask him questions. Neria saw this and nervously wondered if Oliver had really become like this in one blow. Oliver immediately ran into battle and Neria began to scream that she had told him not to let his guard down. However, Chester hit again and Oliver's head flew off again. Chester hit again and Oliver's head flew off his shoulders again. Oliver's head flew in different directions. This happened several more times. Neria looked at this and, crossing her arms, said that according to her information, Chester was not strong enough to push Oliver back like that, and so she decided to watch the fight more closely. Oliver was running at Chester. The hero ran, thinking that he would finish Jim, but to do this, he had to win. Suddenly, Oliver remembered his fight with Jim. Then Jim told him that in his current state, even having died a bunch of times, Oliver would not be able to defeat him because he did not think at all about how he could defeat him. Oliver was right next to Chester, but he just stood there. Chester chopped his head off his shoulders again and started screaming for them to leave him alone. Oliver's head flew to Emily's feet. Neria started talking about Oliver having to attack. She also asked him why he was just staring around. Lying on the ground, Oliver's head asked what it meant to want to win. Neria looked at him carefully and understood what was going on. Chester grabbed his head and started screaming that because of him, he would sober up now. He also exclaimed that he did not want to fight at all. Suddenly, he grabbed Oliver by the head. Then he threw it as far as he could and shouted for Oliver to leave him alone. Emily started hitting Chester's knees, calling him names. However, he swung at her and asked them all to leave him alone. Neria watched this with her arms crossed and said that she seemed to be thinking too superficially. However, she said that nothing could be done now. Suddenly, human hands came out of Neria as if from a portal. A girl hit Chester in the stomach. He was thrown back a decent distance. It turned out to be Neria in human form. Emily looked at her big eyes in shock. Emily asked in surprise if Neria was really human. Neria leaned over and said that she was not, she just turned into one for a while. Then they ran after Oliver together. Meanwhile, Chester got up from the ground. He looked after them and said that those evildoers had finally left. Chester shouted at them not to come back and make fun of him again. Suddenly, a man heard the shout and thought about how noisy it was today. Nate sat and meditated, thinking that now he should focus on meditation because there was no need to be distracted by all this nonsense. Nate raised his hands and began to call out to the great ancestors of the waterfall. He asked them to give him strength. Looking up, Nate asked them to share their great power with him so that there would be a way to put to rest those who had died an unfortunate death. He asked again and shouted out for them to share their sacred power with him. Suddenly, something fell into his hands. Nate began to get nervous, wondering if the ancestors had finally answered him. They also said that this meant that this was not just a legend. Suddenly, he saw Oliver in his hands, or rather his head, which, moreover, calmly asked him who he was. Nate began to scream in horror. The guy immediately threw his head to the side. Oliver's head was high in the air and he was able to look around and wondered where he had come from. Suddenly, Oliver completely regenerated, which shocked Nate even more. Oliver came up to him and asked where Chester was. Nate silently looked at him, but then he closed his eyes and said that he was even scared by what an unusual ability Oliver had. Nate held out his hand and said that Oliver was probably here for the first time. He also said that everything was okay because at first everyone makes mistakes, like Oliver. Nate led Oliver somewhere. Along the way, he said that he understood that Oliver wanted to run away, but he needed to be careful. Nate said they would go to a club first. Then we see Greg turning to Chester, asking him what happened and why he was screaming. Chester fell to his knees and started talking about some strange man trying to kill him. He also exclaimed that Greg had said that he could remain quiet here. Suddenly, Greg pulled out a strawberry from somewhere. He threw it behind Chester's back and he immediately turned around. Chester ran to the strawberry and ate it right away, asking for more. Greg put his hand to his face and said that it looked like the people had gone outside again, and that's why they needed to guard the borders even better. He turned the basket of strawberries over Chester and asked him not to worry because he would do all the annoying work. While Chester was eating the strawberries, Greg said that, as always, Chester had to talk to the other officers so that their club could continue to exist. Chester replied that he would make sure that they couldn't get onto the island. Greg looked at him with disdain and said that he had hopes for him, but at the same time, Greg was calling him names in his thoughts. The action moves to some kind of structure called the Paradise Club. Oliver and Nate were standing in front of the elevator. Nate said that Oliver was here for the first time, so they should go to the -50 floor. Oliver entered the elevator and pressed the button, but suddenly Nate wanted to ask something. Nate looked at him smiling and said that it would not be easy for a kid like Oliver, but he still had to gather his strength and go up. The elevator began to close, and Oliver calmly looked ahead. Suddenly, he found himself on the minus floor and saw some people in front of him. Pumped up men with numbers on their chests said that some little brat had arrived. Oliver, calmly looking at them, thought that this was not Chester. He walked past these people and thought that they should not be killed. Suddenly, Emily and Neria appeared in front of him, who were clearly happy about his appearance. Neria said that they were just about to follow him. She started making some strange hand gestures at Oliver when Emily told Oliver that this was Neria. Emily, surprised, started saying that since they had found Oliver, they should go to Chester as soon as possible. She also said that there were a lot of living people on Jeju Island, so they needed to save them as soon as possible. However, Neria briefly replied that they couldn't. Neria blushed and said that they couldn't miss such a great chance. Everyone around them stared at them. Neria said that there were so many people here who had what Oliver lacked. According to Neria, there was a human slaughterhouse on Jeju. All the people who couldn't become servants on Orak Island or other areas had gathered here. According to her, usually those who end up in a human slaughterhouse should immediately turn into human meat, but in this heavenly club, they are given another chance. And that chance is fighting. The one who wins 10 fights goes up a floor, and if they manage to reach the highest, the 50th floor, they are allowed to leave Jeju Island alive. Of course, if they lose 5 times on the way to the 50th floor, the loser will immediately become human meat. Neria raised her finger and said that this was the first time she knew that there was something like this in the slaughterhouse. She said that people fight happily, but she doesn't know what benefit the zombies get from this. Emily looked at her and asked in surprise how Neria could even know about all this. Neria spread her hands and exclaimed that she didn't know because she simply asked and they told her everything, staring. Then she came close to Oliver and said that, in general, people here fight with all their might to win, with the help of the desire to win that Oliver does not have. She also said that the experience here would probably be much more valuable than if Oliver continued to attack Chester, who was tearing his head off. Oliver looked down and thought about a wish that he didn't have. Emily nervously asked if people would continue to die here in that case. However, Neria narrowed her eyes and asked what it mattered since they came here for Oliver's progress. According to her, if he could grow above himself while a few people died, then they would be able to save even more people later. She immediately took Oliver away, saying that he needed to go and fight sooner. Emily ran after them. As she ran, she wondered if small sacrifices could be considered necessary to prevent large sacrifices. Emily thought that Neria was smart, so these words were not wrong, but Emily did not know what was what yet. The action then moved to the arena where the fight was already taking place. The zombies joyfully screamed, rooting for their favorite. The guy with the red gloves hit his opponent. The zombies were screaming that it didn't matter who won, because they would both die and go to slaughter. Everyone in the arena was screaming. The fighting arena, the place where people's destinies are decided. 500 people register here every day, and starting with number 1, they come out to decide who will win. The criterion for victory is when the opponent has given up, can no longer fight, or the judge has determined 20 effective blows, and as soon as a winner appears, the next number immediately goes to fight. The loser can register again the next day, but in the case of 5 defeats, execution occurs immediately. The guy with the red gloves raised his hands and screamed. Number 355 was declared the winner. He won by decision of the judge. Then it was Oliver's turn, because his number is 356. Oliver was standing in front of his opponent. The guy from the red corner looked at him in shock and thought that after all, this is just a child. The other contestants watched this and said that they were jealous of the guy from the red corner because they themselves would like to fight this kid. One of the contestants even said that they should take the number right in front of him tomorrow. The man from the red corner laughed and said that it looked like he would have an easy win today. The referee waved his hand and announced the start of the match. The man immediately hit Oliver, asking him not to blame him because he also had no choice. After the hit, he began to scream, looking at his hand because it hurt a lot. The man continued to hit him, saying that Oliver seemed to have trained a lot, but he still had no hope. Emily worriedly wondered what to do because Oliver seemed to be in trouble and he was going to lose at this rate. Oliver at this moment was thinking about the desire to win, which he did not have. He was completely lost in thought and wondered what it was. He still did not know what it was. The zombies in the stands were screaming happily and wanted the man in the red corner to finish Oliver quickly since they hadn't seen children for a long time. The man hit Oliver again and threw him back. At this point, he needed to land one effective hit to win. The man was flying at Oliver, screaming that he had one hit left. Oliver stood with his head down. Suddenly, Oliver opened his eyes in shock when he heard someone's voice telling him to move his head 53 degrees to the left. He moved his head and dodged his opponent's punch. Oliver then hit his opponent. However, this was helped by someone's voice telling him to stretch out his arms, saying that Oliver's goal was not to hit his opponent, but to just think as if he was simply stretching his fists forward. Oliver's opponent was thrown back by such a powerful blow. The spectators were shocked. Oliver just stood there, and the voice said that there was no point in thinking too much, because doubts do not help at all when Oliver uses fists. Oliver looked back. He saw Chloe behind him, who said that he had done great so far. Emily happily started shouting that Oliver had won. She also said that she was really worried because it seemed like he was actually losing. Oliver stood there looking at Chloe, but Emily was surprised and wondered where he was looking. Neria said that she had tried a little and used an illusion on him, so now there was someone in front of him that he could trust, but even she didn't know who it was. Suddenly, Chloe's image began to disappear. Oliver thought with disappointment that she wasn't real. The judge announced that number 355 could not fight, and therefore Oliver had won. The judge then took the man's number and said that he already had 5 losses. The judge immediately threw the man into the stands and said that in that case, he would become human meat. The zombies in the stands began to crowd and push, wanting to get a piece. Then they ate the guy, saying that they didn't like it. Emily was horrified and said that it was very cruel. However, Neria calmly said that this is the current situation of people. Oliver looked at it calmly. He fought another opponent, then another. He had many more opponents. Oliver defeated them all and went to the first above ground floor. With the help of an illusion, Oliver reached the first above ground floor in the blink of an eye. They got out of the elevator and Emily happily said that they got to the first floor so quickly, and also that it was lucky that they were able to go up here as a team. There is a team system in the Paradise Club. You can split into teams of 2-5 people and go up to the next floor together, but losses are also counted for the team, so if the team suffers 5 losses in total, they must die together. Neria looked at Oliver and thought that it was good that he hesitated less during attacks, but it still felt like something was missing. She looked somewhere to the side and said that Oliver's physical characteristics were so high that even without much desire to win, he just wins. Emily ran up to Neria and said that she recently heard that someone was going to the market. Neria in response asked if they came to have fun. However, after some time, they were already at the Paradise Market. Neria excitedly asked why the slaughterhouse needed something like this, were all zombies empty-headed. She took out a book and said that this was very different from the information about Jeju that was in her data. She said that it seemed like someone was spreading false information in the process. Then they went to the counter and asked for a grilled chicken. The seller smiled and said that they had to pay 5 win coins for it, to which Emily asked what it was. The seller started shaking the chicken and angrily shouting that they were really going to cheat him. Suddenly, a man held out 10 win coins. It was Nate. He told the seller to give each of them 1. Oliver held the chicken in his hands, while Nate said that he was glad that they got to the above ground floors without any problems. He also said that he had not seen such young children for a long time, so he was very worried. He put his finger to his cheek and happily said that Oliver was good. According to him, he immediately thought that he had unusual abilities, but he got to the ground so quickly and it took him several months. Besides, he already lost 4 times, so he was barely holding on. He also said that if they wanted to go out, they should be careful outside. He said that they could walk around freely inside, but if they even made eye contact with the guards outside, they could be killed. Then they went somewhere together, and Neria asked about win coins on the way. Nate said that it was the currency here. As the name suggests, winning matches could be exchanged for win coins. 1 win coin equals 1 win, and the exchange could be done at the brokers on the above ground floors. He also said that it was said that whoever collected 10,000 win coins could leave Jeju Island immediately. Emily, while eating chicken, said that she now understood why there was a market here. Neria hugged Emily and Oliver, and then said that they had had enough rest and were now returning to the path of trials. Nate waved them off while Neria calmly carried the children with her. After a while, they were already in the fighters' waiting room on the first above ground floor. Neria was sitting and talking about how, starting from the first above ground floor, no more than 1 competition per day was held in order to protect quality. She had already recorded them, so as soon as they found an opponent, they would go to the arena. Emily asked her about this quality protection. Neria answered that it was very different from her data, so now even she, Neria, did not know a lot. Then the girl began to do something with the green energy. Neria said that continuing to fight like this did not help progress in any way, so they would have to lower Oliver's characteristics a little. According to her, if it affected the muscle fibers, it should be possible to control them to some extent. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from the speakers. Oliver was called to the arena. The people in the arena joyfully shouted, eager for the fight to begin. Oliver entered the ring. Someone was shouting at him to kill everyone because they had bet a lot on him. Emily excitedly said that she was afraid that on the first above ground floor people would be much stronger than before. Neria thought about it and said that she wanted it to be so. Oliver's opponent also entered the arena. Emily recognized this man and was surprised. Nate entered the fight and said that it was an amazing coincidence. Oliver stood silently, his head down. Nate looked at him and said that he was not at all happy that he would be fighting a small child. The referee announced the start of the fight and Oliver immediately made a dash. He made an incredible attack, but Nate managed to dodge. Neria blushed and joyfully exclaimed that Oliver finally had a worthy opponent. Nate looked at him and thought that Oliver was fast, and therefore, it seems, his quick appearance on the above ground floor was not a simple coincidence. Nate kicked back, but Oliver dodged. Then the hero finally landed a successful attack. Then Oliver did a series of punches. Emily looked at Nate's badge and realized that he already had 4 losses, meaning that if he lost now, he would become human meat. Emily started screaming excitedly, not understanding what to do and who to root for now because she didn't want Nate to become human meat. Oliver kicked Nate. Nate lay on the ground trying to catch his breath while Oliver walked towards him. Nate knew that this was a disaster. Oliver ran towards Nate, who at that moment was thinking that it was a mistake to relax when he saw a child in front of him. However, then he thought that even if he hadn't lost concentration, it would have been difficult to overcome such a gap. Nate closed his eyes and thought that he had somehow held on until now. He mentally turned to his mentor and thought that maybe this was only possible until now. Then he put his hands on his stomach. His hands started to glow red. Nate punched Oliver, thinking that the promise to stay out of sight was probably not going to be kept. Oliver flew back from the blow and the spectators immediately started to scream at him. Emily wondered excitedly that Oliver wanted to give in to him. However, Neria found something that made her happy. Neria narrowed her eyes and said that she did not know how it happened, but the way she manipulated the enemy's energy had changed. As Oliver got up from the floor, Neria said that this was not the only thing that surprised her. Nate's eyes were glowing. Oliver looked ahead and saw her terrifying silhouette. Neria said that Nate manipulated energy the same way as Jim. Oliver was furious when he felt it. Oliver began to shake. Emily excitedly said that Oliver had become strange. Neria blushed, thinking that it was no surprise since the opponent was releasing energy like Jim. She also thought that she had told Oliver not to use his ability just in case, so she was looking forward to seeing how Oliver would get out of this stimulating situation. Oliver ran at Nate in a rage. However, the guy was ready and assumed a fighting stance. Oliver struck, but Nate deftly dodged. Then he hit Oliver on the chin, thinking that it was curious since all this time Oliver had been moving like a robot, but suddenly he looked like a wild animal. Oliver kicked him, but Nate blocked the attack. Nate grabbed his leg, preparing to throw him. Then he threw Oliver. However, the guy immediately came to his senses and got on all fours. He immediately rushed at Nate. Nate put his hands in front of him, shocked to think that Oliver was still holding on. Oliver took many blows from Nate. The zombies in the stands were screaming at Oliver because he was losing. Oliver was lying on the floor, breathing heavily, while the audience was screaming with hatred for him to just become human meat. Oliver was furious and screamed. Suddenly, a huge spine appeared above the Paradise Club. Neria felt it and said that he can't do this because she definitely said that the ability to use is forbidden. Because if everything here explodes, they will have a lot of problems. Chloe's voice asked Oliver if he was really going to do it again. Chloe crossed her arms and said that he had already felt the hard way that there is nothing good in explosive emotions. She also asked if Oliver really wanted to beat Jim, and nothing had changed for himself since the last time. Suddenly, Oliver came to his senses when Chloe said that he would only lose everything dear to him if he used this technique. The spine above the Paradise Club disappeared. Oliver fell to the ground. Chloe told him to suppress his emotions and think of a way to defeat his opponent with his mind. Then he stood up calmly. Nate looked at him in surprise and said that his energy had changed again. Oliver knelt down on one knee and Chloe began to ask him about how he had been fighting so far. The girl also asked him if he had been fighting by rushing at his opponents while screaming loudly. Oliver made some kind of gesture with his hands. He was doing the same thing that Nate had done. Nate was stunned when he realized that it was his technique. Oliver had a crazy aura coming from him. This aura filled the arena. The spectators were shocked because they felt that the air had become heavier. Neria was impressed and blushed. Old Bob sensed it. Bob was smoking at the time. He wondered if the man had finally arrived. Nate immediately lunged towards Oliver. He hit Oliver on the head and the judge immediately said that it was the 20th effective blow. Nate held his fist in front of Oliver's face. They were all shocked because the judges had declared Oliver defeated. Neria cried out in displeasure that the fun had only just begun. Nate smiled and said with relief that the fact that Oliver could follow the technique with his eyes was mind-boggling. Nate said that he felt pathetic for looking down on Oliver because he was just a child. Then Nate spread his hands and said that Oliver should not repeat his power because Nate's teacher said that this power was very dangerous. At that moment, someone told Greg that they seemed to have found a very high-quality product. A bald man in a mask was talking to Greg. Greg ordered him to follow procedure and also ordered him to grab a couple of strawberries on the way to give to Chester. The referee approached Oliver and told him to give him a nameplate. Oliver looked at it and asked him to tell him in detail what had just happened. Nate turned around and said that, unfortunately, it was not up to him to decide whether he could tell him about it or not. Neria blushed and smiled, thinking that, of course, it was a pity that they couldn't bring the fight to the very end, but obviously this technique was absolutely necessary for Oliver, so it couldn't be missed. After some time, Nate repeated and told them again that they couldn't know about it since he couldn't make such a decision on his own. After the fight with Nate, Neria followed him around like a little tail, asking him to tell him about his technique, and Nate continued to avoid her. Even in the most unexpected places, they found Nate and persuaded him to tell. Even in the toilet, they did not give him peace. Nate was very timid and did not like scary stories, so he ran away from them crying. Nate began to shout at them, asking why they were behaving like that, because Oliver was already quite strong. Nate asked him why he wanted to learn this particular power. At that moment, Oliver silently lowered his head. Then he said that he did not want to repeat it again. Nate suddenly thought in surprise that he, of course, did not understand the meaning, but Oliver's words seemed very heavy. Nate wondered what such a heavy thing had happened to him. Nate grabbed his head and said discontentedly that then he would first take Oliver to the teacher. Then Nate looked at them and wondered if there was any point in taking Oliver there at all, because the teacher would probably still answer with a decisive refusal. However, after some time, when they found themselves at Nate's teacher, Bob immediately agreed. Bob, picking his nose, said that they would start training right away. Nate said in surprise that Bob himself said that it was a dangerous power, so you can't do whatever you want with it. However, Bob said that weaklings like Nate can't. However, Nate said that Oliver fought on the same level as him. Bob waved his hand and said that's why he said Nate was weak, because Nate really thought it was the same level. Bob said that it wasn't even clear to Nate that Oliver was limiting his power, and Nate was fighting with less than 1/4 of his true power. Bob also said that if Oliver had used his true power, Nate probably wouldn't have been able to keep track of him, let alone counterattack. Neria smiled contentedly and asked how the old man locked up here knew about this. The old man jumped off the pillows and said that their people, who escape destruction, pass on spiritual power from generation to generation. So he had been vaguely feeling for some time that something unusual was happening. The old man said that even though his homeland was currently being destroyed by zombies, he still believed without a doubt that the day would come when they would be able to defeat this scourge, and of course, this boy would be at the center of it all. Nate wondered in surprise if this was really only a quarter of Oliver's power. Nate looked at Oliver in surprise and wondered what kind of power Oliver had that even Teacher Bob would say so. Bob said that they could go right now. According to him, since people with the same thoughts had gathered here, there was no point in wasting time. The old man said that first he wanted to know Oliver's current condition, but of course, he needed to show respect before that. After some time, they found themselves in another location. The old man bowed and offered to try, but Oliver did not understand him and asked what it was. Bob looked at him and said that they say that politeness before a fight helps to better manage the force. However, Oliver said that he was so reluctant to do it. The old man crossed his arms and said that the force he was about to teach him was connected to his will, and the basis for managing it was unshakable peace, and showing politeness to the opponent helps to strengthen the will and give the ability not to succumb to vain thoughts. The old man and Oliver stood in front of each other. Bob told Oliver to throw out unnecessary thoughts and look at himself. He also told Oliver not to succumb to emotions that were overflowing, but to focus on why he should defeat the opponent and become stronger. Oliver at that moment wondered why he should become stronger. Suddenly Chloe appeared behind him. Nate looked at Oliver in surprise. Emily was excited and Neria was pleased. Bob asked if Oliver could. The illusion of Chloe smiled and disappeared. Oliver folded his arms and bowed, agreeing. The old man then said that Oliver should try to use his destructive will on him. However, Oliver asked how to do it. Bob frowned and said that the guy should act as if he wanted to kill him. Nate looked at this in surprise and thought that the destructive will was probably what Oliver had when he fought him. Neria blushed and screamed that she could not wait to see Oliver's destructive will again. Oliver stood silently in place, but they began to ask him to try it quickly. Oliver frowned, but nothing happened. Emily blushed and began to scream that he was very cute when he frowned. The old man looked at him nervously and said that he seemed to be unable to feel it at all. The old man, standing in front of him, asked if Oliver knew how animals lived. Bob said that their people had long learned to survive from animals in the wild. According to him, although it seems outwardly that they are simply living, in reality everything is not so, because their every movement is directly related to survival. The old man began to use that technique and said that Oliver will have to learn not just movements, but their ferocity and intelligence, as well as coldness. Bob took a fighting stance and said that only after going through 100 doors will Oliver gain understanding, but with his level, understanding can come after just a few real fights. Then Oliver attacked, but the old man easily dodged. In response, he hit Oliver on the head with a wooden spoon. Neria and the others watched this, sitting on a bench. Neria watched Bob and said that at first she could not believe it. But this grandpa is really cool. Even though Oliver has restrictions, he fights better than she expected. Neria looked at Oliver and said that if he wants, he can remove these restrictions at will and his will is much stronger than before. Neria looked at Emily and said that in any case, she wanted to see the cool Oliver as soon as possible. Oliver had been training hard for days without a single moment of rest, and yet he had not made any significant progress. During the fight, the old man thought that it was strange that Oliver's physical attributes were definitely outstanding, but his fists struck as if they were simply following some kind of rhythm. Bob wondered what was making Oliver doubt. Oliver kicked, but the old man easily dodged it and then asked if Oliver knew how the strongest predators fought. He got close to Oliver's face and said that they already had everything they needed, but they still fought so fiercely. He asked Oliver what he thought was the reason. However, Oliver replied that he did not know. Then they stopped the fight and the old man sat down. He began to tell him that the right answer was actually hidden in the question. According to him, they already have everything. That's why they are so bitter, because defeat will take everything away from them. Bob looked at him and asked why he was fighting now. Neria and the others were watching them carefully. Oliver answered that he was fighting because something was pissing him off. Emily was surprised because Oliver said that people dear to him were getting killed all the time and it pissed him off. Bob looked at him silently. Then he held out his finger and asked Oliver to make a fist. The old man touched Oliver's fist with his finger and said that Oliver, after all, also does not want to lose what he has. The old man levitated in the air and said that it turns out that Oliver is also fighting to protect something. The old man clenched his hand into a fist and said that the result on the tip of this fist is the reason why Oliver should win. Then he decided to end their fight. Bob said that Oliver should fight in the club again from tomorrow. Neria smiled and thought that the old man turned out to be even cooler than they thought, because he was able to accurately identify Oliver's problem, which she did not even mention. Bob, meanwhile, was thoughtfully looking somewhere. He looked at Oliver and said that he hoped that today's lesson will be good for Oliver. After some time, they went to bed. Before that, Nate turned to the old man and said that Bob also worked hard today. Bob said that sleep is also one of the important elements of training. Suddenly, Emily noticed something on the ceiling and asked what it was. Nate looked at it and smiled and said it was one of the traditional talisman dolls that were created to honor those who had gone before them. Bob seemed unhappy about something. Nate explained that according to legend, when they were in a particularly hard time, spirits would enter the doll and protect them. The dolls on the ceiling suddenly began to move. After a while, a voice coming from the Paradise Club said that number 42 was being called to the 50th floor of the club. Nate woke up and wondered what had happened in the middle of the night. Bob woke up and said that he had warned Nate not to get seen for a reason. Nate stood up and wondered why they were calling him and not Oliver. Bob turned to him and said that he didn't know what would happen there, but he should always be careful. Nate looked at him and called him father, saying that he would remember that. The old man started yelling in displeasure, saying that he had asked to be called teacher in everyday life too, since that was also part of the training. Nate laughed nervously and said that they were at home, so he accidentally said that. And so after some time, Nate left the house. Bob sat and thought about how strange it was. He wondered why he was suddenly overcome with anxiety today. After some time, Nate was already on the 50th floor of the Paradise Club. A zombie greeted him and cheerfully told Nate to go to Mr. Greg's office at the end of the corridor. The zombie bowed to him and told Nate to walk carefully. The guy turned around and wondered why the guard was so good-natured. Nate looked ahead and thought that first he should listen to what Greg wanted to talk about, because it was the first time he met Mr. Greg face to face, so he was even nervous. However, the security guard looked after him, licking his lips and chuckling at the same time. And then the doors to Greg's office opened. Greg folded his arms and said that it was good that Nate came. Nate, standing in front of him, asked why they called him. Greg began to tell about how lately it was so difficult to find high-quality goods. At that moment, someone grabbed Nate. Greg looked at him angrily and asked if he really wanted to know why he was called. The bald man in the mask held Nate by the neck. At that moment, Greg said that Nate was called because high-quality goods tasted great. Nate was horrified and began to scream. Meanwhile, Bob looked at the moon and thought about how much time had passed and Nate still had not returned. He saw someone's silhouette in the dark and, thinking it was Nate, began to scold him. However, a bald man in a mask approached him and threw a package in front of him. The man in the mask looked at him and said that number 42 was in front of him. While Bob was looking at the package, the man asked him where Oliver was now. The old man was shocked because Nate's head was in the package. The man said that number 42, here. Then he asked where 356th was. Someone asked again. Bob was holding a child in the package. The voice asked what that was. Bob asked what a souvenir was. The man asked what it was and that he had definitely brought number 42's head. He was told that Oliver's student, the protagonist, had run into the man. He flew off screaming. Bob asked that he remembered what he had taught him. The hero answered affirmatively. The man said that then he should try himself in a real fight. He thought that fortunately they worried in vain, and that everything seemed to be going as planned. Bob continued the thought that as this green girl said. And now they returned to the moment when Nate was about to leave. The voice shouted that in any case, he would go. Neria shouted to wait. She said that she would like to test the effect of their training. But would it not be better to do it on weaklings people and on zombies? She asked what they all thought. The man asked what she was suddenly talking about and what kind of species he was. Neria asked that he was now going to the very top of the club. Nate answered that yes, and what? Neria continued that there would probably be a manager there, taking Chester's place, and he would definitely prove a worthy opponent for the protagonist. She said that so they go together. Emily looked at her in surprise. Neria said that in order to finish him off, she appeared behind the man, saying that he did not know she was here. Someone asked, what was that? Neria asked that it was he, Greg, and that he was the one sending the fake reports. The man asked how she knew him, and so that number 8 would figure it out faster. Neria laughed. Then she said, so, here is the head of number 42. She was holding a bag in her hands and said that he should quickly go get the head of number 356. The man asked what kind of green snot this was. He took the bag and went, saying that here is number 42, and where is 356, and that here is number 42, and where is 356. Greg called number 8 and asked where he was going. Neria winked and told Oliver to warm up with this guy. Greg turned away and said that he did not think that they would deal with number 8 this way. Someone said that he looked very unperturbed. Greg turned around. The man walked and said that he heard from Neria that he did not know how to fight at all, and judging by the data, his characteristics were close to 0. Then he asked, so that's how he ate people all the time, and to choose the best quality, he even built a 50-story building. The guy said angrily that hundreds of people fell for his bait, and that even if he had to die, he wouldn't leave him alone. He said to attack, and that he would destroy his paradise. Greg closed his eyes and said okay, that's exactly what he wanted. They asked him again. The man said that the guy in glasses who just came out was his manager, and did he know why he called him number 8? He looked at the rack and said that until now there were many people who wanted to take out their anger on him, like him, and among them some even defeated managers, and now the managers changed, now reaching number 8. He said, now, number 42, Nate said that enough useless tricks, now he has nowhere to run. Greg replied that it was tricks, and that if you look at it that way, maybe he was right. Wasn't he curious about what tricks helped him? A zombie with 0 stats. The man pressed the button. The voice asked what to survive in good health so far. The guy started falling down. Neria screamed, saying that it was a trap she hadn't thought of. Nate was falling and screaming that he was a bastard. He landed on the ground. Then he suddenly looked away. He found himself in the arena and asked what it was. Greg said that he had done his research on top quality people in advance, apologized and continued that of course, but his club wasn't impromptu, which meant that a person like him couldn't destroy it alone. The voice said that it was the 42nd and that 2 years ago his family, including his mother and younger sister, disappeared. The guy turned around. With a crack, a monster appeared, consisting of the heads of a woman and a girl. Nate called his mom and sister in shock and asked why they were like that. Greg asked Nate with a smile if he could kill those two. Neria said that it wasn't enough for him to turn people into zombies. He also created a chimera out of them. Bastard Greg, when he managed to get the data on Sarah's experiments. The monster was approaching Nate. The guy's eyes widened. He dodged with a scream. Greg watched the monster run after the guy and said what he was doing and that we all had to fight together. Then he happily said that he would hit. He fights well. Nate turned around. The guy angrily ran at Greg and shouted his name. Nate stopped near the cage, called him bio-garbage, and how dare he do something like that. The guy shouted that he would finish him off. Greg asked what he thought, that he would put up bars that could be easily broken, and by the way, the man continued that he didn't have to worry about him now. The monster grabbed the guy. He started to choke him and Nate bared his teeth. The guy screamed furiously in pain. He continued that he would never leave it like this, and that even if he died, he would curse him. The guy was shouting Greg's name. Greg was smiling, and he thought that was right. In fact, he wanted this even more than human flesh. As if you were looking at wild animals locked in a cage, a banana peel cutting through the air. The man looked at the lion and said, "Poor thing, let him at least eat this." Suppressed freedom and as if thrown into the void. Compassion from superiority. Greg called him a poor thing with a smile. He laughed madly and bent over. A voice came over the radio that there had been an accident. A man had suddenly appeared on the 50th floor. Greg asked what it was. He was shouting for them not to disturb him, and that now was such an important moment. Then the man turned around. Number 8 was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. The voice said that 10 seconds, no, 5 seconds, much better than expected. Bob congratulated the student Oliver. He continued that the guy eventually found his true face. The protagonist called Greg, who asked who he was. The guy said that he was counting on him. The monster was standing next to the lying Nate. The hero looked at them. It flashed through his mind that they were bad. The hero told the man that you should also greet bad people. They answered that, well, greeting shows more that he respects himself than the interlocutor. The voice in the memories said that, and yet, if this is an incorrigible villain, the protagonist looked at Greg. The voice continued that it would be better to just kill him right away. Oliver pounced on the man. He looked at him in bewilderment. Someone called the teacher. He turned around. Emily came into the room and said that everyone had left. Why wasn't he sleeping? The man replied that what else could an old man like him do late at night, and that he went out to get some fresh air. Then Bob asked Emily why she wasn't sleeping. The girl said she couldn't sleep. The man asked if something was wrong. The girl hung her head and said that everyone around her was just trying their best and it seemed like she was the only one sitting quietly in one place, and that she wondered if she should do something, but it seemed like she would only get in the way. She continued that she felt so pathetic, so to speak. Bob remained silent. Then he said that there was no need to rush because every living thing blooms at a different time. Some flowers bloom profusely with the arrival of spring, and some only bloom at the end of autumn. He continued that now it was enough for her to do what she could in her current situation, because soon her confident character would come out into the world. Bob said that such a time would definitely come for each of them. Greg looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. He dealt blow after blow. The man shouted what it was. Neria exclaimed to Oliver how he managed to appear so quickly, and that it seemed like his grandfather's training was having an effect. The hero said that they needed to kill Greg and go to Chester. Neria asked again. The protagonist ran into the man. Neria was filming and saying that for some reason it seemed to her that his character had become even hotter, and well, Neria would see how much he had grown. Greg was lying on the ground and covering his ears. Then he shouted that he was number 356, the guy who lost to 42. He said that how could someone who lost to 42 break in here? Something flew into his face. Oliver was heading for the man. He began to fall down from the impact. He fell to the ground. Neria screamed joyfully. She said that Greg was a bastard, and he did everything so much like the Night Feather Lab, and that he stole absolutely all the know-how. The protagonist flew towards the man and he said that he was a scoundrel for taking pity on him. Then he screamed that he dared to stretch out his hands here and that he seemed funny to him. Something flew past. Monsters appeared around. They ran towards the protagonist screaming, and Greg told them to grab the bastard immediately. He continued to smash him into small pieces and put him in front of him, and he would make him beg for mercy. The hero stood straight. A bone flew past the hero. Neria made a surprised sound. Then Bob said something. For ordinary people these words are natural, but for Oliver they were new. He managed to awaken one answer. The monster screamed angrily. The hero cut his business. It is enough to win. Then no one else will die. Greg opened his eyes in shock. Neria exclaimed enthusiastically. She said that she definitely dodges and definitely attacks. Neria called Oliver and said that she attacks to win. He answered that it was true. Bob sat on the floor and thought that people were very amazing creatures, because even the same attack, depending on the feelings invested, had a noticeable change in effectiveness. Greg shouted that he had attacked the wrong person, and that he thought that was all. The voice said that the calmer you look at your opponent, the more savagery you transmit. No matter how ironic it may sound, the monsters flew at the protagonist. The voice continued that this also makes you look for a more cold-blooded and precise way to win, and the enemy experiences even more pressure and losses. The monsters fell into a huge pile. This pile began to vibrate. Then it exploded and Greg screamed in bewilderment. Someone said that this was the power he wanted to show him. The man opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist's eyes were burning, a bright deadly energy. Bob thought that his role was over and that he only hoped that he would go the right way, unlike that student. Greg sat on the floor and gasped in shock. He said that there was no one else, no one left. Something flew past. The man shouted not to come closer and why he was doing this to him. What was he so guilty of? The protagonist looked at him. Greg screamed furiously that it was all because he played with people. That's why he was doing this to him. He continued that they did too. They played with him too. Greg screamed that they locked him in a cage, and they laughed, calling him a poor thing. He said that they were the ones who started all this in the first place. Greg screamed that why can't he do the same? He just gave them back what they did to him, but why should he die? They answered that it wasn't about that. A hand grabbed his muzzle. Oliver said that it was just because he was Greg. A tear rolled from the man's eye. The protagonist tore his head off. It rolled far behind them. Neria laughed and said that unfortunately, his death would not even be mentioned in the comments, and in 2 or 3 weeks he would completely disappear. She continued that he should not be so sad, because there is always room for unknown tragedies in the world. Neria said that he was just one of such passing tragedies. She wished him a safe journey. The man's head was lying on the ground. Neria said his name. Oliver asked if he could now go kill Chester. She answered that of course, he had to pay for the insult. Neria continued that she did not even know where Chester was now. He was still in the same place where they had first seen him. Someone howled. The grandfather and Emily turned around and the girl said that there were sounds of crying. She ran screaming that she was going, and maybe it was a lost child. The grandfather called the student Emily and asked her to wait. Someone stammered the word strawberry, and Emily's eyes widened to give her a strawberry. 2 bright lights burned in the air. Someone made a sound. Chester opened his mouth in front of the girl and said that here is a strawberry. Chester shouted loudly at Emily. The girl looked at the villain in fear. A huge hand touched the girl's shoulder. Chester shouted loudly, opening his mouth wide. The girl closed her eyes. Bob calmly told Emily to be in the same position as she was now. Her mouth was wide open. Chester shouted at the heroine, and Bob replied that he had no bad intentions. The hand touched the heroine's shoulder. After a while, the villain quickly jumped. Bob ran up to the girl in fear, asking if she was okay. Emily answered in fear that Neria's plan had failed because they had Chester. The grandfather calmly replied that he felt that this was not so. Bob calmly said that if you follow the river, you can come to a waterfall and there is a cave where you can hide. The hero slowly walked away, answering that he needs to leave. Chester quickly jumped to the ground. His hand touched something hot. The villain was standing on the volcano, screaming that he can't do this anymore. The guy flies into the room, asking why all the guards are dead. Questions were heard from the office about whether he heard anything, since he is the next candidate for manager. The hero calmly looked away, saying nothing. The guy turned around in fear and started screaming that the gentleman was dead and now Chester will be furious. Everything began to shake. No one knew what was happening. The villain screamed loudly. The volcano exploded brightly and radiated a paw. Oliver and his assistant looked away. Emily turned her head in fear at the volcano. The hero quickly ran away, screaming for everyone to get away from him. They started to run away from the office quickly. Oliver looked at the system window, which began to suggest going to the monster. Emily quickly ran away, asking what kind of volcanic eruption it was and whether they were fighting the villain now. Neria answered with a smile on her face that they had not yet figured out what was going on. Oliver calmly looked away. Neria closed the phone, saying that they would go look for him. Emily fearfully asked if she could do anything to help, since people could be in danger because of the volcano. The assistant calmly answered that she understood the feelings, but she had already said that there was no point in saving just a couple of people. The heroine heard the assistant tell her to hide well. Neria began to call Oliver, telling him to go. The guy looked away. Someone's legs were approaching the dead body. Oliver quickly jumped forward. Emily held the phone, thinking about those couples of people. The girl angrily screamed that she was also one of those couples of people that the guy saved. Emily screamed at Neria that she could not assess the significance of all people. The heroes quickly left. Emily angrily screamed that the girl was not smart at all. The heroine began to run away quickly. The volcano continued to erupt. the edge of the island, the zombie guard line, everyone was shouting at each other to move away. People quickly ran away, not trying to protect anything. Two zombies did not understand what was happening to the others. One hero calmly answered that it was all about Chester, since when he does not eat strawberries, he goes berserk. The volcano erupted, and the zombie calmly answered that the master could not help but give him strawberries. Chester quickly jumped on the zombies. His eyes were filled with anger. The zombies quickly ran away and shouted that when he is furious, he hits everyone indiscriminately, even zombies. The monster screamed loudly. All the zombies flew away from his run. The monsters fell in different directions, each where they could. The villain looked ahead. Chester asked all the zombies for food. The monster was directing a fiery flame at people. The villain had a zombie head in his mouth. Oliver's foot hit the monster in the head. Chester flew to the side. A strong fiery flame that was getting bigger. Neria waved to the guy with a sweet smile, saying that she was very glad to meet him. The forest was completely on fire. Flames were blowing up different parts of the forest. Oliver was fighting Chester in the sky. The guy was hitting the monster with all his might so that he was flying down with all his might. The hero continued to chase him. Chester was standing on the ground, looking down. Flames were flying across the entire area. Oliver calmly looked at the monster, not noticing how his own face was burning. A stream of hero power quickly flew out of his mouth. Chester swung his fists at great speed. Oliver quickly ran towards the monster, not afraid of him at all. Chester confidently broke the guy's head with both hands. Oliver looked at the man, doing the same with his own hands. Chester's cheeks began to quickly swell, becoming larger. Neria looked at the monster with a smile on her face, saying that it would never be like before because Oliver had become himself. Chester began to scream loudly. The guy calmly stood aside, watching all this. The hero confidently rushed at the monster. Oliver confidently kicked the hero into the ground. The hand was holding a huge thick bone. The monster jumped at Oliver, waving its legs, and the guy meanwhile just watched all this, waiting for the moment. Chester fell on the grass with great speed. The monster's gaze fell on the strawberries lying next to him. Joy immediately appeared in his eyes. The hand reached for the berry, trying to take it. The guy sat on a chair, surprised, asking his mother why she liked strawberries so much. The heroine answered with a laugh that it could be because her grandmother loved her. Mom calmly answered that when she eats strawberries, she feels as if her grandmother is next to her, so she wants more and more. The answer to the frequently asked question was such that the guy could not understand it at all. Soon understanding came. Chester stood fearfully near his mother's dead body. The monster with tears in his eyes could not understand what he had done. Having turned into a mutant, Chester ate his mother, Mon, and tried to suppress his hunger on his own, but in the end it did not turn out the way he wanted. Chester reached out to eat the strawberries. The monster understood that at that very moment it seemed to him that he was with his mother. Chester felt that his mistakes were understood and that he tried hard. The monster reached for the strawberry, but did not have time to take it because Oliver trampled it with his foot. Chester hit the ground, asking what was wrong with him, because he was trying very hard. The monster tried to refrain from making a mistake. Chester quickly grabbed Oliver, screaming and asking what was wrong with him. The guy with the monster was flying in the forest. The hero raised his hand high. Oliver looked at his broken arm, realizing that it was getting harder and harder for him. The guy quickly jumped out of Chester's arms with half his body. Bones from Oliver's body flew at the villain. The hero quickly turned back. The guy's eyes began to look at something. Magic was coming out of his elbow. It was rushing down in a fast stream. Oliver quickly ran down, showing his fist. After a while, when the hero broke the monster, he carefully descended to the ground. The guy looked to the side. Chester's body was broken into two parts. After a while, the guy began to look at Chester, who was divided into two parts. Two monsters confidently broke Oliver's body. Neria looked closely at the guy and said that this ability was becoming a problem. The assistant looked at the two Chesters and said that there was no way to know which of them had the heart, and in addition, the amount of physical abilities became the same. Neria laughed and said that if they were not real, they could continue to reproduce. Oliver asked if he could die. The assistant smiled and said that if he did not die, it would be very surprising. In fact, the guy understood Chester's sadness well, because the hero was similar to him in his manner of speech and facial expression. Oliver fought and said that he knew something for sure. The guy understood what the end of this wait would be, so he told Chester that he would feel at home very soon. Neria looked ahead in surprise. Oliver looked to the side, seeing how he had split into two. The guy looked closely at the monster. The assistant looked and said that there was no way to attack several doubles at the same time. A huge number of Oliver's doubles ran towards Chester. The monsters quickly fought them. Oliver cut Chester's body into two parts with his fists. All the magic and power came from the hero's hands. One of the monsters was tied with the hero's threads. Oliver calmly tore it with quick movements. His gaze was full of calm. The hero began to look at the huge number of monsters standing next to him. Neria looked at all this in surprise. The heroine answered that each of them had a heart, and also their skin layer became twice as strong with each new influx. The monsters hit Oliver one after another, breaking his body into several parts. Volcanoes. A huge number of people lay in the lava. Someone swung their legs, trying to get out. The girl with a smile on her face showed the toy, asking if it was good. The guy smiled, pointing out the flaws. The hero looked at her sweetly. The heroine gave the figurine, saying that if mom or dad were no longer in this world, then the soul inside this doll would be able to help. The girl smiled sweetly, telling her to keep it carefully. The heroine smiled sweetly, understanding that she had to protect. Her face was spread into a smile. The stone on which the man was lying hit another stone. The girl continued to smile sweetly. Someone on the stone began to thank the girl for protecting her. The heroine smiled. The face slowly sank into the lava. After a while, there was no one left. Bob calmly answered that at the right time he would find the right person and they would talk. Grandpa asked the guy to get up, saying that people needed their help. His hands were holding the figurine. Power was coming from Oliver's elbow. The guy killed all the monsters with quick movements. Parts of the Chester's bodies touched the guy's leg. The monsters quickly grabbed and broke the hero's body. Oliver continued to silently look away. The hand touched the volcano. Many Chesters began to look at the guy, and at the very top there was a huge Chester. Neria could not understand if the guy could handle it. Her eyes were scared, and she herself said that with a great desire to win, it is impossible to analyze your opponent. Oliver looked at the monsters, realizing that he would not be able to defeat them. The guy could not think of what to do. The hero began to look away. In her hands were glasses from Neria. The assistant told Oliver to just look, and she would tell him what to do. Neria understood that the guy needed her help, since he could not live without her. Neria's eyes were launched. Oliver began to look at all this carefully. Neria calmly answered that according to the test results, all the hearts beat simultaneously and they are organically connected to each other. Neria calmly answered that you need to aim. You need to aim at all the hearts of the copies at the same time. Oliver understood that he was capable of this. After a while, the hero was no longer there. Now the number of Chesters was about 1,000,000 within the boundaries of possible reality. Destroying all objects at once is impossible. However, Neria shouted that the guy should tune in. Oliver began to count. The counting went quite quickly. The hero began to jump, calculating each jump and blow. Oliver jumped to the ground. The guy's gaze looked to the side, thinking about what time it was. Large cracks covered the entire surface. The island is collapsing. It seems because the copies that held it on themselves are starting to disappear. Neria suggested going and trying to find Dave since it was all over. Oliver heard something and turned around. He did not understand what he had just heard. It sounded like someone crying. The guy turned around and went in that direction. He was very surprised when he saw it. Oliver discovered a large heart. Hugo, with his eyes closed, held a stick in his hands. He asked if his opponent still wanted to go this way even after that appearance. According to the guy, survival is now a priority for everyone. Hugo did not understand what was happening to his opponent because simple unification was not enough. The zombie began to move forward and said that he was acting this way precisely because of that visit. He shouted that he did not believe that anything would change with his help. The zombie said that there was complete chaos outside, so there was no talk of survival since there was only death everywhere. He ran towards the guys, saying that if this happens, he will eat them without any regrets, and they will die a good death. Hugo was going to defend himself with a club, but he was clearly not ready for a fight. The girl jumped out of the crowd and hit the opponent herself. After the blow, the zombie grabbed his head, screaming in pain. Emily demanded that the guy give her the stick. When the zombie came to his senses, he saw the girl and said that she was the one who dragged the people here. Finally, he realized who was following him everywhere without his knowledge. The opponent did not expect Emily to attack, but he was still prepared to defend himself. The girl had also been watching the training for months. Of course, it was not perfect, but looking back, she had learned something. Emily knew that she was not so weak as to be invisible. A second later, the girl jumped higher to hit him with a stick. The people around them saw a lot of blood. They did not know what was happening, and many of them even closed their eyes so as not to see the horror. The guys thought that she was capable of something since she attacked so ferociously. The zombie said that nothing special had happened. Emily continued to hit him in the leg with a stick, demanding that he leave here. The opponent looked down and was very surprised. He looked at his hand and did not understand because he had just seemingly killed her. He grabbed the girl and said that in the end, on the threshold of death, you can go crazy. The zombie began to tear the girl's limbs, realizing that this time he had to kill her. A second later, Emily was behind him, swinging a club. The girl ordered the zombie to get away, and he sank into confusion. The opponent did not understand what was happening to him, because he had just been sure that this time he had definitely finished her off. The zombie rushed to attack, not understanding what she was. He hit Emily, and she flew far away. The opponent thought that he had simply gone crazy because this could not happen in real life. People watching them from the side did not understand what happened because they had just seen him kill her. They did not understand why she was fine, as if nothing had happened. Hugo asked the girl what had just happened to her. He had already begun to assume that she had some kind of supernatural power. The girl looked around in surprise. She decided to ask him again what he meant. Hugo decided to remain silent and asked her to forget about it. The ground under the zombie began to crack. A second later, he was already on the threshold of his death and fell down. People were shocked to see this. They asked for help because the ground began to disappear. The guys were surprised because they had been told earlier that it was absolutely safe here. People began to scream and leave because in their opinion it was dangerous here. Emily pointed to some place and looked there. A strange man in a cloak stood in front of the people who said that no one could leave here. The guys did not understand who it was and what was happening. A girl in a strange suit said that she would protect them if they stayed inside. Blue streams of energy began to appear across the entire valley. Amelia was surprised to see this because it was familiar to her. The girl realized that perhaps this was her teacher. Bob was in the air and used the highest magic of the Taoist. The zombie guards ran towards them, stipulating that, in their opinion, number 9 went here. They decided that if they came here, they would find themselves in a safe place. The girl looked at her mother's talisman and said that her sacrifice would not be in vain. She threatened the zombies to stop, as they simply could not get here. The ground continued to crack and collapse, and the heart screamed that it did not want to die. Oliver looked at it in surprise. The guy began to reach out to him, saying that he would finally end this. The heart asked for help. It said that it did not want to see its mother. Oliver continued to look straight ahead with cold blood. Suddenly the guy stopped and asked why. Something was very surprised that they listened to it. Oliver sat down and asked why his interlocutor did not want to meet his mother. Something did not understand who was talking to it. Oliver asked if meeting his mother was a positive event. After a short pause, the body said that it was not. The heart said that it had treated its mother terribly and that she would never be happy with it. Something continued to talk, but Oliver sent the bone into it, destroying the shell. The guy said that his mother would probably greet him generously. He asked to just smile when meeting her. The heart no longer said anything. It seemed to be dying. Oliver sat and continued to watch the seething. Inside himself, he felt some strange feeling. Neria decided to cheer the guy up, noticing that he knew how to say something sentimental. She asked Oliver if this was what his precious aunt had told him. The guy did not listen to her and simply flew up. Neria did not understand why he was ignoring her. She called him to go with her. Finally, they reached a safe place, the southern front, near the border. Someone asked what her goal was. The girl answered that at the moment she wanted to personally watch the spatters. She stopped abruptly and asked him to wait for her a little. Kate said that she would be there soon. Neria's knowledge shop. Strawberries, the main ingredient of which is human flesh, but there is also a small amount of alcohol. He himself did not know that strawberries are made of people. This cave is located farthest from the volcano. Bob knew that while the zombies are not so stupid, they will probably all get to this cave soon. The girl will not be able to cope with such an influx of zombies, and they also do not know for sure when the destruction of the island will end. And even if so, they need to leave the island at any cost before it is destroyed. The girl asked Bob what was going on. The teacher interrupted her and said not to let the people leave, and he was going to send them to a safe place. The girl asked her to wait because there were still a lot of zombies, and while this shaking continued, she could not fight. Bob said that everything was fine, but she was not so sure. The teacher said that he would be back soon. At that moment, Oliver was already heading to the place. There were a lot of them. A rain of guys found the island. The guys did not understand what was happening. The girl asked what she was watching now. Emily became very worried and realized that it was a whole bunch of Olivers. Bob called out to his student. All the copies of Oliver at once asked what he wanted. The old man did not understand who was answering him now, but he said that it did not matter. There was still an impressive number of zombies left on the girl. He asked to make sure that he would finish them here. It was impossible to let them reach the continent. All the copies of Oliver headed for the ground. The volcano began to erupt. Its lava began to flow out and spread further. It was a whole rain. Lava shot out of the place and flew far away. There were many explosions that scattered stones and pieces of lava around the area. The guys stood and watched it. Emily admired the beauty of this event. The girl realized that Jeju Island was starting to be destroyed. She remembered a moment from her childhood. Something strange was flying straight from the sky into her hands. Catching the strange object, the girl saw that it was Oliver's head. The guy thanked her for catching him. The interlocutor said that a day had already passed since the explosion of Jeju Island. The joyful face was shining with happiness. A day after the explosion of the island, the people who survived built a new house not very far away. In honor of those who contributed to the creation of the island, it was named Oliver and the Distinguished Army Island. It seemed that the name was too long and barely fit on the board. The guy asked the girl if she thought the same. Hugo said that it should have been called Hot Dog Island. He admitted that his voice could not be considered the voice of the majority, and the girl could not understand who he was and how he ended up here. The guy said that he wanted to introduce himself formally. His name was Hugo, and, according to him, he was the one who founded the hot dog company on this island. The girl asked why there were hot dogs here at all, but the guy replied that she did not understand anything about it. Emily ran towards them and shouted that the teacher asked the girl to come to him. The interlocutor did not understand why it was necessary. She asked if Oliver really needed to be taught martial arts. Then why was he fighting not with the teacher, but with her? The old man replied that he was too old for this. According to him, in their tribe you can only use holy power once in a lifetime, so now he has no magic. Bob replied that in any case, to test new martial arts, they should ask the girl and not him. Emily was amazed that her interlocutor used all his energy to move the island and save them. According to the girl, in his place, she would not have known when exactly to use such valuable magic. Emily praised him and said that he was very cool. In response, the old man only laughed. He said that he was just trying to see something more in Oliver. Bob did not know, but the guy might be able to make a selfish choice for him. The old man said that following the path that only he believed to be right was not as easy as he thought. Emily remained silent and continued to listen. The girl asked Oliver if their paths would diverge as soon as he mastered martial arts. The guy dryly replied that they would, to which the interlocutor simply agreed. His opponent was grateful to him for many things. According to him, Oliver showed up and helped at the most necessary moment. Of course, he was also going to train here even harder to continue the tribe's creed of protecting people. The interlocutor offered to meet him again sometime in that case. He wanted to help him in that case. The guy remained silent and agreed. At that moment, when a small light began to grow and illuminate everything around it, it seemed that the whole world had stopped, but it had come to a new beginning. 6 months later, Kate said that she would arrive at the place soon. Half a year had already passed since the operation to capture the city. The result of such progress was the continuous installation of small-scale camps. During this time, they captured most of the city belonging to the zombies, the key branch of the Red Cross. Anna knew that they had already reached the outskirts of Busan, but there was still where to go. All the roads leading to Busan had been blocked for some time by a single zombie. The guys were moving and asked to act without mistakes today. The interlocutor asked to be quiet, because such grumbling can be annoying. The man shouted to all the guys that the first protective barrier was right in front of them. The location was called to her as the Hongyamun border. The man managed to protect himself from the attack with a shield. He fell to the ground and shouted that he hoped for the guys. The partners told him to leave this task to them. There were a total of 3 shields on the border. Apparently, each time one of the barriers was overcome, more and more power was taken away. Henry asked his partner if she knew that the second shield was her concern. The girl sadly answered that she knew and asked to look ahead. Having touched the shield, she began to remove it. Henry asked to get out quickly because the third shield was on him. Until then, it was easy to break through the second protective barrier, but there were no ones yet who could pass through the third. Each time, some difficulties arose. Henry did not understand what was happening because he was not mistaken. He thought he could do everything himself, but nothing worked. Until that moment, everything was exactly like that. I would like to thank the expedition members who had to grow up so quickly. They managed to break through level 3. Henry understood that there was no worse feeling than realizing that his strength was leaving him. Protecting the border until Oliver returned, it was necessary to conduct an investigation regarding one single zombie. The zombie said that when the operation was over, he would send him to his teacher as he promised to do. Kate said that she had already understood everything and ordered them to get ready as soon as possible. The zombie said that he promised and gave his word. The girl did not understand how much more they could talk about this. In front of them sat a zombie. She was not like the others. They stood in front of the monster. A thought appeared about how great the chances of catching the monster were now. Frowning, Kate thought about what she was thinking. It was worth trying to fight this time, because Frederick was also on the team, the same mission leader. Maybe something would work out. Smiling, Jessica said that it was great, otherwise she was already dying of boredom. Looking straight ahead, she added that by the way, she didn't expect her to come with Frederick. The zombie narrowed his eyes, hearing that he really had become a human dog. Looking at the girl, Frederick asked what was wrong with her, why was she pretending to know him, to which Kate replied that, well, how can I say, they could have crossed paths a couple of times while they were going back and forth. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought about what she expected at all this was happening now because of Frederick. He was tortured with electricity so often that he lost his memory. Instead of getting the necessary information from him, he simply turned into a stupid zombie. Looking away, the zombie asked what he understood. She also wanted to get him. The question arose that why his love for Oliver remained the same. Putting her hand on the ground, the girl thought that they would not think about unnecessary things, no matter what. Until Oliver arrived, they would not be able to do anything special. Rushing forward, Kate thought that the priority now was to collect information for future attacks. The pencil was lying on the table. Someone said that it was good. Holding the papers in her hands, the girl thought that even if she wrote down a little, it could help Chloe, and now she would look at how things were outside. Going outside, Anna asked what Kate's condition was, and the man replied that they were finally finished, to which she clarified what with what. The girl's eyes widened. It was said that with the capture of the monster. The girl asked again in surprise. Standing in front of the table, Anna asked what was happening. The monster died immediately from one blow from Frederick, to which Kate replied that yes. Looking straight ahead, Frederick said that to be precise, he was ground into dust, to which Henry asked what was the reason he was so proud of himself, and the girl said yes, let them see his face. Leaning over, the zombie said that now she could show him to the teacher, to which Anna replied that that was right. He had worked hard, he had stepped away for a while, so he could rest for now. The zombie furiously shouted for her to show the teacher. He had tried so hard, to which the commander replied that no, she understood him, but she had said that he had stepped away. Oliver was not here now. Who should she show him? Frowning with anger, Frederick shouted that come on, let him show him. He asked, let him show him quickly, to which she replied that he should be removed from here. The zombie shouted that they should let him go. Only the teacher could touch him, and Henry said that he should stop. He was crazy. And the girl added that damn, what kind of dirt, to which Anna grinned and said that next time she would only need to come with Mike. Looking at Kate, she asked what else. There were no last words or anything like that from Jessica, to which she answered that there were. The zombie swung, and Kate said that right before Frederick's attack, Jessica said that as Jim said, as soon as she was attacked, a war would immediately begin. Smiling, Jessica said that they would start this war. The knitted figurine lay on the table, and the commander asked that after it disappeared, this doll fell in its place, right? To which Kate answered that yes. A lot of threads appeared. The girl said that moreover, the border, it seems, does not disappear. She thinks that it is not about the murder of Jessica, to which she received the answer that she also thought so. Putting her hand to her face, Anna said that who knows, maybe he just wanted to shift the blame to someone. They do not know what the intentions were. The blue sky appeared, and the commander added that the first thing they will do is return to Changwon and gather with the others, and the faces that are nice to see again have returned, to which the girl asked again. Changwon, the #1 department of the deadly government, appeared. The girl asked what kind of hole it was. Looking at her, the man said that the landing turned out a little badly, to which she replied that at least he knows how hard it was for her to restore Changwon, and he asked to tell her what needs to be done. Raising her hands furiously, the commander asked why she constantly needs to clean up after everyone, and Kate turned around. The hero stood among the crowd of people. Suddenly Oliver lowered his head. Smirking, Kate thought that they had not seen each other for so long. She was even glad to meet. Looking at the guy, the girl asked if her aunt was okay, to which Mike replied that there was no need to worry. Looking away, the protagonist heard that not much time had passed since she left. Her health had managed to recover. Now she went to another camp to volunteer, to which the girl replied that it was great, and Mike added that if he had known about their arrival, he would have sent her a message. Holding out the pan, the guy said that oh yeah, the woman cooked curry before leaving. She wants it, to which Emily replied that oh, no, he'd better keep more for himself. Looking at the hero, Mike asked that well, if you try it, it's not so bad. What about Oliver? He doesn't want to try it, to which the hero replied that he doesn't want to eat. The guy said that they could do as they wanted. If they got upset later, it wasn't his fault, to which the man replied that he didn't think anyone would get upset except Mike. Looking down, the girl interrupted. The commander turned around, hearing the question of where Neria was. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that about 3 months ago, Neria suddenly disappeared. Throwing her arms out to the sides, the girl said that at that time Oliver had already secured an intermediate result. They wanted to redistribute forces in another direction. She diligently sent requests, but never received a specific answer. Looking at the commander, the guy asked that by another direction she meant the captain, to which she replied that it seemed so. Looking straight ahead, Anna thought that she couldn't relax about Neria, but she wouldn't turn away from them in such a situation. The protagonist and Kate stood near the table, listening to the fact that now it was important to discuss these toys. This was the most important thing. They would talk about Neria later. Leaning on the table, the girl said that the Hongyuman border is still standing, and they mention war. The position of inaction from the Red Cross for 6 months, judging by the facts, believes that this is a declaration of war. Looking directly, Anna said that now the Red Cross has the ability to attack people. It seems to her that they are trying to artificially create an ethical justification, but she does not know why they suddenly became so kind. She added that perhaps these dolls have some clues about future attacks, for example, information about the targets of destruction, and Mike turned around in surprise. The zombie furiously screamed that he heard them all, and someone asked again and said that he was tied up. Rushing forward, Frederick asked what she said, that this doll will curse the teacher, to which he was answered that yes, what is he talking about, let him not touch. The girl looked surprised, listening to where the remote control was. Holding the doll in his hands, Frederick said that it was necessary to simply tear it apart, that's all. The doll was torn apart, someone screamed. Looking at him, Anna angrily asked what he was doing, said that it was too important a thing. A glow appeared on the doll, and the zombie answered that the teacher was the most important thing for him, well, that's all. It was said that the game had begun, to which Anna asked again in surprise. The sphere rose up and said that they could play as much as they wanted. The girl asked again, her eyes wide open. A glow appeared in the building. Suddenly the light began to intensify. A bright light filled the city. Clouds flew in the air. Everyone stood up in surprise. A question arose that nothing had happened. Suddenly someone turned to the commander, to which she asked what was happening. A view of Department Number 2 of the deadly government opened up. Someone said that right now they were receiving messages from the transmitters of all the camps. Raising her head, the girl said that they all talk about the appearance of a red light. The commander opened her eyes in surprise. Red monsters and a girl appeared, and she added that they see dead participants in front of them. The glasses were on the table. The commander asked that they see dead participants. Looking straight ahead, Anna asked if there was anything else special, to which she was told that in some camps not only participants but also other figures appeared. Putting her hand on her face, the captain said that it was all because of Frederick. No, in any case, everything had already happened. You need to think positively. The guy looked away, hearing that he should send Henry and Ashley to the Eastern Division, to which he responded. Looking at the zombies, the girl said that he would go to the northern camp. If he returned safe, she would allow him to talk to Oliver. Opening his eyes in surprise, Frederick asked what to talk to the teacher. Could he be annoying? Looking away, Kate heard that he should go to the Southern Division. After he restored order there, she asked her to join them in Changwon, to which she replied that it was accepted. Looking straight ahead, the commander said that not much time had passed since the hero's arrival. Everything looked very confusing, but let him go to the Western camp. The hero looked away, hearing that a woman was working there as a volunteer. She would not cause him any inconvenience, right? To which he replied that it was true. Lowering her head, the girl said that it was fine then. She added that she was counting on them. Frederick said goodbye to the hero, and Kate said that if this was a camp in the south. Tapping her fingers on the table, the girl said that given the size of the garrisons in each of the camps, in any case, before the guys arrived at the place, they would have some time to spare. Emily raised her hands and turned to the commander and said that she knew she was being impudent, but wasn't there a camp where she could help out? The commander leaned on her fist and said that she understood her feelings, that such a task would be too difficult for her right now. The girl lowered her head, hearing that she didn't question her potential, but that she should think about it since the time had not yet come, to which she said that she did. Looking at the girl, Mike asked if it would be wise to send all the key personnel to the camps, and what if they used this as an opportunity to attack Changwon. Twisting the gun in her hand, the commander said that they would block the way. For now, the priority was to reduce the damage in each of the camps. Looking down, the girl wondered if the comm could mean that she was ready to attack or if there was something else planned. Reloading the gun, Anna thought that well, whatever it was, there was some good. A defensive fight would be a good experience for the workers. The man stood on the ground. Laughter was heard. Suddenly, the man put his leg to the side. A huge monster appeared in front of the guy. The guy put his hands in front of the monster. Suddenly, something flew into the monster's hand. Stretching his hands forward, Frederick grinned. Standing in front of the monster, he said that several months had passed since their last conversation with the teacher. Raising his head up, he added that his heart was fluttering. He had accumulated so many stories for the teacher. Looking forward, Frederick said that by the way. Next to him stood his red copy, and he asked what he was, why he looked so much like him. Suddenly the copy struck the zombie. Covering himself with his hand, he said that I understand, asked that he also needed a teacher. Yes. Striking the clone, he said that great, a fight for the sake of the teacher. Putting his hands out to the sides, Frederick said that the winner will take all the love. A tornado appeared. A thought arose that a left turn. Dodging the blow, the girl thought that the diagonal was on the right. Looking at the zombie clone, she thought that she could see where the blows were coming from and understood how to dodge them. The zombie frowned, and she objected. Falling to the ground, the girl thought that it was a paladin. A memory surfaced of Kate saying that he was a member of the Red Cross. He should not even think about it. She needed to run. Frowning, the girl thought that her body did not want to obey her. Putting her finger to her ear, Kate said that she was there. In the southern camp she met the paladin. Fortunately, so far he had not managed to cause much damage. Hearing that good, great job, what is the condition? She replied that it seemed that the paladin was not quite himself now. He thought he could be perceived as some kind of scarecrow created by the zombies. She was surprised to hear that no, she was not talking about the paladin, but about her condition. The girl froze, hearing that she could win. The zombie rushed forward, and the commander said that if there were difficulties, then in another camp, to which Kate replied that everything was fine, she could. Lowering her head, the girl thought that now she felt it, the horror and pressure that the captain felt. Jumping up, the girl said that as well as responsibility. Kate thought that she did not have such a luxury as fear. Gritting her teeth furiously, the girl thought that the empty place of the captain would be hers. The protagonist looked to the side. Rushing forward, he thought that where? The girl screamed, lying on the ground. Suddenly, a bone flew into the monster. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. Sitting on the ground, the girl said that he came to the rescue, he saved her life, and the hero thought that it was not her. Turning away, the protagonist asked her what she knew, where the ant was, to which she asked that he was not accidentally talking about her. Looking up, the girl replied that not long ago she went to the eastern camp. She said that she would return to Changwon, to which the hero asked what the east. Walking forward, the hero thanked her, to which the girl asked to wait and asked that he go there. A crowd of monsters appeared, and she asked that he would not help them. If he left, then hardly anyone here would remain alive. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she asked him. Looking down, the hero remained silent. The question arose that he seemed to be looking for someone else. A flame appeared in front of the protagonist. The knife fell to the ground. Someone said that everything was fine. They could go, here they would be under her protection. The girl was surprised. A question was heard, why was he looking at her so strangely? Standing on the knife, the zombie said that she had already told him, the goblin exists beyond ordinary life. Turning around, Monica asked him what he had forgotten so quickly, friend. Holding the hero's hand, the girl shouted that it was Monica, asked him to drive her away from here. The hero pointed his finger at her, to which she was surprised. The hero said something unintelligible, to which she replied that they were not alike at all. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he was joking, checking if she really was, to which she replied that there was something reasonable in this. Jumping off, the zombie said that in any case, she thought that the person he was looking for was elsewhere, so he could go, and she would deal with the zombies and dolls that remained here. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that no, he could not leave in any way, asked what if these were all empty words. Pointing at Monica, the girl said that when Oliver leaves, she is sure that she will kill them all. She is a zombie after all, she cannot be trusted. Looking away, Monica said that, well, she did not ask to trust her, she just wanted to help, she believes. Looking at her, the main character said that they are friends. Jumping up, the hero said that he is counting on her, and the girl shouted his name. Monica smirked slightly. The girl clenched her fist, hearing that he should not be afraid, she is not going to do anything stupid. Raising the knife behind her back, she said that from now on she joins the side of people. The clone was hit, laughter was heard, and a question was asked what he was doing. Looking at the clone, Frederick said that he cannot believe that he is using such a technique, he can only do what to mock him. The commander asked how the situation was, to which he laughed loudly, and she asked what he was laughing at like a madman, asking how the situation was. A puff of smoke appeared, and Frederick replied that he should not worry. Putting his hand to his face, Frederick said that this kid was very weak, it was only a copy of the outer shell, there was absolutely nothing inside. Looking at the doll, he said that as well as the doll that was in the heart, this was his weakness. If you attack the doll, then he will not be able to do anything, to which she asked again and answered that it was okay, I understand. Raising his hand up, the guy said that if he was finished, then let him go and help over there, to which he replied that it was okay, he was already on his way, let him wait a bit. Lowering his head, Frederick said that so, they will see, he will finish here quickly, stop, let them wait. Looking straight ahead, he asked why he had become so close to people. Henry and Ashley looked ahead. It was said that the Eastern camp, they heard it on the radio now, to which they replied that yes, they heard it, but in front of them stood a copy of the zombie. They said that now the situation is such that they do not have access, how can they target the doll? Looking at the girl, Henry asked that she will continue to waste her power. He said that he will take care of it, let her stay away from it. To which she replied that yes, what will he do? Nothing worthwhile has come of it all this time, and he replied that he will start now. Raising her head, the girl asked what the teacher. Waving her hand, she said that here, and the commander asked what she said teacher, she meant Oliver. Putting her finger to her ear, the girl said that yes, she just saw him, he was in a hurry somewhere. The protagonist looked away and exclaimed. Suddenly he landed on a tree and heard that they should just go forward. Rushing forward, Laura shouted that she would cover them from behind, so they should just run somehow, but the ant would help them. The protagonist looked down and sighed. Suddenly, he bounced off a branch. The woman turned around in surprise. Henry and Ashley dodged the attacks. The girl was hit, and Henry said that it was from the side. Sliding on the ground, the guy asked, okay, she can't even dodge this. The clone fired many attacks, and the guy sighed in surprise. Smiling widely, Henry asked, yes, he will continue to fight like a coward, right? Let him attack, he has the whole day free. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise. The protagonist landed on the ground. He was standing behind the clone and someone addressed him. Suddenly, the zombie turned its head. The protagonist looked at him. Suddenly, the clone turned to the hero. Gritting his teeth, Henry asked what this feeling was, and Ashley said that the air became heavy. The clone looked straight ahead. It was said that Sarah now has no soul as such. A glowing silhouette appeared. It was said that it was just a scarecrow that was molded from DNA, and it also has no thoughts. It was said that she was shaking so much, this state was insanely strong. Sarah opened her mouth wide, or rather, her neurons were shaking. Most likely, she did not think about fear, but her senses remember what it is. And as a result, her senses. The doll was torn off. The organs found the most rational way to get rid of fear. The doll fell to the ground. Henry looked forward in surprise. The hero was standing in front of him. A question arose. What happened now? What did he do that Sarah suddenly? The hero looked straight ahead in bewilderment and thought that he had not even done anything. He was at a loss. Walking along the corridor, the commander asked why Oliver suddenly appeared in the eastern camp, and Mike said that it was true. In any case, it was good. The teacher had arrived, so everything would work out for the best. Looking at the guy, Anna asked again, to which he replied that Oliver is Oliver, no matter how you look at it. For other guys it would be a difficult task. Looking down, the girl said that, well, that's true. The blue sky appeared. The guy asked that he remembered how they came up with the secret password a long time ago, to which the girl asked why he suddenly mentioned the password. It was said that now Frederick was in 2, they do not know which of them will show up, they need to be ready for anything. And that's true, yes. Smiling, Mike said that but it was so long ago, he does not remember something well, asked why he could not remind him one more time. Looking straight, the commander said okay, he could not just forget, she will tell him again, let him listen carefully. Walking forward, Anna said that the first thing that Mike never called Oliver a teacher, she thinks that he should be more careful, to which the guy asked again. Reloading the gun, she added that the second, Mike does not call the workers guys. Aiming at the guy, she said that in the last third, they never had a secret word. The guy opened his mouth, and the girl asked who he was. The ball bounced off a tree. Someone turned to the commander and said that the situation with the East Camp was settled. People were packing up tents. It was said that they were currently cleaning. There was no serious damage, but there were some small ones. A sound was emitted from the radio. Someone asked, by the way, why did Oliver suddenly arrive at the East Camp? What was that sound? The ball bounced off a tree. Someone turned to the commander and then asked what this radio or something broke. The guy grabbed the ball. Someone turned to him. Standing over the guy, the protagonist asked what in which direction Changwon, and Henry asked that he was now pretending that they were close just because they had seen each other several times. Let him ask someone else. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that everyone else looked busy and he seemed free, to which the guy asked if that was too rude, said that he was not there to have fun, but to observe. Pointing to the side, the guy asked what he saw that building sticking out from behind the mountain, said that this was Changwon, to which the protagonist thanked him, and he asked him to wait. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the guy asked why he was speaking to him informally, said that he spoke respectfully to other people. Looking at him, the protagonist asked how old he was, to which the guy replied that he was 19, and then asked how old he was for him to address him informally. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist heard that yes, it was written on his face that he was younger. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that he was annoying, to which the guy replied that he could hear everything, actually. Pointing at the hero, the guy said that he should never talk to him again and should never meet his eyes again, to which the hero replied that he was so noisy, and the guy added that he could hear everything. Folding his arms, Henry said that he was so annoying, and Ashley asked why he hated the teacher so much, and the guy asked since when he was here. Looking straight at him, the guy said that he was just so strong and cool, it made him jealous and irritated, to which the girl asked again and said that his answer was more honest than she expected. Looking straight at him, Ashley said that nothing can be done about envy, but at least he shouldn't make such a noise if he doesn't like someone, it's impolite, and he himself heard that the teacher didn't get his power for nothing. Squinting, the girl added that besides, at least he had a family left. The guy fell silent in response. Turning around, the girl said that she would go, let him stop messing around and go help them with the work. Waving his hand, Henry said that yes, he had a family. Throwing the ball at the tree, he added that but so what? Catching the ball, the guy said that if he did not have the strength to protect her. The hero flew forward rapidly. Looking at the stone, the hero heard his name. Landing on the ground, Oliver wondered what it was. Taking his face, the woman asked that he was really going to slip past her like that, said that he did not even say hello to her. The woman turned his head and asked why he did not answer. She clarified that he was just going to slip past her, right? To which the hero mumbled, and she added that he was talking. Laura was surprised to hear that he did not know what to say. The girl took her hand away and asked if everything went well on Jeju Island, to which the hero asked again. Looking at the main character, she said that since he had been there for quite a long time, he must have had a lot of things to do there. Let him tell her what happened there, to which the hero asked what for. Sitting on the ground, the woman asked again and said that if he couldn't even say hello to her now, then how was he going to tell his mother anything when he met her later? Raising her head to the hero, she suggested trying to talk. The main character froze in confusion. The sky appeared, and she asked if he was hurt. How was Jeju Island for him? Lowering his head, the hero said that he had arrived on Jeju Island, and the woman clarified. The woman smiled, hearing that he had met Chester. They sat on the ground and chatted. Suddenly a shot rang out. The monster in the form of a guy quickly ran away. Looking at him, the commander shouted at him to stay put. Anna shouted furiously that how much longer was he going to run away, that he wanted to play tag. Looking around, the commander asked where he had gone. Leaning against the wall, the girl said that she should have at least done some exercise. If she had the strength, she would have caught him already. Closing her eyes, the girl thought, okay, fine, she would try to catch him like an office worker. Where could he have gone? A memory surfaced, how the sphere said that the game had begun. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that it had definitely said that this was a game. The commander thought that when this creature first showed its true form, she made sure that it was not Mike and shot. The girl thought that, but it ran away without any counterattack. The commander thought that it was keeping a distance between them, but Anna thought about why could it be a game of tag. Grabbing the door handle, the girl thought that then his disappearance could be interpreted both as a notice of the end of the game, and at the same time as a notice of the loss of the meaning of this place where the driver was chosen, which meant that she needed to leave this playground. Coming out onto the roof, the commander said that here they were in a place where they could get down to business. The girl pointed the gun and said that to be honest, she came to the roof after remembering the features of monsters. She didn't know that this was the right answer. Let him not do stupid things, now he has nowhere to run. Walking towards him, the girl asked what he was, where the real Mike was. Stepping on the edge of the roof, the monster said that he hated sunsets because when the sun goes down. Jumping down, he added that it seemed that everything was coming to an end. Looking down, the commander shouted that why the hell did he just jump off? The monster was flying down. Anna screamed with wide eyes. The monster pointed at her. Suddenly, someone flew into the girl, and he said that it was from behind. Anna opened her eyes wide, hearing what was wrong with her face. They had played well. Looking at her, the monster told her to smile. The girl flew down, and he added that it was time to go home now. Anna flew down and screamed loudly. Looking up, she wondered what to do. If she fell, she would crash to death. Suddenly she heard that it was true. Did she want him to help her? To which she asked again. Looking at the sphere, the girl said that they had technology that was stored in the research institute. She still did not know how it worked, but if she had a device compatible with it, she would be able to use it. After all, she had a communicator with her that Neria gave her. It occurred to her that she would help her with this, and she thought about the communicator. Getting closer to the ground, Anna thought, where is it? It was definitely in her pocket. Taking out the communicator, the girl thought that she found it. Now she just needed to make it work. Suddenly, the monster grabbed her legs. Flying down, Anna screamed for him to let go, unhooked. The monster stretched out his hand forward. Suddenly, she shot him with a pistol. Turning her head, the girl was surprised. She landed on the ground. Lying on the ground, she wheezed and screamed loudly. The monster bowed in front of her. He turned around, and Anna asked where he was going. The radio said that the situation with the eastern camp was settled. Now they were cleaning up. The girl breathed heavily, listening to the fact that there was no serious damage, but there were several small ones. She grabbed the radio, hearing that by the way, why Oliver suddenly. She heard what kind of sound it was, and the girl closed her eyes and thought that someone, quickly here. The radio asked the commander, and she lay down on the ground. Rushing to the monster, the girl thought that during this time she understood one thing. With the help of gaining knowledge, she can gain several knowledge at the same time. Kate's foot slid on the ground, and she thought that in other words, she can combine taekwondo and an attack wave, so that even the simplest techniques. The girl struck the monster and added that the destructive power increases several times. The monster rushed forward sharply. The girl also ran towards him. Kate struck him many times. Having hit him with her fist, the monster flew up. The girl's hands glowed green. She looked up. She released a huge beam straight at the monster. The monster abruptly fell to the ground. Walking forward, Kate thought that now everything is not as before. She has become stronger. Holding her hand out in front of the monster, she said that it was not as problematic as she thought. Looking at this, someone asked how the situation was, to which he received the answer that it seemed that Kate was winning, and the man added that it was to be expected from his daughter. Looking to the side, the guy said that he thought they could now leave quietly, to which another asked that 2 more people had not arrived, right? And he answered that they did. Moving away from the window, the guy said that the people living in this area did not come. Yes, a paladin appeared near the school that serves as their refuge, but nevertheless, it is clearly safer in the school where Kate is, because there are these strange dolls walking around outside. Running up, the man said that he gave such a good briefing. With such talent he should have become a fireman. Asked what his name was, to which the guy replied that it was Steven. Smiling, the guy said that he had joined Kate on Orak. He had planned to leave earlier, and had no idea that he would remain in the squad of inevitable death for so long. Running forward, Logan asked that if he had planned to leave, then he had someone he was looking for, to which the guy replied that he had a younger brother who had gone to study in Japan before the zombie disaster. To which the man said that I see, he must be very worried, and the guy added that no, well, he is quite brave. Looking straight ahead, Steven said that he promised to treat him when he returned to Korea. He must definitely survive. To which the man replied that they would stop there. If he continued to talk about such things, then according to the laws of the genre, something bad would happen. The school building appeared. The man said that it was good that he did not become a fireman, to which the guy asked why, and the man added that he thought he would have died right away. Paladin was surprised to hear him get up. Clenching her fist, the girl said that it was a pity that this was already the end, and then thought that she wanted to check something else. I wonder what level she was at now. Suddenly, the paladin looked forward. He rushed at her sharply, and Kate thought that he was attacking. The girl dodged his attack and thought that the paladin's patterns were simpler than she thought. In this case, she would use techniques. A red beam appeared, and the girl thought that she could not even think that he would throw blades. Let them wait. And where was he aiming? A guy and a man were running down the street, and Kate thought that he had not just aimed at her. The girl turned back in fear. Running forward, she screamed that no. With wide eyes, the girl thought that he definitely did not have self-awareness, so she did not expect that he would make such a decision. Why did these two come out at this time? Kate ran forward quickly and thought that it was not too late. She could repel the attack. If she ran at maximum speed, she could. With wide eyes, she objected. The attacks flew at the guy and the man, and she thought that who should she save? Gray smoke appeared, and the girl thought that she would not make it to both of them. Then the sunset appeared. Everyone in life has a moment that they regret and want to go back to. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. For her, the man pointed to the side in fear. She abruptly threw the guy aside. This moment had come today. All the people were lying on the ground. Looking to the side, Kate was amazed. Running up to her father, she asked if he was okay, asked him to open his eyes, asked what the hell, why did this happen to her? A memory surfaced, how the man shouted for her to save that boy, not him. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes, and she thought that her body instinctively reacted to what he said, not giving her time to think, and then she asked why. Lowering her head, the girl said that since he was going to say something like that, he should have dodged, and the guy turned to the man. Turning his head, the boy shouted that he was a fucking paladin. Looking at the monster, he shouted that it was running away, and the girl asked again. Kate looked away furiously. The boy was surprised to see her jump up. Kate was quickly approaching the monster. After striking it, the girl thought that it was all her fault. A glow appeared on her hands, and she added that why did she try to test herself in battle if only she had not acted so arrogantly. Firing a beam at the monster, she thought that then none of this would have happened. Tears were streaming down her face. She was breathing heavily. The girl lowered her head down and cried. Her eyes widened when she heard her come here. Sitting next to the man, Steven said that his wound was not as serious as it seemed. They needed to get him to the hospital in Changwon as soon as possible. Kate was amazed to hear that she should quickly help him. He would give him first aid. The commander's eyes widened. Sitting up, she asked what she was, passed out, and how long had she been out? Where did that bastard go? Looking at the red rays, she exclaimed. Looking at the tracks, the girl asked what were these thin veins. Breathing heavily, Anna said that judging by how they were located, it seemed like he wanted her to follow the tracks. Her leg was broken. She wheezed in pain. Grabbing the gun, the girl said that it was great. Looking at the tracks, she said that they would see who would laugh last. The girl slowly walked forward. Wide-eyed, she wondered what a guy appeared in blood, and she added that she would follow him to the very depths of hell. Anna pointed the gun at the monster. Looking to the side, she wheezed. Blood stains appeared. She thought it was too late. The girl clenched her teeth in pain. Pointing the gun, Anna asked what the hell he wanted from her, why he was doing this. The guy froze, hearing him answer. The girl's eyes widened, hearing the question, what was it she? The guy's hands were covered in blood. He said that he did not remember anything. The last thing he saw was a flash of light coming from the doll. And then, turning around, the guy said that it felt like something had taken possession of him, and he kept wandering and wandering, to which Anna replied that he should stand still. Mike, with tears in his eyes, asked that he did all this. The girl turned to him in surprise. Mike turned to her, something flew into his neck, and the commander screamed. Anna asked that he was okay when suddenly she turned around and turned to Clara, to which she asked what the hell happened here. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and said that she had rushed there as soon as she had decoded her message in Morse code, but where were all those corpses coming from and why had she pointed her gun at Mike? A dark sky appeared and Anna replied that she no longer knew, to which the girl asked again. Falling to the ground, the commander said that she had no idea what was going on here. a hospital corridor appeared and someone asked that there had been an imposter posing as Mike, to which he received the answer that, judging by the commander's words, that was true. Sitting on a chair, Ashley said that she had said that during the meeting the doll had emitted a flash of blinding light, and that there was a high probability that the imposter had switched places with Mike, to which Henry asked that it was some kind of ability and how the commander had found out that he was an imposter. Looking down, the girl said that it was obvious that only he could copy Mike's appearance and behavior. She must have realized it herself since this man did not have Mike's memories. Looking at the girl, Henry asked what was going on with her clothes, to which she replied that she asked those responsible for creating the clothes to make something that would be easier to move in during a fight, to which the guy said that it would not save her from losing, and Ashley replied that she did not wear these clothes for him, so he should watch himself. The man's hands were shaking. A question arose about how Mike was he okay, to which he was answered that of course not. The guy held his head. It was said that he was a doctor who had just killed someone. The hero looked out from behind the corner, hearing that but he was being controlled. All this does not matter. He is the kind of person who constantly blames himself for everything. Let him try to think before he says something. Leaving, the hero heard that he was not going to the meeting, and the answer was no. Standing by the wall, Kate asked if something was wrong, to which the hero remained silent, and she added that she was looking for a conference room in the opposite direction to him. The girl asked what she saw in that corridor, exactly there, to which the hero turned his head and answered that not at all. He heard about what happened. Kate exclaimed in surprise, hearing that she should hold on. Grinning, the girl said that she did not think she would live to see the day when he would come to comfort her. The man was lying in bed, and Kate said that he should not worry, she was fine. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, so he just needed some time to recover. She was told that there was no need to worry. The girl grinned and thanked him for coming to support her, saying that she was fine, so she could go to the conference room, to which the hero replied that it was good. Looking at the main character, the girl thought that maybe she was wrong about him, maybe he was actually a nicer person than she thought. Looking down, Kate wondered why the commander had forbidden her to appear at the meeting. She had only heard briefly about what had happened, since she had been with her father the whole time, but she needed to meet her after. Leaning on her crutch, the commander said that now they would sum it up. The drawings appeared. The girl said that they had managed to destroy all the leaders and dolls that had appeared in the camps. Just in case, they had also burned their corpses, but for some reason these invitations, left over from the corpses, had not burned. The hero and Clara looked straight ahead, listening to how there was a high probability that these invitations indicated the location where the monster was currently located. So there was no choice but to go there and catch her, even if it meant danger. Looking at Monica, Anna said that thanks to her shamanic powers or something, she managed to not turn into one of those dolls, right? To which the monster replied that this ability was called Dokubai. Looking down, Monica said that to be honest, she herself did not know how it happened. She just opened her eyes and realized that she was alive and well. Looking at her, Anna said that well, whatever happened, she was in direct contact with the monster. It was assumed that this could play into their hands. Let her tell the others why she decided to cooperate with them. Looking at the floor, Monica replied that it was all because she felt guilty. Standing in front of the table, the zombie said that no matter how she justified herself, the truth is that she killed many people. She knows that her past sins will not be forgiven just because she now wants to help them, but she still wants to atone for her guilt with her actions. Looking away, the hero heard that she understands that she is no longer welcome in this society, but she cannot close her eyes to her close friend and his death. Looking at the commander, Monica said that she was nevertheless surprised that she accepted her so easily, thought she would be more intractable, to which she replied that well, she was not the first one like that. Frederick smiled, and Anna asked that, if you think about it, why hadn't he returned yet, said that this annoying piece of a piece. Putting her hand to her face, the commander said that it didn't matter, she still had so much to say, so she would deal with him later, and since they were talking about it, to which Monica wondered who she was talking about. Looking away, the zombie heard that after this meeting, let her try to stay out of sight once again. She thought she herself understands that there are people who hate her so much that they are ready to kill her. The girl took a step forward and heard that she understood. Peeking out from around the corner, Kate heard the name of the monster. The commander asked again in surprise. The girl raised her fist, and the commander shouted for her to stop. Suddenly, the hero stopped Kate. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked what she was doing. Angrily looking ahead, Kate said that she wanted to ask him who he was protecting now. Standing in front of the hero, the girl asked that he knew who she was, to which he replied that yes, it was Monica, to which Kate asked what the hell he was stopping her for if he knew everything. The hero asked again in surprise, hearing that she killed Bella. Kate angrily shouted that she killed everyone they tried so hard to protect, and then declared war on them over the radio. The hero turned to the zombies, hearing that this is who he was protecting now. The hero replied that he did not know about it, and Monica came forward and said that everything was fine, asked her to talk to her. Monica said she would start with an apology, and the girl hit her. Someone shouted her name. Looking ahead angrily, the girl asked what she wanted to apologize, said how noble of her, that with her apology they would not give her Bella back. Wheezing from choking, Monica replied that she was absolutely right. If hitting her made her feel better, then she could hit her as much as she wanted. Pushing her, Kate asked again what she thought. She was doing it just to make her feel better. A memory of Bella asking her not to worry surfaced. The crowd raised their hands in joy. They heard that she promised to come back. With wide eyes, Kate said that she would never understand how much those people meant to her. The commander angrily shouted that enough was enough, asked how much longer she would act like a child. Looking straight ahead, Anna said that it was because of her that there were no casualties in the Western camp. Thanks to her, their medical team returned safely. Clara looked surprised, hearing that, and if you think about it, her father was able to receive treatment only thanks to Monica's contribution. With a heavy sigh, the girl said that she understood her feelings, but let him at least try to be a little more reasonable. Now they really need her help. Kate froze, hearing that there was no use in arguing like this either. Holding the zombie by the neck, the girl replied that she understood in that case. Throwing Monica away, she added that she was just letting off a little steam. The girl rushed forward, and the commander shouted her name. Looking at the hole, Clara asked how she used her abilities even without books, to which Anna replied that she must have a summary hidden in her pocket. She told her that she only needed annotations to the books she had already read. The hero lowered his head, hearing what and what to do with it. Taking a step forward, the girl asked why she did not move from the spot. Looking at Monica, Kate said that she could easily dodge her blow or thinks that it was not worth doing even that. Looking down, the zombie answered that exactly, it was not worth it. The girl glared at her. Rushing forward, Kate said that this is more like her, fake apologies do not suit her. Having thrown a blow, the girl said that she is selfish, arrogant. Sliding on the ground, she added that she treats people like cattle, she knows. Having thrown a kick, the girl said that in fact she is like that. Monica flew back, and the girl asked that she was not right. Swinging her fist, Kate shouted that she still thinks that it is not worth dodging. Running up, the girl asked how much longer this would go on. She was trying to say that she would rather be beaten half to death than fall flat on her face. The zombie's nose was bleeding, and the girl said for her to answer already. Kate was amazed to hear that she was not worthy of it. Sitting on her knees, the zombie added to dodge her blows. Lowering her head, Monica said that she could do whatever she wanted with her if it meant that she could at least slightly atone for her actions. Kate clenched her teeth in rage. A green glow appeared, and she screamed that this was not what she wanted at all. Let him get up and fight her. Standing behind the girl, the hero said that it was enough, let him stop this. Kate screamed furiously that why was he still trying to protect her? Who the hell was she to him? Was she really that important to him? Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that it was just why, to which he replied that it was not the case. The girl's eyes widened, hearing that she did not look like a person who truly believed in what she was saying. A glow emanated from the girl's hand. Kate is a very kind person. She raises her self-esteem by being kind to others and develops self-esteem through her behavior. She is a selfish but kind person. Therefore, she understood that her fury, despite the fact that she did not know Bella so well, was not related to the expression of sadness over her death. The girl lowered her head. On the contrary, it was a way to increase her self-esteem through revenge and release pent-up frustration. The girl stretched out her hand forward. She also knew that her actions at that moment in time. Kate put her hand on her face, were not at all different from youthful maximalism. Looking straight ahead, Monica asked to listen to her. The commander peeked around the corner and she said that she would do everything in her power to help her catch the monster, even if she died in the end. So, kneeling in front of the girl, she added that she asked to be allowed to help. Putting her hand to her face, Kate said that she heard about the invitations and wanted to take part in this mission too. Hearing that she did not want there to be any more casualties, the commander said okay, fine. Walking forward, Kate addressed the zombies. Looking ahead, the girl said that she had better do everything in her power. Frozen, Monica replied that she would. The sky appeared, and just like that, Kate became the leader of the team that was tasked with finding whoever sent those invitations. Monica, Oliver, and Kate looked straight ahead and the team immediately went to find the base of operations. Flying tables appeared. The question arose as to what this meant. Jim put his hands in his pockets and asked her why she had sent them these meaningless invitations, said that he had not sent her here to sit around like this. Jessica turned around and asked him what he had done when he came. Spying on people is a hobby. Jim stepped forward and said that he should not think that he would take it lightly. He had put up with all her bullshit in the past. Looking straight at her, he added that he should go and kill them all now if he valued his life. Jim said that he should go and kill them all now if he valued his life. Jessica sat on the floor and said that she had already kept her promise, made up an excuse to attack them, saying that they had suddenly been ambushed by people. From now on she would do whatever she wanted. She turned around with a smile and went on about how more importantly, Had Jim sent him to look after her or something, and that was enough. Then she said it was getting tiresome, and Jim started to disappear. A guy came in his place and said it was so obvious, and he thought he was doing a pretty good job of imitating him. He said it was nice to finally meet him, and that he had heard she liked to mess around, but she was more touchy than he thought. He walked up to her and told her to let him introduce himself properly, that his name was Connor, and that he was a third-generation Jim. The guy said why didn't she stop fooling around and go kill those humans, and that it was getting tiresome. The girl was fingering the strings and asked if she should tell him the secret, and that she should have mercy on the wild tiger cubs. Jessica went on to say that they weren't as strong as their mother and often ended up tragically challenging the wrong opponent simply because they believed they were as strong as adult tigers. She told him to stop poking his nose into his business and get out of here, and if he wanted to be in Jim's good graces, he should go wag his tail at him. Jim left. The ground beneath Jessica began to crack. Connor said that he shouldn't be arrogant just because she was the boss. The guy was saying that the high-ranking zombies should know that all the executives except Jim exist simply to support zombie society. He turned away, telling her to enjoy her crumbling throne while she still can, and he would deal with these people himself. Jessica turned around and told her how pathetic he was. He only came here to throw a tantrum. She continued that he was really that upset about the fact that he didn't get the mask. The man stopped. Connor said that she should be grateful for the mask and that it was the only reason she was still alive. The guy continued that toothless tigers should enjoy the remaining years of their lives and that he would take care of everything. Someone blew on a piece of paper. Anna said that she found out that the invitation reacted when you blew on it. It should help their investigation. She blew on the paper and said that, for example, if you blow directly on the invitation, it will fly in a different direction. Kate said, surprised, that she was right, it was flying in the other direction, and maybe that was the direction they should go. The paper fell to the ground and she asked to wait, and didn't she blow hard enough, but it fell to the floor right away. Monica apologized and asked if Kate could give her a chance to apologize again. Kate turned around. Monica continued that she hadn't managed to apologize fully last time. The girl asked if she was seriously trying to apologize again. Kate said angrily that she had already apologized more than 5,000 times since they left Changwon, and that she had enough, everything was fine. The girls were walking next to the protagonist. Monica happily asked if that was true, and what did it mean that she forgave her. Kate said no, not really, just tell him to stop. The girl called Oliver and asked if he could by any chance control the wind. The guy said no, he couldn't. Monica said to ask her, and that she could. She pointed at the piece of paper and said that after all, wind and flame are closely related, and let them leave it to her, she will show the way. The paper fell to the ground. Kate said that it did not turn out much better than when she just blew on it. Monica answered that, frankly, she is not very good at controlling the wind. The girl asked why she acted so confident a minute ago. Monica said that she does not have a mask or a sword now, so she is much weaker than usual, and apologized. Kate asked in surprise that the mask makes him stronger. The girl looked down and answered that Jim gave her the mask, so she has the ability to increase her strength, but he can track them, so everything is not so rosy, and that she really regrets. Kate said okay, she understands everything. Does this mean that now she is not able to help them with anything? The girl suggested that they just try it, that she was sure that if they kept blowing they would get somewhere, and they all started blowing on the papers. 3 hours later, they were still blowing on the papers. Kate said that her cheeks were going to fall off. Monica said that she couldn't even blow anymore, she could only drool. The girl exclaimed that they had changed directions and that it seemed like they should split up now. She looked at the paper and said that they shouldn't stray too far from each other, so she suggested that they explore for a while and then regroup to discuss what they had found, and that she would radio and when the sun went down so that they could return to the forest as soon as she contacted them. So the three of them split up and each went their own way. Monica thinking that she had to atone for her sins no matter what, she had to find Jessica first. The girl was out of breath and thought that, after all, this seemed too easy. The protagonist walked and blew on a leaf. He looked down and thought that it was somehow quiet, even too quiet. Then he continued the thought that when he was alone, it was much quieter around, and that this had not happened for so long that he had forgotten this feeling. The clouds were gathering. The voice said that he was finally there. Kate looked at the fire and said that she had contacted him quite a long time ago. Why did it take him so long to get there, and did he find anything? They had nothing. The hero sat down next to them. The girl asked what the hell. The guy answered that it was not like that. The girl narrowed her eyes and continued that why did he sit so close? Did he see a ghost or something? The guy answered that he did not. Kate asked, then what was the matter? And Oliver asked what she was talking about. The girl said that it did not matter. Monica turned to them and said that it was probably none of her business, but what were they going to do tomorrow? Kate thought about it. She frowned and thought that honestly she didn't know, didn't think they would find anything if they kept wandering around like they had today without any results. She stood up and said that they would talk about it tomorrow. but for now they both needed to rest, that she would take a short walk. Monica said that was fine. The girl sat alone and sighed heavily. She looked down sadly. Then she took off her cap and remembered the words that the commander, she urgently needed to go back, there was a child here. The voice screamed at her to leave her alone, and that they thought she would trust them just because they were people. She screamed furiously for them to go away, one more step and she would kill them. Mike said fearfully that they would not harm her, and to calm her down, Sean said to just use his ability. The guy said that of course, he was right. His hand fell on the guy's shoulder. The voice began to say that in these terrible times, not all people are good, but that does not mean that they are all bad. He continued that at least they were nothing to be afraid of. The man began to come closer. Chloe crouched down in front of the girl, introduced herself and said that she was the commander of the squad of inevitable death and what her name was. It was so strange. For some unknown reason, hearing her voice, she felt relieved, and she believed that she could protect her. The girl shook her hand and introduced herself. Chloe answered that she understood. She put a cap on her and said that if she stayed here, she would catch a cold and that she should get up. The voice told her to come with them. Kate sat, pulling the cap down over her eyes. She sadly asked if she was doing everything right and if she could fill this void. Someone apologized to her and asked if she could tell him the way. The girl turned around and asked who. Someone spoke in surprise. Connor stood in front of her and said, "What is this? A person?" Connor said he was so glad he ran into her and that he needed to ask the man something. The girl wondered who the zombie was and how long he had been standing there. The guy said he was looking for people who had received invitations from Jessica and if she knew them. Kate wondered if Jessica had sent him here, but he didn't seem to understand yet that he was looking for her and what she should do. Fight. She frowned and realized that no, she couldn't. She looked at him and thought that she didn't need to fight him to understand that he was clearly not simple. Kate continued thinking that she definitely couldn't fight him alone either. She needed to get out of this situation somehow. He made a sound. Something flew into her face and the guy said that yes, it was written all over her face. Then he continued, moving closer to her, that she was one of the people he was looking for. Anyone would have realized that she had one of the invitations. Well, it was good that she didn't have to look for her for long. Connor asked not to worry, and that he was not going to kill. On the contrary, he would even help a little. Someone was holding a piece of paper in their hands and said that apparently they were useless. Kate said that he said that the invitations had nothing to do with Jessica and that they were just tricks that she used to buy time to achieve her goal. Monica asked that her goal was somehow connected with what she was going to do in Changwon. The girl answered what exactly. Monica said that it sounded pretty convincing, especially considering how they spent today, but it was also not so easy to believe it. The girl asked why he would tell them such things. Kate answered that it was all because. Connor said that she was terribly rude, even though he had only met her once. Kate frowned and asked if that was the only reason he was helping her. The guy laughed and said that of course not, he had his reasons. He went on to say that it would be a shame if they were caught up in her plans and ended up dying in vain, and that they all had a bigger role to play. He went on to say that this would give him another chance. Monica asked if that was all he said before he left, and another chance. She had no idea what he meant. Kate asked in surprise that she didn't know who he was. The girl replied that she was saying he was wearing a black mask and had twin swords. She apologized and said that she didn't know who it could be. Such signs weren't particularly memorable. Monica looked at her and said that they would give up investigating the source of these invitations. Kate replied that no, she didn't trust him at all. She said thoughtfully that rather than worry about whether he was telling the truth, she would rather see for herself. The girl said okay, in that case it was probably better to stick to the original plan than worry about information from a dubious source. The voice went on to say that they would resume their investigation tomorrow. At sunrise, she was told that was fine. Clouds floated across the sky. People looked at papers. Then they went in different directions. Connor exhaled and said what a bunch of idiots. Then he went on to say that he had said it outright, and what were they? Just wasting their time. Whether he had said it or not, Jessica must already know that he had talked to that girl. But then why hadn't she done anything yet? And he thought. Connor went straight ahead and said that it was okay, and who knew what was going on in her head. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he was there. Emily looked up and said she would leave the food by the door. She asked him to eat it and get well soon. Many patients were waiting for him to return. A man was lying on a bed. The sun was shining on the building. Someone called Emily. The man thanked her for everything she was doing. The girl asked if she could come in now. They said yes, but she should be careful, just in case. There was a spicy tuna in her hands. Emily stared ahead tensely. Someone started screaming and she closed her eyes. She put her hands out and said that she had brought what he had asked for and that was enough. Someone put their hand up to the tuna and gasped. Sean was happily saying how much he had missed him. The girl smiled and said that that was what he had asked for and that she had thought she had confused it with something else. The guy thanked the girl. She told him not to rush and that her stomach would hurt. She said it was interesting that he didn't have to eat human flesh despite being a zombie, The guy said it was really cool. He actually felt a lot healthier now. The girl said he looked happy. She asked him how he was feeling here, and it must be hard. Sean said no, everything was fine. He smiled and said it was natural for people to be afraid of zombies. After all, he used to be human too, so he understood why they treated him like that, and compared to Frederick, he was in a pretty stable position, so everything was fine. He asked how Kate was doing. Emily turned around at someone's cough and asked. The guy said something was wrong. The girl said nothing. She said it seemed like someone was here. The guy frowned. His hand touched the ground tensely. The guy was tensely doing push-ups. Then he shouted that he had done it, 1,000 push-ups. Anna replied that that was great. Let him run a couple of laps now. The guy replied that he understood her. He ran and said that he was getting strong and would get even stronger. The girl told him to keep his mouth shut while he ran. Anna thought that she had known that her training method was not that effective, and that it was impressive that he was managing to keep up with her. The voice said that he was doing great, and that she would be right back. The guy opened his mouth and replied that she understood that, Commander. The girl walked and thought that she needed to concentrate on the resolution, and that the threats of the imposter people. The voice said that they could copy the appearance and manner of movement, and that she needed to find out as soon as possible if there were other imposters among them. Someone said that cola without whiskey. The girl turned around. The man looked up and said that a bun without a sausage, an airplane without a wing. The girl called Frederick. She screamed furiously, asking where he had been for so long, and that he even knew how long she had been looking for him. He approached her and said that he was without a teacher. The man asked what these facts had in common. Anna asked what he was talking about. Then her eyes widened. She looked at him and wondered why he had returned to his original form without her permission. Frederick said that he only stayed because he wanted to fight the protagonist again. Something cut through the air. He began to change form and asked why he was here if he wasn't here. Swinging, the zombie said that he only stayed because he wanted to fight Oliver again. Turning around, Frederick asked why he was here if he wasn't here. The commander's eyes widened in surprise. The zombie said that she seemed to be having trouble finding an answer, so let him speak for himself. Looking straight at her, Frederick said that it was because he loved them. The zombie turned to the man and said that he couldn't stop thinking about why he was getting along so well with them, humans, lately. The commander crouched and heard that, and it turned out that the answer was surprisingly simple. No, maybe deep down he already knew. A red heart appeared and Frederick said that Oliver loved humans. That's why he loved them too. That's how he showed his devotion to him. Kneeling down, he said that this was the highest form of love. Putting out his palms, the zombie said that he loved them, insignificant humans. Squinting, Anna thought about the fact that she thought he had finally come to his senses, but it seemed that now he was completely hopeless. Now all that was left was to pity him. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl said that I understand, asked that in that case, could he do her a favor, to which he replied that of course, for her, anything. The training ground appeared. The girl said okay, let them introduce themselves. Frederick folded his arms and Anna said that this was Frederick, the preacher of love, who would be in charge of their training from now on. Looking up, Ashley asked what she just said, the preacher of love, to which Anna replied that she didn't even have to ask, he just wanted to be called that. The zombie had a heart in his eyes, and the commander said that in any case, compared to her, he had more experience and he could advise them on how to fight zombies. Of course, he was a little weird, but they should try to learn everything from him. The commander asked what was good, to which Henry replied that he would do anything if it helped him get stronger, and the girl said no, she didn't like it. Holding a stick in her hands, Ashley said that she would rather die than learn from this idiot, to which Frederick replied that it was interesting. Approaching the girl, he asked what it was. She says that she doesn't like him, to which she screamed in fear. The girl waved her stick and yelled at him to get away from her. The zombie adjusted his collar and told her not to worry. Frederick leaned over and added that she would soon be unable to get enough of his love, to which she replied that she could go to hell. The guy looked away and thought that he needed super strong muscles to do something like that. Looking at them, the commander thought that they would be fine. Yes, let Ashley forgive her, but that was the best she could do now. The girl exclaimed in surprise when she heard someone speaking to her. Seeing Kate, she said that they had returned, to which the girl replied that they had been told that she was here, and asked what had happened while they were gone. Suddenly, Monica exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the zombie, she asked in surprise that it was him, said that she thought he had died, and what he was doing here. Frederick said, slightly opening his mouth, that it couldn't be. Smiling widely, he said that there were zombies here, let them kill her, asked who she thought she was, how dare she set foot on this land. Frederick told her to get out of here when suddenly the hero hit him. Later, the reconnaissance group shared what they had found, and the commander said that they had received this information from the mysterious zombie, but decided to ignore it and stick to the original plan, that is, to continue investigating the invitations. Kate raised her hand, hearing that they had also come across these bracelets, to which she replied that everything was correct, Oliver and Monica had them too. Mountains appeared, and Kate said that the invitations led them to a small crater in the middle of the mountains where they found 3 bracelets. Looking at the commander, the girl said that they had also automatically clung to their wrists, they could not tear them off or cut them, so far they had not noticed anything special. Connor's image appeared, and Kate said that apparently the zombie they encountered could be telling the truth. He thought she gave them these invitations to buy time. Looking at the girl, the commander asked what she meant to attack Changwon, to which she replied that it was probably for this. Anna looked down and fell silent. The girl raised her hand with the bracelet. Someone in the room said that it was clear he thought everything would happen within a month, but he wouldn't be surprised if she continued her game tomorrow. Looking down, the commander said that from now on, the main branch of the government of inevitable destruction must be ready for anything. The blue sky appeared. In order to prepare for the blow that could fall at any moment, Commander Anna began to strengthen the entire army. The crowd stood with weapons in their hands. For an indefinite time, all members of the squad of inevitable death. Gritting his teeth tightly, Henry ran forward. Kate pumped her muscles with dumbbells. They were training hard. A city building appeared. Someone said that he should wait. She said she was fine with it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said the name of the zombie, to which Monica asked again in surprise. The woman looked surprised, hearing that she had enough of fooling around. What if they really believed him? Smiling, they said that they were glad to see her, to which she angrily replied that no, she was Monica, they should remember her name, stop mocking her. There was food on the table. The woman said okay, let them attack. She had prepared several dishes because she heard that Oliver was back. Looking at the hero, Monica asked what was in the middle, was it even edible, to which the hero replied that yes. The woman's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that it was true. He was sure, to which she thought that she had heard that she was the leader of the Scarlet Squad. She could easily be mistaken for a child about the same age as Oliver. Sitting at the table, Laura thought about how although humans and zombies had different plans for the future, they could generally move in similar directions together. Well, zombies used to be humans after all. Holding out the pot, the woman said that now she should feel free to try her dish. She probably hadn't had normal food for a long time, to which Monica replied that she wasn't particularly hungry. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the woman asked that she also thought her curry looked just awful, said that her heart and soul had been put into these dishes, to which she replied that no, it wasn't that. Lowering her head, the protagonist said that some people really like it, you won't know until you try it, to which the zombie replied that it wasn't the taste that put her off, it was just that she hadn't had dinner with anyone in so long. Looking down, the zombie sighed and said okay, fine. Pulling out a spoon, the zombie said she'd just try a little. Lowering her head, Monica thought that dinner would also be with other people. She stuck the spoon into the curry. A memory of standing in front of the zombie surfaced. Monica held the spoon to her mouth. Sarah was standing in front of her. Monica stuck the spoon in her mouth. The zombie was sitting among the bamboo. She heard her coming here, tossing an egg. The man asked if he was doing everything right, to which Monica said that he shouldn't tell her that he didn't even know how to fry eggs. Asked why he separated the white from the yolk, to which he replied that he thought that was how it should be. Monica ate with tears in her eyes. Sitting up, the woman asked what happened. They said something wrong, and Emily said oh no, it's not tasty, and the woman added that it was so bad that it made her want to cry. Raising the cubes up, Jessica laughed and said that it looked like everyone was having a great time. The cubes flew up, and the zombie added that it was time to return to the cruel reality. Sitting at the table, Monica apologized, and Emily exclaimed in surprise. On the radio, a voice was heard asking if the commander was seeing this, and someone asked what happened. Many red monsters appeared. It was said that a large number of Jessica dolls were approaching the outer wall of the main entrance right now. Putting her hand to her face, the girl wondered what it meant. She finally showed up, Jessica. Sitting in front of the radios, the commander shouted that all squads were at attention. They were now at war. Let them prepare for defense. The men walked forward, listening to the perimeter guards move in their assigned formations as they had trained. The men ran forward at a rapid pace. The commander said that she needed squad leaders in each zone to prevent zombies from getting in, to make sure they were giving clear instructions to each member of their team. With his binoculars in hand, the boy heard what the situation was at the front, to which he mumbled. Anna looked surprised to hear that they were just standing, to which she asked again. A crowd of monsters appeared, and the boy said that they were all lined up in a row. The monsters were smiling widely, and the boy added that they were just laughing. Walking on the cubes, Jessica said that she didn't know who warned them or how, but they had prepared quite thoroughly. The zombie grinned, saying that it pained her to say that they had gotten it all wrong. She was trying to achieve something completely different. Suddenly, a monster crawled out of the man's face. All the people began to transform into monsters. The zombie squinted and said that it was important to keep out uninvited guests, but they should also pay more attention to their loved ones. The girl froze when she heard that they continued to find dolls dressed as people all over Changwon. The radio said that the square was currently under attack, the intersection. The pencil was on the table. It was said that a total of 82 dolls had been found. Jessica's eyes widened in surprise. The hero looked down. It was heard that they should stick to it. People began to attack the monsters. It was added that the plan. Sitting at the table, the commander thought about how these dolls could only copy their appearance and habits. They were not able to think independently. With this information, it was not difficult to recognize the dolls hidden among them, especially since she remembered where each member of the inevitable death squad was assigned. Taking the map in her hands, Anna thought that if she loved games so much, standing in front of the zombie, she added that then she would have to play along. Hitting the zombie with his shield, the man shouted for him to receive. Picking up the radio, the man said that they had done everything as she asked. Standing over the table, the commander thought about the fact that there were two hypotheses that needed to be tested for Anna to carry out her plan. Kate was running away from the monsters. Firstly, the commander needed to make sure that the dolls would focus on chasing the marked targets. Opening the door slightly, Anna thought that the invitations she had given them were to filter out the strongest people among them. The team members who were assigned reconnaissance missions were usually strong enough to stand up for themselves. Kate clenched her fist, and the commander added that in this way, these bracelets marked them as targets that needed to be eliminated. The people were catching up with the monsters. Secondly, she needed to make sure that the dolls would only attack the marked people. Walking down the hallway, Anna thought that apparently this was not the case. Supposedly they were told to track their targets and hit them, but only at a certain distance and under certain conditions, just not to get too close to them. People were cutting up monsters, and Anna thought that the marked members of the squad could take these dolls away, while the others would deal with them from a safe distance. Squinting, the commander thought that in this way, they could reduce the number of victims and effectively defend themselves from any unexpected attacks. Monsters were climbing the wall. The girl thought that they would deal with all the dolls outside their walls at once with the supercluster cannon. Anna thought about how overconfident she was. She saw through them all, and then said for the girl to start preparing. She was already moving. Sitting on the cube, Jessica counted and then said that no, that's not all. The zombie smiled widely and said that she appreciated all their efforts, but in reality, she had prepared. She added that there were 83 dolls when suddenly a double appeared in front of Anna. The clone suddenly stabbed the girl with a knife. With wide eyes, the commander thought that it seemed like Frederick had said that she needed a lock of hair for the doll. A memory popped into her head, and she thought that it couldn't be. Did she really get a sample of it that time? Clutching her wound, the girl wheezed. Anna's predictive analysis and tactics were impressive, but there was a fatal flaw in all of this. The girl lay on the ground, her belief that she was prepared for anything. Standing in the crowd, the girl asked what they should do now. Looking away, the guy asked what they were doing, said that they should have gone a different route, to which he asked that yes, said that he had not received any orders. The monster grabbed the guy, and he screamed loudly. People ran away from the monsters in fear, screaming for someone to help. Looking away, Kate turned to the commander and said that their squads collided with each other on the same buses. Looking at the monster, the girl asked what the hell, why she suddenly stopped answering. They said that she thought something happened to the commander. Kicking the monster, Kate said that everyone needed urgent help. Smiling widely, Henry said that it sounded great. It was already getting tiresome to deal with them one by one. Rushing forward, Monica said that she was coming too, asked that people needed to be saved. Yes. Extending her finger up, Jessica asked what she thought. She would allow it. Suddenly, red beams flew at the city. A huge doll appeared in front of Henry and Ashley. The monster's head was cut off. Looking at the monster, Kate asked what the hell it was. Suddenly, the monster hit the ground with its hand. The monster rushed forward. It was said that some strange doll had just fallen from the sky. It thought it would be busy for a while, to which Henry replied that it was the same here. They couldn't get away from here. Monica aimed fire at the monster. Someone asked how they were doing, to which she replied that it was the same case. She didn't think she could handle it quickly. Kate's eyes widened, thinking that it was bad. If everything continued like this, there would be many victims. Jessica smiled and chuckled. Holding out the map, the zombie said that it was a shame. Just don't tell her that she was so confident because of something like that. The girl wheezed and reached for the radio. Lying on the ground, Anna thought that now there was nothing to be done. She hoped that it would not come to this, but she would have to use the last card. Suddenly, Jessica looked surprised. Holding out the card forward, the zombie exclaimed. The protagonist walked straight. She said that she was counting on Oliver. Leaning on the table, Anna said that he would not participate in the upcoming mission. On the contrary, he would only act if they were losing. Looking straight, the protagonist asked why. What if it cost them casualties? Sighing, the commander said that it was not like him to worry about other people. He had changed a lot too. Let him ask him a question. The hero was surprised to hear that he thought that the members of their squad were weak-willed. Looking at him, the girl heard that no, they may be weak, but they are not weak-willed. Grinning, Anna replied that then okay, just let him follow her instructions. She has a plan, just let him not forget. The hero jumped up. The girl said that he needed to be their greatest hope when they needed her most. Turning around, the girl asked what that was it Oliver? To which the guy asked again, was it true? Where? It was heard that he was not going to help them. Where was he? Was he really abandoning them? The girl grabbed the curb. The radio heard that attention to all units, to which people said in surprise that this voice was the commander. Anna shouted loudly that Oliver would not help them. The man was surprised to hear that she ordered him to track down and destroy Jessica. The guy shouted in fear that but what the hell would happen to them then? And the other asked that she was going to leave them, ordinary soldiers, to die. They needed help too. Anna asked that they all believed in Oliver. Yes. The girl breathed heavily and said that he also believed in each of them. The people froze, hearing that they were really that helpless without him. They really thought so. They had all come this far, risking their lives. Henry put his finger to his ear and heard that Oliver had his own battle, and they had their own. The girl confidently shouted that today they would not rely on Oliver to win. The people looked straight ahead, listening to the fact that today they would declare their own freedom. The boy clenched his teeth tightly. Rushing forward, the boy said that he should get it. It was heard that he should not give up. They would win. Entering a fight with the monsters, someone shouted that they should grab them, fight however they wanted. Their lives depended on it. They would do everything possible to win. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that right, this should be enough. The hero flew up, and she added that he was not a weapon. Instead, he should be their ray of hope. The girl fell to the floor, the contingency plan Anna had prepared in case everything failed. People were fighting monsters. The plan helped fill the void she left behind. Laughing, Anna asked how she was okay with it, said she guessed she thought she had victory in the bag. Well, she was sorry she was ruining her happiness, but her death would not lead to their downfall. The hero frowned. It was time for round 2. Looking straight ahead, Jessica grinned. Putting a finger to his ear, the guy turned to Kate and asked what she heard, said what he thought. The others were also inspired now. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard that they could focus on their battles. Yes, to which the girl replied. Yes, let them do as she said. Focus on destroying the enemy standing in front of them. Smiling widely, Henry replied that he understood, asked that he could finally relax. Yes. His eyes lit up and he told them to get ready. He threw the ball and added that it was his super fast pitch. The ball flew past the monster and the guy said that it was a 6-seam fastball. Ashley swung her sword and the guy added that there was no point in dodging, he would just get hit from behind. A bright glow appeared in his hands and Henry said that they had spent several days developing their new technique. He smirked and added that from now on he better take the fight seriously. They would not hold back anymore. Rushing forward, Kate heard laughter and wondered if it was really that hard to turn off the radio. It was annoying as hell. Jumping up, the girl thought that she needed to end this as quickly as possible and move on. She could not get rid of the feeling of anxiety. She needed to help the others urgently. A blow flew at Monica and she wheezed. Falling to the ground, she thought about what she knew. She promised not to use this technique to convince them that she would not betray, but it was extremely difficult to fight without her sword. Wiping her mouth with her hand, the zombie thought about how she was trying to make a good impression to join the humans, but at this rate, she would just become a burden. Rushing towards the monster, she added that there was nothing she could do about it for now, she just had to give it her all. Standing in front of her, Frederick said that such thoughts were no good, to which she asked in surprise. Smirking, Frederick apologized for being late and said that he was lost in memories of the time Oliver punched him in the face. It was hard to forget the rush of power he got then. Looking at him, Monica heard that she was the weakest zombie that the commander was talking about, to which she asked if he really didn't remember her, and the zombie clarified who she was, to which she said that he should forget. Having struck the monster, Frederick said that in any case, he wanted to go to Oliver as soon as possible, so he should stop messing around and help her settle everything here. Looking away, the zombie said that he would leave her here if he slowed him down, to which Monica replied that of course, it reminded her of old times. The hero and Jessica stretched out their hands, and she said that if she didn't play, she would lose. Rock, paper, scissors. Having hit the hero in the face, Jessica joyfully exclaimed and said that she won again. Saying rock, paper, scissors, the zombie hit the hero in the face. Smiling widely, Jessica asked why he kept playing along. How could he be so unlucky at this game? The hero took the blows and said that he would kill her anyway and none of it mattered, to which she asked that he was just filled with confidence, right? Narrowing her eyes, she asked that it was him. Yes, the person Jim was so interested in, said that she had wanted to meet him for a long time. That was why she sent those invitations. The protagonist clenched his fist, and the zombie said that she had lost. Sitting in front of him, The zombie said that it seemed like he had managed to win after all, asked that he really wanted this. Yes, it seemed that those slaps had affected him more than she expected. The hero swung his hand, and Jessica said that she had always wanted to ask, was it true that he was so strong and could not die? Dodging the blow, she added that then he must be the very Black Knight she had been looking for. The hero looked at her and she laughed and said how she liked the look on his face. She didn't say he couldn't dodge, it was his own fault for standing there and letting her hit him. Jessica kicked him with both feet and said that she thought she'd had enough of these childish games. She wanted to see if all the rumors about him were true. The hero flew back and she asked what about him. Didn't he want to get to know her better? Jessica suddenly took her hands. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she said that they needed some privacy for that too. The sun was shining brightly. Someone said they hated sunsets. The guy's hair was blowing in the wind. He said it was because he felt like it would all end as soon as the sun went down. The guy turned around and asked if something was wrong. The girl was sitting on the ground and he asked why she was looking at him like that. He told her to smile. Smiling, the guy said that it was fun and now it was time to go home. Jessica folded her arms. Suddenly she spread her arms to the sides. Looking to the side, the main character asked what was going on. Suddenly, an image of a guy appeared behind him. Suddenly, Oliver began to fall down. Turning around, the hero wondered where he was. The hero was surprised to hear that he knew the barrier they called the gate. Its purpose was not to prevent him from entering Busan. Smiling, Jessica said that she put it up to prevent Jim from coming here because she wanted to meet him first. The guy flew up. The protagonist's hand passed through it. Suddenly, smoke appeared. The protagonist was confused. Grabbing the guy, the hero thought that he was an annoying doll. Smiling, Jessica said that it was too early to lose patience because he would be stuck here for the rest of his days. The control room appeared. Someone asked what was going on and what was this. Sitting at the equipment, Clara thought that the commander was not responding, did not know exactly what happened, but she could still activate the supercluster cannon on her own. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that he had just disappeared. Radars appeared. The girl said that Changwon had completely disappeared. She couldn't find its coordinates using a satellite, asked how this was even possible. People raised their heads in surprise. Looking up, Monica asked what was that. The zombie fell to the ground and wheezed. Clutching her chest, she wondered what she felt like spreading throughout her body. Were those Jessica's orders? Was it really because she was created with her threads? Suddenly, Monica looked forward in surprise. She rushed forward, and Frederick asked where she was going. Running forward, the zombie thought that the dolls that surrounded the outer walls of the city, as well as those that only attack people, not the city itself, everything is clear. She should have guessed earlier. Putting her finger to her ear, Monica said that Jessica had no intention of attacking Changwon. From the very beginning, her goal was to absorb the life force of the people of Changwon. The people looked up, hearing them look at the sky. They see this huge sphere, Oliver and Jessica fighting inside it. Kate widened her eyes, hearing she was trying to turn this sphere into something dangerous and was going to use people to charge it. The girl replied that she thought her ability was to control dolls. Running forward, the zombie said that she thought so too, but there is a possibility that she has two abilities. She figured it out from the orders she gave her, so she doesn't know details. She stuck her hand in the ground, asking what it was, pulling out the device. The zombie said great, she found a generator. Monica gritted her teeth, thinking what was she thinking? She had set up about 100 of these all over Changwon. It looked like she's still not ready, but once she activates the generators, they will immediately start sucking out people's life force, releasing the fire. The zombie thought she won't let them. She needs to destroy them before they activate. Monica looked up and thought that she probably used the dolls that had infiltrated the city to install generators everywhere. What a sly one, but by bringing her into the game, her plan was doomed to fail. Nothing would happen her way. Suddenly, Jessica stood in a stupor. Smirking, she said that for sure, she completely forgot about her. A corridor appeared. Someone asked if anyone was free. She could use all her free hands now. Anna was lying unconscious. Someone shouted that the commander was in critical condition. Help was needed. Looking to the side, the guy asked what the hell, does anyone know where she got such an injury from? To which the man replied that he did not know. She was already in such a state when he found her, and Emily asked that she would be fine. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that given how deep her wound was, there was little he could do right now, and the girl said that no, there was at least something he could do. They couldn't just leave her to die. Lowering his head, the guy said that there was one way. The woman's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that Mike had recently managed to develop a new treatment method to save the girl. They could use this method to save not only the commander, but the rest of the patients as well. Looking away, Emily heard that the problem was that no one except Mike knew how this treatment was carried out. He asked him for help, but he refused to leave the room. Running down the hallway, the girl screamed that she would try to talk to him herself, to which he turned to her. Knocking on the door, Emily asked what he was there for, said that they had a lot of seriously injured patients asking for help. Holding his head, the guy replied that he could not help, asking her to leave. Mike turned around, hearing that the commander was also in serious condition, to which he asked what she said, even the commander. Knocking harder, the girl said that most likely, soon there will be more injured patients here, asking him to come out and help, they need him. Gritting his teeth, Mike said no, he can't. Sitting on the bed, the guy shouted that he killed people, he has no right. Emily's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he can't save anyone, to which she asked again, so that's why he was sitting here locked up all this time. The guy asked again in surprise, hearing that since when did he need the right to save people. Standing in front of the door, the girl said that she did not have the strength to save anyone, so he locked himself in here, unable to do anything, and then asked what, that is, having the ability to save people, he was going to stay there and argue about whether he has the right to do it. The girl clenched her fists tightly and said that as a doctor it was his duty to save people's lives, stop whining. Mike looked away and heard her tell him to hurry up and help them. Emily ran away and said that it was okay, she wouldn't ask anymore. Mike looked down in confusion. The guy thought that the reason he decided to become a doctor was quite simple. The guy sat next to the woman and told her to get up, all the while thinking that he wanted to save lives, he wanted to earn the right to save them. Mike looked up, thinking about how he had been deprived of that opportunity since the zombies had appeared. Standing in the hallway, the guy thought that he had never stopped trying to save people because he thought that one day he would earn the right to do so. Rushing forward, Mike thought about what and why he was acting so pathetic. Emily had said it right, he didn't need the right to save people. Grabbing the door, the boy wondered when it ever mattered that much. People turned around in surprise when they heard him tell them to get ready, and the boy thought that he would just continue doing what he had been doing all this time. The boy leaned against the door, thinking that he had always saved lives no matter what, and then apologized for being late, saying that they could start the surgery right away. The operating room appeared, and someone asked that the secret of his new method of treatment was to use Oliver's blood along with his abilities. Looking at Mike, the doctor asked what he meant, that Oliver's blood would heal any injury if he could convince her of it. Was he serious? To which the boy replied that here's the point, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. Taking the syringe, Mike said that Oliver's blood heals better than any other treatment, but it is selective about who it heals, to which the boy replied that does that mean his blood is intelligent. The guy's eyes lit up and he said that's it, that's what it all boils down to in the end, his job was to convince his blood to help them. That's why he hadn't told anyone about this treatment, there was no guarantee it would work next time. Mike picked up the vial and said that he had finished the preparations, but he needed one more thing. The patient receiving the blood needed to overcome the effects of dopamine. Ironically, to fully recover the patient had to endure 100% of the pain they had suffered from the injury. It was nothing special, but it was quite a difficult process. Emily looked at the guy and said that they had everything prepared, to which he replied that it was time to begin then, and she added that it was good. The doctor looked forward and thought about what he was saying. It was nothing special, but coming up with a new treatment was not that easy. His dedication to saving lives was truly impressive. Mike gritted his teeth and the boy added that he could say with confidence that no one deserved to be a doctor more than him. The ball was flying forward at a rapid pace. Henry caught the ball and said that this brat just refused to fall. Ashley stood behind him and said that they had done enough, so they were going to destroy the generators. Let Frederick deal with him. In the worst case, they could ask Oliver to deal with him. The boy was breathing heavily and she added that they just needed to stick to what they could do at their current level. Let him stop wasting time. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the boy said that okay, let him go forward, to which Ashley replied that he should stop being stubborn, they couldn't win. The boy held the ball tightly in his hand and the girl said that, and more importantly, how is he going to fight him with such a hand? The monster screamed loudly, and Ashley said that if he understood, then let them go. Frowning, the guy said that if he removed it now, he would not be able to get stronger anymore, and Ashley said that now was not the time for his stubbornness. The girl asked again, hearing that she remembered the day of the funeral. Tossing the ball, Henry said that after his parents died, he remembered that only one thought was spinning in his head. The guy looked at the girl with the flowers and thought that the next time he would have to wear this armband would be at her funeral. The guy held a cigarette in his mouth and thought that he would finally feel relief at the thought of never having to listen to their nagging again. But the thought of having to attend their funeral was actually quite depressing. Catching the ball, Henry asked if he should tell them one good thing about living in this godforsaken post-apocalyptic world, said that the strong can live the way they want. The guy furiously shouted that he wanted to decide how to live, and for that he needed to become stronger. Turning around, the guy shouted that he was asking for forgiveness, but her funeral would never come because he would command for eternity. The girl froze in confusion. Suddenly, the guy swung the ball. He clenched his teeth and wheezed. Henry threw the ball sharply and said that it was a six-seam fastball. Tears poured out of the monster's eyes. The monster sharply dodged the sword. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, wondering what the hell he had managed to dodge. It was his fastest pitch. He looked surprised to hear that there was another plus. Swinging her hand, the girl added, "What about living in a post-apocalyptic world?" Ashley slashed at the monster. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Blood spattered out. Ashley, holding the bat over her shoulder, said that he had quit smoking and that high schoolers weren't allowed to smoke. Smiling widely, Henry said that she was a junior, she always acted like a coward, but she could step up when it mattered. Lying on the ground, the guy said that "good job, loser," to which she replied that she swears he will be the end of her with his stubborn behavior. Looking at the guy, Ashley told him to get up. They should go fix the generators, to which the guy replied that he should give her a break, wait 10 seconds, that's how she is. A headless monster appeared. The guy said in surprise that he should see. Oh shit. The monster rushed towards them, and the girl told him to get up, to which he replied that she should run. Running away, the girl asked him what he was stupid, said that he should grab his hand, she would teleport them. Faster, he almost caught up with him. Suddenly, the girl turned around in surprise. The guy furiously shouted for her to get out of here. The girl narrowed her eyes. Stepping on the monster, Frederick asked what that smell was. Smiling widely, he said that it was the smell of love, and someone turned to him. Smiling, Henry said that he knew that he would save them, and the girl said that they were saved, to which the zombie asked again. Ashley and Henry looked in surprise, hearing that he was so happy that his students finally warmed up to him. Walking away from him, the guy told him not to come closer, asked who said that he could cling to them like that, and Ashley said that he should not act like they were close, it was so creepy, to which Frederick asked again. Rubbing his eyes, the zombie said that he had seen everything, he was so proud of their growth, damn, looking at them, tears were welling up in his eyes. Looking at him, the girl said that she was grateful that he had saved them, but that he should not get ahead of himself, she had gotten a little carried away. But he was still a zombie, they had simply teamed up with him. Stretching his hands forward, the zombie said that the two of them, good job, and now let them hold his hands and walk together. Tears appeared in the zombie's eyes, as funny as it may seem. But Frederick meant everything he said. Before he could come to his senses, he had stepped over his emotions and was beginning to feel human feelings. Looking away, the zombie thought that in the end, he would still be a zombie, he could not be someone close to them. The guy said that anyway, how did he find another doll and get here so quickly, and then asked what it was. Behind the zombie, a monster was running and Henry asked if he hadn't finished his business before coming here, to which Frederick replied that to be honest, not really. He turned to Monica and said that the zombie fighting next to him suddenly ran away and he followed her in anger when he got lost and ran into the two of them. Flying up, the zombie said that but as a result, he got to watch his student grow, to which someone asked that he was serious, how can he still move? Hanging upside down, Frederick heard that he was an idiot. It was his fault that they had to fight both of them at the same time, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry. Taking hits from the monster, the zombie said that now he understands how annoying it is to fight them. They can recover from small wounds and are very durable. They are definitely not the type to push back, and the guy asked how he poses when he is getting beat up like that. Smiling widely, Frederick said that but that didn't make them difficult. Looking ahead in surprise, Henry asked what he had done, killed them both with one shot, to which the zombie laughed and said that he shouldn't be so surprised. The knife was stuck in the monster, and Frederick said that was why experience was so valuable when they were facing enemies they had faced before. The headless monster lay on the ground, and he added that it was not worth wasting energy rushing at them without thinking. Smiling, the zombie told them not to be upset. He was not saying that they were both weak, he was just a little brighter than her, that's all. Standing in front of him, the girl shouted at him to turn around, to which he asked what was this, she had sent more of those boring dolls after him. Monica stopped abruptly and made a sound. Holding her chest, she thought about what this feeling was, no, it couldn't be. Jessica appeared behind the zombie and someone said that she was currently busy fighting Oliver, to which Frederick asked again. Smiling widely, Jessica said that she left him because dealing with him was too much trouble, asking how dare he get in her way. Standing in front of the zombie, she told him to stop interfering with her plans. Suddenly, a rock fell on Frederick and he wheezed. Monica suddenly flew up and said that they were pathetic pests. Putting her finger to her ear, Kate heard the appeal and asked what happened. A monster lay in front of her and she heard Jessica appear, to which she asked what she was talking about, wasn't she currently busy with Oliver? Gritting her teeth, Monica said that she thought so too. It seemed that she came down to personally deal with them after luring Oliver into a trap, to which the girl asked again. The guy handed over a cupcake and told him to say yes. Monica's guess was right. The protagonist sat at the table with the guy and he asked what, well, isn't the taste worth dying for? The protagonist chewed on the food. Jessica knew that Oliver's mind could not be controlled, so she decided to control the area around him, which effectively chained him to one place. Hitting the ground, Monica heard what she was going to do, to which she thought that honestly, she never thought that she would come to fight them personally, this could be her chance. Jessica flew forward, and the zombie told her not to worry. Swinging her leg at her, Monica added that she should leave it to her. Smiling, the zombie said that she was exactly what she was looking for. Thank you for finding her yourself, asked that she refused to destroy her generation. Monica looked at her angrily and replied that no, she just thought it would be more effective to eliminate her first. The zombie hit her and asked her what she thought. Did she have a chance against her when she was so damn weakened in her domain? Her arm became covered in strings and she said that she shouldn't think that she was on the same level as her just because she used to be the leader. She would barely be able to hold her own even if she threw herself at her with all her might. Jessica rushed down and screamed that she would never eliminate her. The zombie raised her head and said that was good. Releasing a huge flame, she added that she wouldn't know until she tried. Putting her finger to her ear, Monica thought, good, she took the bait as expected, then told everyone to get ready. Jessica flew at her and asked how dare she ignore her. Suddenly, the zombie's eyes widened in surprise. Kate stretched out her hands in front of her, causing an explosion. Clutching her face, the zombie wheezed, and Monica said that she figured it out quickly. Her abilities were impressive. The zombie's eyes were blurry and she said that she wasn't trying to fight her from the start, their plan was to keep her here. The zombie smiled and thought that she was going to fight Jessica. That's right, she was going to keep her here. Rushing forward, Monica said that once they destroyed all the generators, her ability would stop working and Oliver would be able to get out. This was the best way to increase their chances of winning this battle. Putting her finger to her ear, Kate heard that she would direct her to the generators, so let them destroy them while she was busy with her, to which she asked if she thought she could leave her alone. Monica told her not to worry, she could handle it since she wouldn't be alone. Looking at Frederick, the zombie asked what she meant. He was alive, and he replied that how dare she throw rocks at his students. Pointing her finger forward, the zombie said that she knew he would come. He came just in time. Rushing forward, Frederick said that he wouldn't get away with this. Monica raised her hand and said that she was sorry, but as a former leader, she knew that at least she could stand up to him. The zombie screamed furiously that she was a brat, not to look down on her, get out of the way. Frederick quickly directed an attack at her. Jessica threw scissors back and asked what he could do with such weak attacks. The zombie blew flames at her, and she wheezed and said, damn it. Suddenly, the zombie released spears forward. Looking at the explosions, the guy said that he did not believe it. How could they fight against Jessica for so long? Gritting his teeth tightly, Henry said that it was because they used to be leaders. It was annoying, but he had to admit it, to which he was told to quickly come here, to which he replied that he knew, come. Throwing the ball forward, an explosion occurred. Jessica turned around to the zombie. The girl swung her sword, an explosion occurred. Jessica extended her hand forward, hitting the zombie. A green glow appeared on Kate's hands. The zombie gritted her teeth furiously. Looking at the sphere, the girl said that they would destroy all the generators she told them about, asked that this should be enough. Laughing, Monica said that it was over. She didn't know what she was going to do, but it was over. Raising her head, the zombie thought that Oliver should come out of there. It was time to end the fight. In response, there was silence. The zombie wondered what happened, why nothing was happening. She was sure that her abilities were related to these generators. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. Jessica, clutching her head, said that damn it, pests, she was going to save this for the last resort. Gritting her teeth angrily, the zombie added that there was nothing to be done, she would have to take care of them herself. Suddenly, Mike looked down in surprise. Henry wheezed loudly, and Ashley opened her eyes in surprise. Gritting his teeth tightly, Frederick wheezed. Clutching his chest, Monica screamed what was happening. Lowering her head, the zombie said that this can't be, asking that she can use her ability without generators. With wide eyes, the zombie said what the hell. Monica and Frederick fell to the ground. Jessica laughed loudly and asked that they really thought they could win. Raising her head up, she shouted that now all the power in this world is hers. Looking forward, Jessica thought about how she would use this power to create an endless domain. Finally, her dream would come true. Suddenly, she turned around in surprise, hearing that good work. Bowing down to the zombie, Kate said that she did her best, to which she thought, who is this? Looking at the girl, Jessica thought about how she was sure that she absorbed the energy of all living things in this area. A green glow appeared. Kate said that she would leave the rest to her. Frowning, the girl said that she would stop her no matter what. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.